ball out of the park, but it was like a solid like moving it to the next kind of thing while like keeping the characters. I like, you know what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
think it did
Well,
anything one thing spectacular, but it was like
Yeah,
nothing was bad. Nothing was really
most
bad, you know.
most that I heard of the reviews is like whatever. It's solid, nothing great, nothing like awful, just like kind of middle of the pack, so to speak.
I mean, honestly, they needed something like that because like the Wolverine Deadpool was great, but it's like not one you can rewatch. Like a bunch, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. It's the same thing with like the Spider-Man Far From Home. It was great, but like how many rewatches can you have of that? I just don't feel like they're like because of the I don't know the concepts that they like bring in. You know, but
um,
this one I think you could rewatch. Like, oh, okay, what happened? Why did we move to this? Oh, let me rewatch. Okay, yeah, you know.
yeah. So I was telling a friend Corey that I hadn't seen it yet. That's unfortunate. I don't think I'll be able to make it to the movies. This will be the first time I haven't seen a Marvel movie in the theater. I have Disney Plus, so I mean I'll see it eventually. But I just won't be able to make it, unfortunately. Um, but um, yeah, I'm looking forward to. It seems like people. I haven't obviously watched any of the reviews or reactions to it. But like from a lot of YouTube titles, people seem to be have some sort of negative feelings toward it. But I'll just wait until I can watch it.
Well, do you have like high like was this been a Marvel movie that you've like been highly anticipating?
No, I want it to do well. I like the introduction of the Red Hulk, because the Red Hulk can be an interesting character. Um, uh, and like that Sam Wilson became Captain America. I think that's a nice change of pace. Um, like I seen in the
Get
comics.
a change of pace because on your left, on your left.
Indeed. Um,
You've seen the
but
movies, like
yeah, like
I haven't seen that one yet, actually.
I've seen the Falcon Captain America version of Captain America in the comics, and it's good. Like um it's always hard when you're changing an iconic character, but like it's interesting, like all the different interactions, like and the drama and the friction that you can create with a new person
hmm
there, and giving it to a black person, like how is are they supposed to react from what someone again this was just a it was just a YouTube title, um but someone was like like a black Republican being Sam Wilson like fights against like a a pro military president or something like that. um and I think that's interesting, right? Because so I haven't seen that, right? I haven't seen the Brave New World, but I did see the uh uh, yeah, Falcon Winter Soldier, right?
Oh, the TV series, yeah, the
Yeah, the
miniseries,
TV
yeah.
series on Disney Plus. That see that one was interesting in all the ways it wasn't interesting in terms of its politics, right? Um, it's like Marvel. Why would you make this series? Like, why do this at all if you don't want to say anything,
hmm
right? Like, they cock tease us about
Yeah,
having a
surface
political
level.
message. Yeah, right. Like, oh, we're gonna have a discussion. Like, look,
Isaiah Bradley, for crying out loud.
you've
I wish
created.
That
that
was
what they
such a
would have
great
done with
opportunity.
They
what they
had that
should
was
have done with
barely
that
anything.
is
That was barely
explore
anything.
that world's politics as opposed to like making it like I like when shows like allude to like real world or do like their own versions, but Marvel is like it's a sandbox, right? Marvel's kind of like 40K where you have all these stories that are established and then you can pick from them, cherry pick, right? So they've established this world, right? And I think that this is something maybe 40K does well that I wish Marvel would do more of, is as opposed to everything having like a real world allegory, which because it does have some real world, is but instead of just doing that, maybe do like explore the politics of what has happened, right? You just had the blip, you've had it come back, and they like barely touch that. like and we've had that other series. What was it, Secret Wars, where
Secret
they kind of
Invasion.
touch another aspect, but they
Secret
don't really.
Invasion.
They're like there's gotta have been way more shit going down with the blip, with half the population gone, and then all of a sudden they're back with like resources.
Well, but that I
Like
mean
they
that
should be
was it.
exploring
Like,
that
hold on,
a lot
hold on,
more than they
hold
are.
on. That was literally what Falcon Winter Soldier
Right,
was
but it was
doing,
like
and
very minuscule, like a very small
and
portion
so
of the
this is what
world.
I'm trying to get to, right? So this is what I'm trying to get to. Um, is that uh, like they said, right? Like the point of this was that hey, we're going to like make a statement. That's what they were alluding to, right? Like this is going to be a bit more political, right? It's going to be a bit more edgy, and like they're using an in-universe event, right, to supposedly make a statement about like politics, and this is like the best of sci-fi. Sci-fi is supposed to, this is how sci-fi is supposed to work, right? Like the best of Star Trek was when they were using a some sort of, like, they landed on some random ass planet, right? And then it had some sort of conflict that alluded to something happening in the world. That's like the best thing that was ever in Star Trek. But for this, right? So what they do is they set these the Flag Smashers, right? And the Flag Smashers are like, hey man, like the blip happened, it reconfigured the entire world. We did, right? Like for years, you guys were gone, right? All the rest are gone, and then all of a sudden you come back, right? And then now it's we're dealing with like resources and land, right? And how do we like redivide those things? Because like we had rebuilt all our lives, but now you guys come back and you demand your old lives, your old property back, which makes sense, right? Like like that makes sense from the people who came back, their standpoint, right? But from everyone else, is like, well, like you're going to condemn us to a life of poverty now, like that's interesting, right? And it talks about like all the other conflicts that were going on through the world, that where land is being divided and taken by one group over another, right? That's something interesting you can do with. But at the end of this, right, first like the flag smashers end up being boring because like like, oh, they just kind they become like evil terrorists, right? Like the leaders like just take it too far, right? And now they're evil terrorists, and there's like less gray involved, right? They just kind of just become thugs at some point, right? But at the end of it, right, there's that moment with um uh Captain America, or Falcon, about to be Captain America, right? Um, talking to the world leaders. And what does he have to say in this moment, right? The world leaders who were like these, like the heads of a UN or something like that, right? Some sort of big international government organization, right? What does he say to them, right? The people who are deciding, making these decisions, deciding where land should go. He says, and I quote, "Do better." Just do better, right? People are relying on you, so do better. That's what he says to them. He says nothing. He like, it's not like, hey, like it's I remember I literally, when I was watching it, I came up with a speech, right? Because I was so enraged watching that, like I literally came up with my own speech about it. But like you could talk about like how there is a division within our society, right? And how um uh like you need to bring in like the other stakeholders, right? Like this is a group of like rich individuals who like completely sheltered themselves out from the real world until this terrorist attack happened to them, right? You could like, hey, we need to bring in, you need to listen to these voices, like to make sure something like this doesn't happen again, right? This is a result. What happens when you marginalize these people and you don't reach out to them and you simply impose your will on them? There's something like that, and that's not even like that's not even like super divisive, right? But all he could do in this moment was say, "Do better." Wow, Marvel. Oh my God, how brave. Like, why bother? Don't even bother setting this up if you're not even going to actually say a thing, right? And like I get it, Marvel. You're not like actually socially conscious, right? Like you do the DEI stuff, right? Because you thought it was advantageous under the Biden administration, right? Under the Obama administration. But now under Trump, it's like, oh, it's not anymore. So let's jettison that because we don't give a fuck about any of this shit, right? I get you. That like all that's fake. I understand that. But if you are going to bother making the show, right? If you're going to say that we have something to say, then have something to say, is all I'm asking you to do. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. I agree wholeheartedly. To me, it harkens back to I think I brought this up before of like leading up to I think it was like the movie Beauty and the Beast or the live action version. They said that they had that exclusively gay moment,
Oh,
and it just turned to like nothing. It's like Lumiere held hands with like
and they
I don't
danced,
know. Yeah, it's like oh my,
and
what a
smiling,
huge
and
statement. Oh
everyone
my
clapped.
god.
No one like
Yeah,
beat him up. So yeah, I
exactly.
guess.
No, no one was murdered on the spot. So yeah, huge
Yeah.
endorsement by Disney. It's just like
and
I don't know what they're
and
thinking. It's really hard
and
to
every
understand.
time Disney does this, remember this. This is also important, right? How they do this every time, right? They've done this trick so many times. They've done it in Marvel films, they've done it in Star Wars films, and apparently also in their regular Disney films as well, right? When they say, "Hey, we're going to do a thing," right? Some sort of woke thing, right? They always make sure one, it's at the end of the movie, right? And it's a small scene that they can easily edit out, which is exactly what they do. So when they send it to China, which doesn't like gay people, right? Ain't a fan of that. They cut that out, right? They did it for Star Wars, right? The end of the episode 9, I think it was, right? There was the two women who I think kissed or something, like two randoms, like no one give a fuck about those two people, right? But at the end, they like kissed or something. Cut that out, right? Which is a tiny scene, easily edited out. They did it to when there was that the one that conservatives like lost a shit about. It was like it was an
Lightyear.
animated movie and one
Lightyear.
it was
Buzz
Lightyear. I
Lightyear.
guess it was Lightyear. Yeah, yeah. One character just no. There was Lightyear. Okay, so it was Lightyear, which did this, but there was another one as well, right? Where I think it was like anthropomorphic creatures that like one of them acknowledged they had a wife or something. I forget which one I'm thinking of.
Was
But in
it
any
wasn't it
case,
a cartoon? It was like a cartoon, and it was like super in your face about it. I feel like that was the one that they were mad about.
I don't know.
It was like
But
a
you might be
major cartoon.
hold on. Like conservatives like lose their minds over all kinds of shit. So I don't know which one you're talking about. So you might be just talking about another
It
one.
was like the
But in
gay
any case,
cow. The gay cow. Do you remember the gay cow?
maybe it's the one I'm thinking. The one that was the police officer. Remember there was like
Yeah, it was like one was like a trans or something cow or some shit like that.
a
Like they were
trans
like really
cow. I don't know if it was a trans
yeah.
cow.
I don't remember if it was a
Like,
cow. It was like a farm animal, and they were like
I
putting
don't know
this
about
like
that. I
little
don't know about
Paw
that.
Patrol. That's what it was.
Paw Patrol. I don't.
Yeah,
Isn't that a
I remember.
children's show? I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why
I
they
don't.
were mad about it. I
It's
remember
not
my like
Disney.
cousins and my aunt and uncle and all them were like, they gayed up the Paw Patrol boys.
Yeah, I see. I hadn't even heard about that one, but like I said, conservatives like lose their mind and have like utter fucking mental meltdowns anytime that any thing
Utter
like this
truth. Yeah.
happens, and they're gaying the kids, yeah, whatever, right? So, so I believe you though. I believe you. Something on Paw Patrol happened. This one's new to me. But in any case, right? This happens all the time, but like at least in Marvel, right? I can't speak for what happened in Paw Patrol, but in Marvel, tiny scene, right? Where there's some sort of a DEI acknowledgement or whatever the fuck, right? And then cut it out, ship it out to foreign markets, they ship it out to Saudi Arabia. They don't like that shit. Don't worry, you'll never see it, right? You'll see whether China ship it out to wherever it happens to be, right? They're willing to. Well, usually now, maybe not anymore. This might be they might be done with it now. But they were willing to take the heat from conservatives and pretend like in America, pretend like they're brave and fighting the power, all that bullshit, right? But again, it's always like a 10-second clip of something, right? Easily ignorable, not central to the plot. Something
Oh
like
yeah, same thing happened. I believe in Endgame. You remember in the beginning, like it was one of the directors was like it was Marco Anthony Russo. Like remember when they were doing their the little scene, the support group, the male I think it was a male support group or something like that. And then there was
oh,
like
and
he had
one
a story. I went on a date with a guy and like did
yeah,
turn and it was like it was a really hard
that
time or
was one of
something.
the Russo brothers, I think, right?
Yeah, I think
That
it was
like
one of the
played
directors of
the
the movies. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, one of the directors of the movement, and he like acknowledged that he was like he had a husband, like and then he like his husband was gone. He maybe died in the blip or
right.
something.
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
and then like yeah, they had a support group. And did he cut that part out too? I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I haven't. I wouldn't surprise. I would have to. 'Cause,
That
like,
scene was a victim of the blip. It just the whole scene
It
just
just disappeared. It just disappeared, right? But Disney's being so brave, you know.
But yeah, it was
Standing
irrelevant
up
to
to
the
these
plot.
people,
Like it
right?
could easily have been like sliced out, and nothing's lost in
Yeah.
terms of overall.
I mean, like they have their they'll have their Instagram pride flag, right? Like the Mickey Mouse like pride flag type thing, right? And the pride colors. But then maybe they'll have like a Disney China account, right? Well, actually, it works best for China because China has the Great Wall, so they don't even see Instagram. So within like was it Weiyun or what's the name of the app they use there?
WeChat.
WeChat, I guess. Within that, they can just like they just don't have any of that stuff, right? They can just completely separate, right? Their China front facing thing, absolutely no statements, and around the world, yes, we're being quite brave. I know, sorry.
Oh, don't apologize. It's very sad.
Yeah. But yeah, we're waiting on two others who will be here soon. Fuck, I had something I wanted to say. I wanted to ask. Did I want to ask Latoid something? I feel like I had something to ask Latoid.
You never want to ask Latoid anything.
Nice. You can do that. I can't see. I can't do that. You're really good at that. I can't do that with my eyebrows.
Do you take advantage of that in the courtroom?
I don't know.
So you're like,
yeah.
He's got somebody to tell a witness on the stand. They're selling like
Yeah.
stuff and it's gonna hurt his client. He's like, really?
Yeah, when he's being ridiculous, right? Like position yourself in a way so that the jury can see you make this make this face. That's really good though.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I always because I have to like actually wink, and I don't have the muscles here.
It's what you do.
but
You just got to find them. Once you find them, then you'll remember. Same thing with your ears. If you can wiggle your ears,
Oh, yeah.
I can wiggle them independently too.
Oh, really?
and that's just finding the muscle, and then like once you find it, then you're.
Do you put that on your dating profile?
It's on my resume actually.
Ear wiggler.
Do you use your resume as your dating profile?
No. Although
that wouldn't be too bad.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, shit. I think I had something that I wanted to ask Lactoid, but like now, this is why I usually write these things down. All right, like because when I have like, these things, I think it'll be good for the start of the stream. I can write them down because otherwise I'll forget. But I think I had I'm gonna be really upset myself later on. And I can't think of this. All right, so let's think of something else then.
I noticed something in Severance in Prime that I thought was interesting. That makes me now reinterpret a lot of what I've been seeing on the show, because in that last episode, while the interviews,
don't say anything.
you haven't seen it.
Prime has a rule.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. You can't. No, people haven't seen it. No, we don't do spoilers here. No.
Well, it's not a spoiler.
You shouldn't even spoil the title of the show, Severance.
Like we have no.
How are you gonna find it?
And no, that people have. Hey, if you want to have these conversations, everyone should watch it. Report in that you've watched it. I'm talking to you, audience, too, right? And then we can have these conversations. We can't do it unless everyone else is on board, right? And look at Lactoid being a laggard, right? Haven't watching this. Gibbs, you're gonna watch Severance?
It's on my list. I have it. It's gonna be probably one of the next couple shows I want like binge watch.
Okay.
It's too severe.
We'll have to talk about it later, Iko. I'm sorry, we just can't. I don't.
I've been trying for weeks.
I said, hey, I like to hear what you have to say. You didn't say anything.
All right, I'm ready to say it.
But everyone else isn't ready to hear it.
I'd like to hear it. No, wait, don't say it. Oh, wait, but I want to hear it. But no, don't say it.
I can't.
Yeah, I like. My thing is like I like to watch shows, right? But it's sometimes it's hard to like not watch it if the full season's not out because it's like I only have a limited amount of time.
Well, you already have a full season out. You have a full season.
Yeah, so it's like so I know that it just finished or is like close to.
No, the season 2 is season 2 is almost done. But season 1, you already have season 1, so watch season 1.
So it's like so it's like kind of like because I only have a certain amount of time, so I usually like to sit down on like a Sunday and be like, all right, we're watching whatever, all of it today.
Go ahead.
But the great thing about Severance is talking about it between episodes, like because everyone's kind of like on the same cliffhanger each time.
Around the water cooler, right?
Yeah, it's like Game of Thrones. It's
the water cooler, yeah.
Show.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, it's just this is the advantage of releasing things week to week rather than binging them, right? Or like
Right.
seeing them all at once, because it gets people,
It's the
thinking.
kind of show that demands that you contemplate what
Yeah,
just
I mean, and
happened
once you're
before
like
you do
caught
something.
up on a show like that, like I did like Billions, right? I was real big on Billions, and I caught up to like the whatever season they were on, and then it was like, oh, it's weekly show. Let me join in the discussion, kind of thing. I feel like this is the same kind of shows that
Yeah.
you know want
Is
to.
anybody
I was thinking
watching?
more David Lynch is a perfect example of that. You want to go a week between episodes with Lynch.
Sorry, what were you gonna say, Corey?
I was gonna say, anybody watching Reacher? Or am I the only one that
Oh,
watched
Reacher. Yeah, I'm almost done with season 2. I'm like the last episode, but I hear the
that?
third
Okay.
season's really really good.
It's in the middle. Yeah, it's
I'll be
season
right.
4. Yeah,
What's
but
that?
yeah,
Is it the fourth season? It's the
I
third
think it's
season.
third. I think it's
Gibbs, what's
third.
that glass thing behind you?
Which thing?
Is
This
that
thing
a
on my
is that a
what?
cutout of like a somebody in that?
This thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
Oh, so that's okay. So this is my trophy case. I haven't finished setting it all up, but right here on the left, there's 2,000 of these gold Funko Pop Master Chiefs in the world, and I have 2 of them, and they're signed by the Steve Downs and Jin Taylor, who plays Cortana and Master Chief. That's signed by Ray Park and what's the guy's name? The voice actor.
Oh,
He's in.
what's
Anyway, I got
it's like a
those
face
characters.
of a person,
It
like it's a
does.
Of
large
Darth Maul. It's Darth Maul.
Darth Maul. Oh, we
Yeah, so
can't
I
see
got
it.
Ray
Yeah,
Park.
very
And
hard to
God
see
damn, I
here.
can't think of the other
That's
guy's
Darth
name.
Maul.
That plays voice
Okay,
actor.
gotcha.
And then I have under here, I have the American voice actor signed card of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon set. I have all 4 of the cards signed by the guy, and it's in there. So
Nice.
I have like a lot of I have like a mass. So just my Star Wars collection was valued like 4 years ago at like $88,000, and so like I've collected probably a lot of shit since then. And then I have others like nerdy shit. Like I have like 40K stuff coming in. We're about to bring another trophy case and replace probably this bookshelf. And I'm gonna move this over, and then I'm gonna put like all my fucking 40K stuff in there and other memorabilia. It's a process. I'm like remodeling the whole house, so it's taking. Just got new floors. We're getting other stuff going on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, don't talk about Darth Maul. Those are spoilers, Gibbs. We don't want to talk about
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Oh.
This is his name. You're
Until
only
everyone in the audience has watched Star Wars, all
you're only 30 years late on
The
this one.
Phantom Menace, I've heard, is pretty good. Some good
It's pretty
reviews
good.
lately.
Hey, and this year is the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith.
Oh,
Back in theaters in April.
God, I'm fucking old. Jesus Christ.
Lactoid. What do you think of the crypto reserve?
That's a good question, and one that I really haven't put any thought into. Just give me a second. Let me plug it into the calculus and see if it's a good thing or
Okay.
bad thing. A second.
Oh, I got one while he does that. Did you see famous Texan Queen Amaranth they broke into her house, beat her, robbed her at gunpoint for a crypto wallet, and she shot one of the bastards.
Wait,
I heard
what?
about that.
And they fucking
I've not
took
heard
off
about
running,
this.
and the cops are looking for him. Yeah, this happened yesterday in the day. But listen, say what you will about Amaranth. That's a base, and she's a little bit of a lefty to all my righties. But hey, she's a base Texan who
I don't know if
believes
she's
in
a
2A,
lefty.
clearly. Yeah,
Not
she's a
like
lefty.
I don't know really anything about her, but I would.
She's like, I mean, she was on the Live and Learn cast for the election with like Destiny and all them back in, I would say probably lefty if you're on
So,
that.
so she was assaulted.
Yeah, so they broke into her house, robbed her at gunpoint. They like climbed it, like pulled her out of bed while she was sleeping. They like took her to like her other house because she got like a compound. I don't know if you like her house. So they took her to where the thing is, and she released a video of her. Like you hear the shots and you see the guys running, but like the Houston PD has confirmed it's real. She really did shoot one of the people. They're looking for 2 of the 3 suspects. One of the suspects like ended up going to the hospital, I guess,
Do
and
you
then
know?
the other 2 are booked out.
Do you know she has to secure? I would imagine, or I'd assume someone like that.
Oh yeah,
has
they have they have
security.
tons of security footage. She says.
No, but I mean like
she
security
says-
personnel as well.
Oh,
Like,
I mean, I don't know that, but like I know they broke into their house and robbed. I guess she doesn't.
Who is
have
this?
security personnel.
Amaranth.
Amaranth. But yeah, she like shot one of them. But they were saying people were like, "Oh, it's a fake, it's a scam." Because yesterday she had been like sneaking, like posting texts, like while they were like meeting. They're like, "Hey, I need help. Call police now." And shit. People like, "Oh, it's whatever," because it's a big streamer. And then whatever, she posted a video of like you can hear the sounds and the people running and saying, "I got shot." You can see it. And she goes, "I might take this down later if I'm told to by the police, but we have videos of all the stuff that happened in the house. We have all this other stuff, but it's pertinent to the case, so I can't share it with an active investigation going on." And I was like, well, but yeah, she definitely blasted one of them fuckers. So 2A for the win. Saved Ammo's life. Good guy with a gun.
Well, all right, fair enough. I'll give you that.
I mean, how based is it? They're like, "Go get your crypto wallet." She's like, "Yeah, sure." Ah!
Fuck. That's a shame. I'm glad that she's okay. I guess we don't know her like physical status, but like, I hope she's okay. That's horrible. And when people know you got money, yeah, and they know your location, they'll come
Yeah,
get
that's why I
it.
would have assumed she would have had some sort of secure. And like Gibbs said, she's on a compound, so she's
Yeah, I mean, I call
wealthy.
it a compound.
So
I call it a compound. Yeah, like if you see like the video, I mean, I like it. You see a giant gated fence and like big stone, like 8-foot walls, and like see multiple. Like if you ever watch any of her streams, she's got like a little guest house and a big house and like a pool, and there's some other shit in the back. I mean, I don't know like if they call it a compound, but it's like a pretty massive fucking property with
well,
like
yeah, that's what it is.
multiple
You're
buildings.
invoking something like large, which I would hope, or at least if I was that wealthy and had a compound, I'd have some sort of security. While
Yeah,
also,
I
like,
would too. I
I
mean, I'm
assume
because I'm
she also gets
asshole.
like regular death threats or people trying to stalk her. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the security situation, but yeah, it would, especially in Houston. Like even the rich parts of Houston will be like right next to really poor parts. There's a gas station in Houston that's famous for posting up on their sign that says "Have gun in hand while pumping gas here for your own protection. We're not liable for your protection." Like there's a
Oh,
sign
okay.
posted
Definitely a
outside.
place I would never stop. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, the problem is
not
though, it's like
here.
right at this intersection. It's like in a major intersection area between like that and like going into like all like what I'm saying. Where like Houston's got these little like it's like a heart. It's like a body system where there's arteries where you
Like
have
a
like
vein,
the
like
circle and it
yeah,
just like goes
arterial
and everything.
arterial roads. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. So it's like a hub for like going like into 10 different areas, right? So like the
Okay.
people all stop there. It's like a convenient area. But
Yeah.
it's like real dangerous.
Like I was saying, it's like I would never do that.
Dangerous
Have
enough
gun
with the
in.
measles. Now you can get shot as well. Just go to
Yeah.
Texas, get shot, get measles, turn out fine.
One
Yeah.
stop shop.
Yeah. Just shoot the
But
measles. It's fine.
in any case, I'm sure Texas will try. I'm sure more
Yeah.
Texas will try. But yeah, Lactoid thoughts.
I'm
Crypto.
I think I'm against it. I think I'm against it. I think it's a bad idea.
What do you? Why? Why do you think it's a bad idea?
Because this is just gonna be like the government's gonna take a bunch of money, right, from us, and then use it to buy a bunch of crypto. Seems like a bad idea. Like buying crypto generally, I look, do what you want with your money, okay?
Mm.
It's not something I really invest in because it's incredibly volatile and it's just the nature of the investment is not backed up in the same way that like stocks are, or in some regards, the U.S. military backs up our dollar in a way that they don't with cryptocurrency. So no, I'm not a fan of it. I think that the U.S. shouldn't be investing in such a speculative investment.
Do you think? Oh, well, first of all, shout out to you for saying that. But now I'm going to take it one step further. Do you think this is a sign of corruption on Trump's part?
No, why would it be?
Why would it be a sign of corruption, right? You mean Trump after the crypto billionaires poured a ton of money into his campaign? Trump, who had that crypto ball where Snoop Dogg and what's his face, Nelly, I think, also performed on inauguration day. That was part of his inauguration celebration, the specific crypto ball. Trump, who surrounded himself with crypto goons like David Sachs, right? Who and I think he specifically called out David Sachs, like in this whole affair.
And the five currencies that he's talking about buying are the 5 that Sachs is heavily invested in. Like it's just
Yeah,
Well,
and then
not a
later on, he's
coincidence.
like,
is it?
Wait,
Well,
can I
like,
when
ask?
the other
you
crypto
say,
people, when other
saying all these
crypto people got
coincidences,
mad,
but
right?
like,
He had an addendum to that tweet, right? Saying, oh, also like Bitcoin and all the other stuff, right? Yeah, true. Like we want that too, right? But first, he started with David Sacks's um uh, uh portfolio, right? And yeah, that this is what the United States will be buying, the things for David Sacks. But go ahead.
but Prime. So just before, like, I guess Lactoid goes. I guess here's my question with that, right? I get what you're implying, and I guess there's a like depends on how you define corruption, right? And this is my question is is it corruption if you're backing the people that backed you on plays? Like, okay, they all did the crypto. Okay, these guys backed my campaign. These are the people that are my constituents. These are the ones that are helped me
It,
get here.
yes, it's
Is
clear
it corruption
corruption.
for me to
And
go
I'll
like,
tell you right now,
okay,
it's clear corruption. Absolutely, yeah.
no, it's
Right?
I don't. The reason why I don't say it
Hold on,
is
like you asked me, so I'm gonna tell you. It's
well, I didn't finish
corruption
what the question
because they
was.
paid they paid them to do it, right?
Well,
Like
okay,
this is
well then
paid,
that's all lobbying. Then
right?
is
This is
corruption.
exactly
I
what that
guess.
is. Oh yeah, lobbying is
Oh well,
corruption.
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I
if you think
agree.
all lobbying is
We're on the
corruption,
same
sure.
page.
Then I mean I don't.
If you're paying politicians, right, to you're giving them money for them to do a thing, how is that different from blackmail, right? It's not blackmail. For well, not black. What was the term?
Bribery.
But just like uh, you're just handing them checks, right? For favors, right?
Well, I mean,
Legalized
yeah,
corruption.
okay.
It's
By that
legalized corruption.
definition, sure, it's corruption. But
Yeah,
if you don't accept that definition,
the
the
obvious
Fabian Liberty style,
definition.
super narrow worldview, Prime K's definition of corruption, is it corruption for the rest of us when like you back the people that backed you in like with policy after you get elected? I don't think that necessarily is. Now, if he was over here doing like it was only going to benefit these people, and I
It
was
was.
doing,
It's only going to benefit those
then we're
people.
gonna rug
100%
pull,
only
we're
going to
gonna
benefit
rug
those people.
pull.
Like, so can
Well,
He
but
I?
hold
did
on,
rug
let me
pull us.
finish. If you're gonna do
He
it,
did a rug
you
pull.
know,
He
benefit
did
him.
a rug
Well, hold
pull
on,
too.
none of y'all let me finish what I'm saying.
Sorry.
If
Sorry.
he like if he goes in there and like I get y'all talking about the rug pull at this point, but if he goes in there and invests in all these with David, whatever his name is, and then goes, hey, we're gonna bamboozle the government out of millions of dollars, that would be corruption. But if he goes in there and it actually makes the U.S. money, then like how is that corruption?
Two rug pulls, and quick succession. Two rug pulls, 1, 2, right before he even got to office. 1, 2,
Allegedly,
amazing.
allegedly,
No,
I
absolutely rug pulls. No, you can look
allegedly.
at the bank accounts of the people who trusted him and lost money, right? The MAGA voters. They
Well,
can
no,
tell you,
everybody
right?
knew that the
They
coin
can
was
tell
gonna
you.
crash.
No,
The whole
don't.
point was
Hold
trying
on,
to get out
hold on, hold
before
on.
then.
That's bullshit, Gibbs. That's fucking bullshit,
No,
right? Don't give me
everybody
that.
knew it was gonna
No,
be
no, they don't know. No, they don't. If everybody knows it's going to crash and everybody knows they're going to lose money, then people wouldn't put money into it.
the whole point is to
Obviously,
pull
people
out
fall
before
for the scheme.
crash.
There's
It's
no
like
way that
gambling. You're
the
like,
reason why billions were made on those two deals is because people don't know. Right? It relies on a gullible public, right? Who like, trusts their president. Oh, he's my president, Donald J. Trump, right? And he's telling me about a good president. Yeah, a good investment. Yeah, I've been hearing about crypto, and I don't know, I've been a little skeptical. But there's a Trump coin. You're telling me a Trump? Oh, I'm gonna get on that. A
nah,
Trump coin, absolutely, right?
I don't
They
believe that.
relies on people, and literally everyone knew it was a scam. Why would they put their money in
Because
specifically?
it's like
They're gonna
you're
lose money.
hoping you can get out before. It's like gambling. You're like,
No,
well,
no.
watch it.
But like, no, don't bullshit me. There are plenty of.
I'm not bullshitting you. That's what
No,
everybody
no,
I talked to
it's
that
even
bought the
better.
coins.
It's even better, right? Because there's statistics on this. I gotta find them. The statistics on this are showing like a certain proportion was like 40% or something like that. Don't quote me on that yet because I have to find it. But like that were brand new, right? Like so they were the crypto wallets that were brand new. They were made specifically to invest. Either it was in Trump coin or Melania coin. I forget which one. But like a huge percentage of them were new. They weren't like people who had been playing the game and just doing the slot, right? No, they created it on their president say so. And then he fucking rug pulls them. Like unbelievable. But anyway,
I mean,
so like
listen. How did I make money on like Baron coin then? Like I knew that was gonna be a rug pull, and I fucking sold and made like $3,000.
I don't
Like it's
care,
not that
dude.
hard. You
I
just like,
don't care.
all right,
Hold on.
sell. Like
I'm not
everybody
saying
there's
knows.
a
no
fucking
one
Baron
cares.
coin now.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's another meme coin.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah,
I like
this is the
I
president
bought like I don't know
But
$1,000
it
worth at like a
literally doesn't.
penny, and then
It
when it went
doesn't.
up like three
Hold on.
cents,
Whether
sold
it's a
it.
scam Gibbs, does not rely on whether Gibbs knows this is a scam. That's not the definition of a scam.
Everybody knows
right?
it was a
Has no idea.
scam.
No, everyone doesn't know this is a
But
scam.
Modi was
That's the thing.
betting money on
No,
me
they
on Trump
don't.
and Bear,
No, you just keep saying that.
Barrett
The
coin. The
people who
guy
literally
has
don't know.
no
And that's
financial
why
sense at
after
all.
all of these rug pulls, you can find a ton of people talking about like how like, hey, I trusted this individual, right? I trusted Logan Paul, right, for his NFT bullshit game, and then
The
I
hero
lost
of
my.
Puerto
I know
Rico. The
it's
hero of Puerto
laughable,
Rico.
and I
for
agree.
30 minutes.
Lactoid, that's the face I had when I when I heard about that shit, right? Yeah, Logan Paul, he's a
The
trustworthy
hero of Puerto
name,
Rico.
and I decided I was going to invest like a ton of my life savings into this, right? He told me he was going to change the world with this, and he was going to this ongoing project, right? And then after when it all failed, he told me he was going to pay me back, and then that didn't happen either. And I'm just so surprised. Amazing, right? So I agree.
If they're that
people are
dumb, their
stupid,
money is better
right?
spent by
Yeah,
Logan
I
Paul.
agree. These people are stupid. That doesn't mean it's not a scam, right? So no, okay, that's different, Gibbs, right? So now, Gibbs, I know you have like no sense of morality, right? So that's okay. But I want you to embrace that though fully, right? If you have no sense of morality, you can say, "Oh, okay, Trump scammed these people, right? Because he's a scammer, right?"
That's
And
why
then,
I'm saying. That's why I'm
hold on,
saying I don't think he scammed them.
no, yeah, I know
Anybody I've
because you're
talked to
bullshit.
that had
You're a
Trump coin
fucking
was like,
liar here. Because
we did not.
you can say that, hey, he's a scammer and he scammed them, and I like that he scammed them. They were too stupid, and I
That was
think
Logan
that
Paul.
money
That wasn't
better
Trump. It was
belongs
clearly different
in
people.
Trump's hands. That he can do something more useful with it, right? Because all these people are idiots, right? I would appreciate you if you said that. Okay, well
But they're
then
two different
there it is. You have no
situations.
morality, right?
Well, they're
That's
totally
okay.
different
But now
situations.
you're
I absolutely agree
bullshitting
Logan Paul
and running
bamboozled them.
cover for
I
them.
don't think Trump did it. No. I haven't talked to anybody that thought Trump coin was a real thing.
Any which way, back to the corruption thing, right? If instead, I handed a literal bag of money, right? Like a cartoon bag of money with a dollar sign on it to a politician, right? And then had them do a thing for me, right? Like we did behind in the cloakroom, they did a thing for me. We would call that corruption, right? We would get a person, well, not like Lacto. Lacto would actually be the defense of, I mean, like a prosecutor, right? He would be prosecuting that individual, right, for a secret transaction. But instead, we just do the same transactions in the open, right? And this is different. When the politician does the thing for the money, this is apparently different. No, this isn't corruption, right? When you do it in secret, it's corruption. But when you do it in everyone's faces, no, it's not corruption. Amazing. What a great system we have.
Okay, a couple things. I'm not going to defend the Trump meme coin. I've already criticized that openly. I think it's worth criticizing. With this, I don't think this is openly corruption unless, I think I kind of echo Gibbs, unless you think that any kind of lobbying is corruption in of itself, which is kind of a strong argument for, potentially, that any, like it's retroactive corruption. The tokens that Trump said would be included in the reserve are all among the top 8 cryptocurrencies by market value, except for 2, which is Tether and USDC, which are both stable coins that directly map onto the US dollar. So it's not like there is, USDC or Tether speculators that are hoping to make it big on those coins because those are tracked to the US dollar. So the other
they need the stable coins, right, to make their other coins like not worthless, right? They want that.
No, well, you don't need stable coins. Stable coins are helpful if you want to, like, for transactions, but you don't necessarily need to invest in stable coins in order to be speculative with any other crypto.
No. I'm saying no. Some coins do that. They have like there was what was it the Luna and Solana situation.
I know that one. That one's completely different, right? That was using a speculative stock as a in order to like as a foundation for another speculative stock, right? That is it was totally different.
I'm not saying I'm not saying all of them are in that fashion. I know, like, well, there's the meme coins, right? They don't use
Those
this
are
at all, right?
entirely
And
speculative,
yeah, they're different. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm saying the point is the stable coins are useful for other scams, other different types.
Yeah, in the way that wiring money is also useful for scams. I don't know. I don't think that the fact that Tether and USDC are included here, that doesn't really bother me. The rest of them appear to be just by market value, which is what I would expect if there's going to be a crypto reserve. And then kind of along the lines of what of Gibbs was saying, like, let me just ask you, if unions give money to a candidate who then pushes forward pro-union policies that are financially beneficial for the union,
I can answer that already. Corruption.
okay, yeah,
Corruption.
that's interesting.
We should get rid of all of them. Every bit of it. And I don't know why you're asking this again. I've answered this
Well,
many
let me
times.
ask you a tougher one. Let me ask you a tougher question.
Corruption.
Let's say you have a group of people who donate money to a campaign, and that candidate's going to raise their welfare benefits.
And that candidate's going to raise their welfare
Yeah, and they
benefits.
they donate money to this candidate specifically to increase their welfare.
In doing, sorry, to be clear, you're saying the candidate's doing specifically because it's gotten money from these individuals?
Yeah, so like the bunches of people
Okay, yeah, it's
all
corruption.
donate
Yeah,
money to this person to raise their
yeah.
welfare. Yeah.
I want all of it gone. I want all of it gone. I've been saying this for years. I want all of it gone, right? Because this is invites this sort of behavior. If it's good for the people, right, for the American people, then it'll be good whether you get money out of it or not, right? Like, let's create a system where they don't have to rely on any level of campaign investment by the public. I think that now, if I want to scale this, right, levels corruption, I can say everything is a scale. Things aren't black and white, right? Everything's on a spectrum, like I always say, right? When I think it is more corrupt when you have a flood of money from a single individual or a single organization that can impart their will rather than a diffuse collection of people, right? Being like just the constituents, right? I'm a representative, right, of a certain district, right? And I'm getting like small dollar donations from people, and in general, right, these working class individuals have a set of priorities, and they want me to enact on them, right? And they help me get into office, and then I'm going to do it, right? Like that is uh, it's I think it invites corruption. The whole system itself invites corruption, right? But that's less corrupt because the application of power is diffuse, right? Like none not it's not like one of those individuals gets to come in my office and tell me what's what, right? Like I don't spend time in the Hamptons, right, listening to these people, like golfing with one of these individuals and spending exclusive time hearing catering to their needs, right? And promising, oh yeah, I'm going to grease your business deals. That's a different
But
level of corruption, right? But like it's all on the same
so
spectrum. So
so Ron,
I can it's all corruption. Some is worse than others, right? But I want to get rid of all of it. That's my goal.
so yeah, I got your grand goal, right? That makes sense. Let me just ask one more question here just to see like what your thoughts on this are.
Sure.
Okay, I don't see in your own scenario, and I guess like by your own metric, maybe you can explain why it's different. I don't understand why the fusing works, right? Now, like if I was gonna say like I'm a gun owner, right? And I mean the NRA is not perfect, right? But theoretically, the NRA like would represent my gun rights for me. So if I'm a member and I paid them my due,
Uh-huh.
why would it be any different if they're representing all those millions of people that are members and they're going and just they're sending the one guy to go talk? Why is that worse if we're just choosing that? It just seems like the some of
The
these, not
NRA is
all
a
of them,
bad
but some of
example of
them.
this. I think I see where you're going with this, but the
Yeah,
NRA
because
is a
it's like a
bad
lobbying
example.
group for a wide group, and they're
No,
just like being more efficient with
no,
their
the group that's lobbying for are the gun manufacturers, right? Like now you pay dues to them,
well, the
right? Granted,
owners too,
right?
the
You
gun
support
owners.
them, but no, no, not the gun owners. Don't give a fuck about the gun owners, right? It's the gun manufacturers. That's the one that actually holds up the organization. They're the important ones, right? They're the constituents for the NRA.
Then why does the
So
NRA fight for ghost guns then? If that was the case, they fight for ghost guns. They fight for like 3D printer guns and shit. I don't understand how that what you're saying could be true. If it was the gun manufacturers, they would want that completely outlawed, so you'd only buy
whether
from the gun manufacturers.
hold on. For the gun manufacturers long decided that any gun regulations, period, is a threat. So all gun regulations they've waged a war on, right? So all of them. So this is consistent with their general thinking. But even if they have something, if they push for something that seems irregular, right? That seems inconsistent. That doesn't like blow away the decades of evidence that's saying, this is just for the
Okay,
gun manufacturers. No, absolutely not, right?
but are you
So
think are you saying like every organization's like that? Say I picked like LULAC, right? Who's the Mexican Rights American organization,
okay.
and they go and lobby for all the people that pay their dues, right? Like with the
That's
like
not
I don't
controlling.
understand.
That's not they're not an industry trade group, right? So like those are different, okay, right? But like if you're saying that, well, there's just a lobbying group and they are exercising their power. Okay, I'll say this, right? I say that I think all lobbying in terms of like handing over money is bad, right?
Right.
In terms of actually like talking to your congressman or congresswoman, right? And like presenting them your case, right, for whatever interest you're representing, and like maybe even designing model legislation for them, right? To say like, okay, well, this is something I really care about. Here's a bill, right? Like maybe we can work together and craft this and present this, right? All that's great, right? If a lobbying company is doing that, right, and giving money to a lobbying organization to do that, right, to like fund that activity is fine, right? I'm okay with that. The moment they start handing over money, that's when it becomes an issue. Um, but then even along that, there's a spectrum, right? And uh, um, I think that spectrum basically like increases as the money increases, like in terms of like level of corruptness. That like it's simply the case that the more money you put in, the more influence you have on this politician, right? So like low dollar donations across a wide group of individuals who you have a general sense as to what they want, right, has a lot less influence on a politician than a big dollar donor, right? I'm putting um, uh, $10 million into your campaign. Guess what, Gibbs? You're gonna fucking listen to me. You're gonna listen to me afterwards. That's the way it is, right? So yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I
these
wouldn't be
are,
elected without the money, but yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying with that. I kind of that's why I prefaced what I said earlier. It's like unless
mhm,
you think all of this type of thing is corruption, which
all of it
you
is.
said yes,
All of
yeah.
it is.
So then yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, we're just arguing over like well, not really. I was just kind of well, I was just asking you to flesh out some stuff there, but
yeah, yeah.
yeah, I mean, if you take that stance, I mean, then we're just I mean, yeah, we just have fundamental disagreements, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I like all money out of politics. All money out of politics doesn't mean union money gets to stay in politics, right? It doesn't mean that lefty causes that I agree with they get to
Yeah,
exert
no, no, yeah, you're
money.
consistent.
All of it.
I was
Yeah.
just, yeah, I was just curious because to me, when I look at that, I don't like when we go down to the low. I don't really see a fundamental difference between like if whatever I don't know, maybe like AARP decide they're going to get together and like vote. I feel like they're representing at least their group, or like say a business is like a couple businesses say like I don't know, the Ranchers Association of Texas decides to get together and represent all the ranchers. They're going to go in there. Yeah, they're like a collective, and I don't. But I mean, at that point, we're really just arguing over. I mean, it's still money in the politics. So I mean, you would be against it overall.
Yeah, and again, if you are giving, let's say you're part of the Ranchers Association, right, and giving money to them, right, to represent your interests, right, and like to put your interests in front of your representatives, right, you're doing it so that they're doing it so you don't have to go to Washington or to like wherever their local office is to do these things. They're doing it for you. They're presenting the problems that ranchers have to them, making sure they know what their constituents are feeling, right? They're just doing that in itself. That's great. And in fact, I encourage that, right? I encourage everyone to be able to have some sort of FaceTime with their politicians or have a group that helps represent them in front of their politicians, right? So let them know, yeah, there's a large constitution of people who really care about whatever the fuck this is, right? But once they start handing over money, that's a problem. It's always a problem. But yeah, so um, all right. Well then, all right, lecture. So I don't want to get into it. We're going to get into this one day. I'm still trying to avoid it because I don't want to do it. Right?
You want to spoil
I just want to
things?
see. I just want to no.
You want to spoil it?
Yeah.
Spoil what, Prime?
Because I don't want to I say, but this is just like it's not a random aside. It's like sort of related. But I'm gonna say, then we can get started, right? My thing is, friend, is that like you're supportive of Elon. Right? Like, I think it's gonna come back and bite you in the ass. I'm just gonna say this, right? Well, not
How?
personally. I don't think you're gonna lose money on this. I don't think you're gonna like lose money on. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm
You might have
saying that
Tesla stock, which
I
is
don't have any Tesla
oh, he
stock.
might. No, okay. Well, then there we go. Right. I'm just saying that this guy's a fucking clown. He's a clown, right? And you're going to be clown yourself, like defending him. Like I get you don't understand what I mean. Right? I get that it's not like obvious to you what I'm saying, right? You have a different media diet than I do. You haven't like actually examined his record or anything like that. You haven't done any of that work, right? You've seen him and his interactions with Donald Trump, and you seem to like those interactions so far. I'm just saying that like this guy is not what you think, right? He's not intelligent. He's doing something that you like at this moment, and I right. But like, uh, this guy is a clown on so many levels, and I think like I'm just saying this now, right? Hey, like if you like go out on a limb for him, saying that he is worthwhile, that he is a welcome part of your political movement, you're going to beclown yourself, and I don't want you to do that. Right? I'm saying this because I care, right? I don't want you to do that. But like I will just have to like sit down and have that conversation about it, and go through the evidence. But I just want to I get that out there that he's a clown, and he's just an embarrassment, and he embarrasses everyone who supports him. Eventually, once they finally realize what a scam artist he is, I'll just leave it there. But you can respond if you want to.
Yeah, I mean,
But
in my opinion, I think is he perfect? No. He's definitely not a god. I don't think you should ever worship any man, or woman for that matter. You shouldn't worship people. You
depends how
shouldn't have
fat or ass.
idols, right?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
But in terms of among men, I think he's relatively impressive. I think that he's accomplished much more than I probably ever will, and I think that goes for everybody here.
He's
I
not
think.
done. His story's not written yet.
He's
Yeah.
taken more ketamine than I ever have, so
Yeah.
give him
I
that.
think. I think it's
That's probably
probably with
true.
measuring
Can I ask a
things. With,
question, like tangentially related to
Yep,
the
I'm
Elon?
here. Oh, there we go.
Just while we wait, I
Sorry.
guess just wait for this. I was gonna ask. Right, so there's an article this week, and I'm thinking about like maybe doing something kind of fun and like going and like maybe doing some investigative reporter here in San Antonio, because San Antonio is now on the front lines of this Doge battle. I don't know. I think Prime might not have seen it, but I think I've shared it with almost everybody else in one of these groups. But long story short, they found there's a facility that's owned by a company called Family Endeavors, and they've been open since 20. Well, they were something before, but basically since 2021, they've had a contract with the government that pays them $18 million a month to keep this facility open. And so they've had it since then. It's supposed to house 3,000 children and families, like not like a combination of it. 3,000 is the total number of beds for this facility. It's supposed to help migrant overflow, right? And it's never been used in that time, and they're
mm-hmm,
taking 18 mil a month for an empty facility to the tune of over $1 billion now at this point. It's like 250 or 225 mil a year, right?
mm-hmm.
So now this has come out that this exists, and it's just like chock full. And I know Ike was going to say stuff about other places spending money, but now this seems to become
Gitmo.
from like a predominantly Republican issue, at least locally, to now there's actually a local investigation being opened up in this by SA, I don't know, something, whatever the division, and some like a bunch of news stories. And Democrats and Republicans seem to be pretty unanimously behind. Wow, this is a massive waste of money here. We don't need this facility. Why is it in it? Why are they spending 18 mil a month on a cold facility? And so, what's interesting to me is like, I feel like with Doge and with Elon, yeah, I think Elon is kind of this like lightning rod, right? And he says things and he's out there and he attracts the heat. Well, it seems like Doge at some level could be a really good thing if they actually are doing their job and find shit like this, which is like clear waste, right? Because like I mean, because there's not really any way to defend this. They fleece the fucking government for 18 million a year for a facility where they don't even have people on staff on call. It's
Okay.
it's
So,
crazy, and like you're
what's
laughing.
your
Are you not a
question?
fan of like getting rid of government waste? Like
Justify
Okay.
it.
So
if it's actually
Justify it,
justified government
friend.
waste.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
justified government waste.
Hold on.
That's gonna
So
be his. Yeah, that's it. Justify it.
hold on. Hold
Justify
on. Hold on.
$18 million a month.
Don't hold on. This is very simple to answer. Very simple. But like
Well, he
I
doesn't know
just
the
want to give.
specifics. I'm not gonna make him do
I'm
that.
gonna answer your question, right, and then you can respond to me, right, obviously. But then I want to like jump into like the actual topic, and like move on, because one day we're gonna have the blowout. I just wanted to like throw this out there again with Elon because I want the best for my friend Lactoid. Even you see me yell, I want
He's
the best for my friend.
fine. You guys are
He's
obsessed
not.
with this guy.
He's a scam.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I'm
so
not.
weird.
You mean the guy
how-
who's literally at the center of world history right
That's
now?
very weird
That
of you
guy?
guys, Lactate.
Yes.
I'm not
No, like
gonna
you're
lie.
obsessed with him
promise
being
you,
this like horrible bad guy.
I promise. No, I
Kind of
promise
is,
you,
though.
I never want to think about this man again. I never want to think about his again. I don't want to hear about him, right?
Dog, it's just
Because
weird.
I'm obsessed with politics, right? I hear about his fucking. I hear his fucking name and I see his fucking face every fucking day, and it pisses me the fuck off, right? I wish. Oh God, I wish. I can't wait.
Can you name
the
me
day
one
when
thing that he's done that I would think is bad?
We'll do it.
Exists.
We'll
Besides
do
the
it.
games.
That's
Besides
the
the games.
That's
Yeah,
the point.
ketamine
Oh,
lying about his
like,
rank.
I just said that. The game
everything.
shit. That was like
No,
the one
hold
thing
on,
to
hold on,
think
hold on,
of.
hold on, sorry. Again, like well, the point what I was saying to Gibbs is that I don't want to like
money,
be dragged into this, but like I'm gonna answer his question and then he can respond if he wants to. But then let's get started because I don't want to make this an Elon day. One day we're gonna have our Elon day. I promise you, we're gonna do it. But
When though,
but
you keep promising we don't get it, and I want it.
Monday, Elon
No.
Monday.
Once
but,
everyone has
okay.
seen the Elon movie, and so
Once
can't be
everyone's
spoiled
seen Elon
then.
movie, I don't want to spoil anything. Fair enough.
There's a
Okay.
movie.
Yeah,
No, there's not
surprise! It
music for it.
ends with him being God Emperor.
So it looks like
Hey.
it. But okay, but I'm gonna answer your question.
It
Right?
ends
So
with a ketamine overdose.
you are. That's exactly him on a
While
toilet.
on the
Yeah,
throne of the
actually.
God Emperor.
That this throne. Yeah.
It'll be a throne.
But in any case, so to answer your question, Admiral Gibbs, right? So you're telling me about some facility. I haven't heard about this, right? A facility in Texas. But I'll take your word for it that there was some sort of article, right?
Yeah,
But, yeah, sure. So some facility in Texas that was supposed to house migrants, I guess, right? And then apparently not, and we're spending millions of dollars on it, right? Start off with one. I don't immediately believe anything that comes out
the
of
company's
Doge.
supposed to record profits. Like,
Yeah,
I guess my real question is this: is like if they're, I'm sure that you can agree because I feel like 2 years ago, 5
don't be
years
sure I
ago.
can agree.
Oh, sure. Well, just hear me out. Maybe you tell me when you stop agreeing with what I'm saying. All right. I feel like
Now.
people on both sides could agree that the government had wasteful expenditures and bloat to some degree. Right. There was areas that just bureaucracy in general will always have
Always.
some bloat where shit just
Well, yeah, it
disappears,
existing.
it exists. Right. So to me, my question is there stuff that you would accept as, oh, this is actually wasteful? Or is it just because Elon and Doge or Trump is finding it, you're always going to be suspect?
Okay, so let me. I'll answer the question. Right. Um. One. Start off with. I am suspect of everything that they say. The reason why is because they've actively lied, right? They've actively lied on like the savings that they found. Like they said, like it was like that one contract was like $8 billion, and it was actually $8 million. They've been. Elon said they've been like, oh, so transparent, right? And they've been posting totals, right? But then people have been just actually like looking at these contracts. They've been double checking the work, and it's been like continuously bullshit, right? Like even the savings in terms of the how many people they're getting rid of and the contract signed, like these things are bullshit. The numbers they're giving us. So no, I don't trust them, right? I'll wait for independent verification. However, let's say that we have that, right? In terms of this facility, and that it is everything you just said it is. Okay. I mean, all right. What you found, right, is waste and abuse, which existed previously, right? Which no one was in favor of, right? And we had processes to find these things. And so like we had literally inspector generals that Trump fired in place that would do exactly these things. They would look for these things, they would find these things, and they would do it within the confines of established law, right? Rather than putting empowering an agency of like red flags, right? I mean, like walking red flags. Like each member of Doge that we found, like Elon's little brown shirt cadre, right? Like walking red flags. If you like, I'm sure Lactwood hasn't actually looked into these people, right? Which is why he's smiling. But like, if you actually have looked into the past of these people, right? There would no way they would ever pass a background check. But
They
now
did.
have empowered them to go into. No, they didn't. Sorry, we'll deal with. Sorry, Lactwood.
Even Ico agrees they did.
Lactwoid. We'll deal with it later. We'll do it for later.
Even I count.
We'll do it for later.
You're the ultimate, the final
We'll
boss
do it for
now.
later.
Even I
We'll
count.
do it for later. We'll do it for later. Right? I just got to answer this
The
question,
final
and
boss.
we're gonna move on.
This is
We're gonna move
dangerous
on.
misinformation, but go ahead.
Okay, sure. All right.
Ukrainian propaganda.
Okay. So the we had processes like firmly established within law to deal with these things. And you can say maybe they could have worked better. I could agree with that, right? Um, but like destroying the inspector general's uh, office. There's multiple offices, but like subdivision, whatever that's called, right? Yeah, that's a problem, right? You mean the independent group that's supposed to check the executive? That group? Yeah, that's an issue. Um, and putting these random individuals to make uh, seemingly unilateral changes. Not a fan of that. So I am a fan of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. So if you're telling me this is an example of waste, fraud, and abuse, great, right? Fantastic.
I mean, it just
Start with
seems like on the surface, like right, like that's why this was interesting to me because it's already gotten bipartisan support at least at the local level, right? And there's
of
like
course
stuff.
you will. If
So
you find actual
right,
waste, fraud, abuse, you always will find bipartisan support. You
right. So
always will. That was
but
never a thing.
I was using it more as like a meta example, right? Like people, I'm just trying to like see how people are thinking because I find something really. I know I don't want to like dive into this too much, but I've
We're
been
not
really
going
like
to.
examining the like this kind of like to me, people say that there's been this great divide between like the right and the left, and like people in America were the most divided. Oh, it's been divided like 20 years, but it really does feel like now is different than it was even 5 years ago. Like people feel
We
extremely
don't, we're
divided.
not going any
Not at
further than
all,
that.
brother.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
But
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like saying the like. I just find it really interesting, like how people are coming to certain conclusions. It's kind of what I was like
Okay.
is
Let's
asking.
let's move on. Let's move on. But we'll do it. We'll do it. I don't want to talk about them. I just really don't. And anyway, what's convenient is that like literally every day, like I get more evidence to my case, and so one day we'll just have it out. All right. Thanks all for being here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you are uh, new here, been enjoying our conversation, consider following the channel, right? If you just like stumbled upon, right, follow the channel. We have these conversations all the time. We're going to go into the Ukraine topic right now. But we have these conversations and we'd love to see you here. So follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Same if you are on YouTube. You can submit questions like super chats on YouTube, and we will address them. We will answer them, and it'll be a lot of fun. You can consider supporting us if you're on Twitch through subs, right? Give subs, or you got a Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming. Usually at one free sub per month here. Consider supporting the channel, and that way we do need your help. But if you're finding any of this valuable, so we're going to get started with the topic at hand. All right. Topic. Last week, in an interesting and it's an extraordinary scene, U.S. President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky got into a heated shouting match. Trump claims that Zelensky was being disrespectful and ungrateful for the efforts that the U.S. has made to impede the Russian invasion. The incident seems to have further deteriorated the relations between the two nations. Furthermore, this follows an emergency meeting that was held by EU leaders as fears mount that Trump is taking an isolationist path that could benefit Russia. What do you think of these developments? Should U.S. allies show more gratitude, quote unquote gratitude, for the protection that America provides? What should that look like? What do you feel about the possible dissolution of the NATO alliance that has served as a bulwark against Russia and China? Do you feel that overall Trump is heading in the right direction, or is this leading to a complete disaster? Okay. So yeah, I think many of you, at least the type of people who would usually be watching this channel, have heard about this incident. I called it like I was like I wasn't sure what to call it, right? Like the press was like, "This is a shouting match." It wasn't really a shouting match, right? It was like there were elevated voices, but like I don't know, right? I'm like used to you degenerates, right? Talking to you guys, right? Like we get loud. It didn't seem like all that loud to me, but like there was elevated voices, very heated, right? It was very undiplomatic, but whatever, right? Shouting match is what I went with there. Um, and yeah, so Trump and Vance was there, but Vance is always just an accessory. Everyone's always surprised that he showed up. Like like he's happy to be there. He's excited being included this time. But yeah, so they had a moment, and apparently Rubio was there, which I didn't know because Rubio, like in a lot of the footage, he's like not you can't see him, right? But the SNL skit was when I first realized that Rubio was in the room. I had actually no
He's
idea.
right next to Vance, I believe.
Yeah, he was right next to Vance, but like in the angles that I saw, he was never there. And he didn't say anything, right?
Well, he's little Marco. You can't see him.
little, yeah, little Marco. You can't see him; he's tiny, right? Yeah. Um, but in any case, they have this interaction. And I think honestly, like hearing a bunch of reactions to it, it's very much a what you call it? Those ink blots that everyone sees something different.
Rorschach test.
Rorschach test. Yes, it's a Rorschach test as to like what you saw within this meeting, right? Like who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Um, and it seems to be actually quite consistent there. So that's one part that I wanted to explore. But really, this idea which came up about like gratitude and what should that look like among our allies, right? Like I think Trump is doing something interesting uh, with like U.S. foreign relations, right? Like when he first talked about um, like the NATO contributions, right? Like you're supposed to like putting in a certain level of your GDP to like up maintain the NATO forces, right? But a lot of other countries weren't doing that, right? I think it was very interesting when Trump like made that an issue because I hadn't heard about that, right? But Trump brought that to the fore, and that's something I maybe conservatives were talking about that, but in the lefty circles we never discussed that, right? So that's a super interesting thing, right? And so like talking about like respecting America because of all the things that America does in the world, good or bad, whatever you may think of that, right? But we do a lot of stuff, right? Um, and there's these countries that are under our wing, but they're not actually treating us right, and that we should be leveraging our position the as the guarantor of safety of the West, right? For advantageous deals, right? I think that's a very interesting case, right? Especially in how naked Trump does that. And so I want to examine that. Do you guys agree with this type of behavior, right? Like, do you think there's advantages to this, or do you think like overall, right, it's going to wash out into us like hitting a brick wall and going and breaking of the world order in a way that we can't like fix? So let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lacto. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm just going to answer some of these questions. I don't think that we should leave NATO. I think this is something that people have been pushing for. The right wing is kind of split on some of these issues, and I'm sort of in the middle of the road in the sense of no, I do think NATO is beneficial. I don't see a reason necessarily to leave it, especially since our contribution to NATO is we're not giving money to NATO necessarily. It's we have our own budget, and if we are giving money to NATO, then maybe we can talk about scaling that back. But I don't think that necessarily means we should leave the alliance. In terms of demanding gratitude, I was a big fan of Trump demanding that other NATO countries hit their 2% minimum. Um, they always should have been. If that was the expectation for the alliance, then countries that aren't pulling their weight, it's a percentage of their economy. I think that you should have to pull your weight if you're going to get the protection of the single greatest military superpower the world has ever seen. This is an incredible deal. The fact that we have to shame you into meeting this relatively minor expectation for you to get such a privilege of having that military umbrella, I think just proves that Trump is probably right to some extent that countries saw an opportunity to take advantage of us because why should we have to pay for our military? No one's going to touch us with the U.S. here anyway. Um, when it comes to the Russian what happened with Zelensky and the Russian invasion, and I know this is a controversial subject. I might be the lone voice of on this panel that's not like super pro Ukraine on this question. But one of the reasons I voted for Trump was his promise to end the war in Ukraine. And I think ending the war in Ukraine doesn't mean, defeating Russia necessarily. I think a big part of the problem is getting Ukraine to acknowledge the situation that they're in, and I think that he did a good job of doing that. And I don't know if you guys saw, but just before we came on the panel today, all U.S. aid has been cut. All U.S. military aid has been cut to Ukraine. So it's been frozen, which is a pretty massive development, I think. So, and he said, we may resume if it comes time, if you're ready to come back and talk about peace. And that's ultimately, I think, what I want from this situation. I think that the history of this conflict is much more complex than people want to talk about. It's not like we have this David versus Goliath. It's not like Ukraine is this infinite good guy and Russia's the infinite bad guy. Both sides here have done wrong, right? I mean, you have incidences of war crimes. You have, for example, the Bucha massacre, which is shameful. You also have the Ukrainian military firing unguided missiles into Donetsk and Luhansk in 2014, following an illegal coup, right? And that was a conversation. It's a conversation that nobody has or nobody wants to have, and that is also a war crime. And we care about using unguided munitions or collateral damage when it comes to Israel. I think it's fair that we should care about it when it comes to the people of the Donbass as well. So I'm interested in having this conversation. I think that ultimately, given the complexity of this conflict, the best outcome we can hope for right now is some kind of negotiated settlement. Because absent some kind of negotiated settlement, this war either won't end or it'll keep going until Russia wins.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, first, thank you so much for inviting me. Always grateful to be here. And yeah, well, I definitely agree with the sentiment that it's overall complex, and no side is, let's say, pure evil or pure good. And like, I'm not going to pretend like I have a deep understanding of all the things that are occurring there. I'll just give my perspective, as limited as it is, as if like, I do view overall as Russia as the aggressor, sort of like violating the, well, non-aggression principle, so to speak, to use that term, I guess, somewhat facetiously. And so, like, with that in mind, I think everyone wants peace, but what does that actually look like? And like, I think as Zelensky says, like, they're looking for like a sort of a just peace, as in they have their own conception of what peace looks like, and it's not just a matter of like things just stop as they are now, and that they lose, I think, like 15 to 20% of their territory. And like, I think there's understandable concerns, which I think Zelensky was bringing up with Vance during that meeting, where Vance, in my mind, sort of acting like a snowflake, couldn't take the mildest of pushback, and then it just spiraled out of control there in terms of like, well, if we give in now to Putin, then what stops him from doing it again in the future, or like again regrouping and doing the same thing 4 years or 5 years or whatever years down the line? I think there are some genuine concerns there, and I don't know exactly how to solve that. Other than like I understand why Zelensky and other people like myself don't want to give in to that demand of just like, yes, we just stop here, and then in addition to that, also Ukraine also gives some of its resources to the United States. To me, that is sort of like an extortion, so to speak, going on. And so, like, all that to say, it's complicated, but I see Russia as the aggressor. I could be mistaken, and therefore I think they should be treated as such. I also find it interesting that, as far as I can tell, Trump, I think, whatever, called Zelensky a dictator, but I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know that he's ever called Putin a dictator. But correct me on that. But I never have come across that. Um, and so, how does this look like in the world stage? At least from my perspective, if essentially the U.S. Wants to be isolationist and retreat from the world stage, then by all means, go for it. See how it plays out. I'm sure China would love it. I'm sure China, in its goals to take Taiwan, that works in their favor. It's like it would United States come to protect Taiwan if China says what it's going to do at some point in time, and same thing with Europe, where you understandably, I agree that countries like Canada were not living up to their NATO obligations, and they should. But the United States was exercising, their soft power as an explicit example, like in Europe, through Biden. Okay, Biden wanted to ban the sale of extreme ultraviolet lithography devices to China. He got that. That's a Dutch company. I don't see why now that the Dutch should just reverse that. It's like, well, yeah, if China wants these extreme ultraviolet lithography devices or machines, whatever they are, to pretty much increase their chip and semiconductor manufacturing to become pretty much a world leader in that potentially, then they should go for it. And so, like, yeah, if the United States wants to retreat, go for it. The rest of the world, like China and Russia, I think would welcome it. I'll leave it there for now.
Ollie?
Bro, we're cooked. I don't know. I didn't know we just like. I don't know what it is about this like this photo of like Trump talking to Zelensky like this, or like me hearing JD Vance, who I swear to God I forget the guy exists until someone fucking says like JD Vance is the vice president of America. I'm like, what? I forget about that completely. For him to be like, did you even thank the U.S.? Why aren't you? Man, we were America. We're the greatest country on earth. We had the power, we had the money, we had the freedom. You can say whatever you want, do whatever you want. We're America. And then we go to these countries and we instill like military bases and like allyship and blah blah blah. And like, what did you want from these people in return? They needed our help. You don't extend your hand to people that need your help and then be like, well, what are you gonna do for me? It's like, well, if we could do things, we wouldn't need your help. And that's not how like the the superpower of the world is supposed to act. We're losing face every single day, like to the smaller countries, right? To the smaller countries, maybe that are insignificant in like people's eyes, but it's to show face for like I thought we were like a huge for my entire like life it was like anti-Russia. This kind of just seems like we're big broing the little kid on the block for like Putin. I don't know why we're doing that. Uh, and then like turn around and say the same shit to Netanyahu if you have the balls to say it to like Zelensky. You want to talk about like, well, you're doing all this shit, and you're getting us into World War III. I mean, so was Netanyahu, but we're not going to say anything to the big boy on the block. We're not going to say anything to Putin. We're going to talk to the little boys. We're going to tell the Palestinians we're going to take over it's not a good look. This isn't a good look. And I get that like some Americans think it's like cool to be like big broing little nations and like, oh, this was badass, such dubs, but like it's not a good look on like a global like political scale. So it's like, yeah, we're having our fun, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's not looking good from my end.
I go.
I think you're muted, at least on my end.
He's struggling.
Yeah, I don't want to say the stuff that probably everyone's going to say because it's like the obvious to say, right? In terms of how bad this is, but I do think that there is a flip side to this, which is because I agree that other countries in Europe like haven't been spending enough on defense, like as part of their NATO obligations. Like I agree with that. One of the consequences of that was that the United States has pretty much had unilateral policymaking power in Europe and really in the world for a long period of time. And now we might actually be entering a period where there is a kind of multipolarity out there. It's just that the second pole is now going to be Europe, which is to say that Europe is going to be calling the shots, especially when it comes to Ukraine. It looks like Europe is going to be calling the shots unless there's some sort of reversal as to this relationship with Ukraine. And I'm wondering if my guess is that the intention wasn't to tell Europe that they need to spend more on defense so that they can have an equal say to the United States in terms of what goes on in the world. I don't think that's the intention. But it sounds to me that that might be one of the silver linings here. That if you ever get somebody who's a leader of one of these like super powerful countries who's going in an unacceptable anti-democratic direction, that the world will have hope that somebody else can pick up the baton. And I'm not exactly an optimist on this front, but I do think that it's an option we haven't had for many decades, and maybe that's one that will come as a result of this. I don't know, but that's my slight silver lining to all this.
Understood. Let's go. Gibbs, please.
All right. Prime, you said something interesting in your opener, in that the left circus didn't really talk about how we're being taken advantage of. This is something I think of the right that we talk about almost daily. For as long as I've been alive, this has been a talking point. My parents would talk about it. We talk about it at church. We watch the news. You would talk about it. And people would be like, why is America always leading the way in this crisis? Why are we carrying each time? NATO is supposed to be our client states, right? They should be going first. They should be doing this. And yet, a lot of them aren't even paying their own way. They have membership and because reasons and like now like I say this, I have been pro Ukraine, uh and personally benefit from the military industrial complex doing well. So my drive has always been what's best for Gibbs, right? So I have been one of the most avid Republican supporters for continued support of Ukraine. uh and in the short term I still am, right? Yeah, I am still also a fan of what Trump did, is doing with Ukraine after what happened at the White House. The reason for that is because he sent a message that you need to respect us. He sent a message, I think, sends a message to the world, which is y'all been living off our teat for too long, and you've never said you're welcome. Instead, you resent us for giving you our money. You resent us for saving your ass and powdering your little bottom and playing world police every time the British couldn't even get the ships out of port. It's you're welcome. I think that I like that. It's also something that I think we can come out top in the long term, right? And this balances out my short term satisfaction with Trump ensuring my long term benefits. Well, why do I think that? I'll tell you why. In the name of Eric Bischoff's former WCW head and WWE official's book, he named it "Controversy Creates Cash." And in Trump's own words of investing, he's always advises to invest during the low and chaotic times for a better future. Chaos seems to be the goal to some extent with this. Nobody knows what he's going to do. We've been bullying some of these little smaller countries like Panama. We've been knocking out these trade deals. We're threatening the world with tariffs. We're letting Ukraine know that you're not going to just get a blank check from us. And you go, oh, Gibbs, what does that have to do? Trump's the WWE's dumb. Well, no, Trump also has close ties to WWE. He appeared on their show. He has Linda McMahon in his own administration. And I see some Ollie laughing over here because I know a lot of people just want to dismiss the WWE, but they're a worldwide phenomenon. They make a shitload of money. They're very influential in regards to like diplomacy. They're part of the reason why we're doing so much with Saudi Arabia, because they had such an investment there, and Saudi Arabia invested in them. So this leads me to believe I can be a Trump whisperer here. And it's my theory that they think they like the lay of the land with America's power base if things get shaken up. We don't need NATO. NATO needs us. We don't need the UN. The UN needs us. If we pull out, the UN loses all legitimacy. The NATO loses the biggest proportion of its power. We're stronger than every other NATO country combined,
Mm.
and Russia and China right now. So go fuck yourselves. I mean, like, I'm sorry. It's time for America to be first, and I think I also like the lay of the land. With us being the bully, we played nice all this time, and all we've gotten is drained of cash and everybody hated us. It's time for us just to, do what we want and benefit.
I am so glad that we got our weekly WCW quote
We
here,
do it
right? So
WWE style, baby.
like
We take
uh,
over the
Fuck 'em.
world domination, baby.
Right.
What?
Didn't that like go
Acknowledge it.
bankrupt or was
You
it
Yo,
need
taken
to
like,
over?
Can I
acknowledge
just say
it.
like,
one thing? Gibbs,
yeah.
your support of the military industrial complex, okay, is just transparent, but it's what half of these Ukraine brains are in favor of. Okay, they're just not as
Sure.
transparent as you, and I give you credit for that.
mm,
Thank you, Gibbs.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like I
okay.
said, I think in the long term, like this benefits us bet more, right? Like I in the short term, I might benefit, from us this war continuing on forever. However, if Trump's actually going to use our power to like go project and do stuff, I've diversified my interests. America
How is
coming
he
out on top
projecting?
is better for both
Project
of us.
and do what?
Well,
What are
Well,
we
as
well,
long
doing?
as we can get our Blackhawks off the ground,
he
right?
already got a better deal with Panama. He made
Uh,
Colombia his bitch. He's basically telling Canada, y'all about to get the hands if you don't do what we want.
All
Greenland's
in
about to
one
become the
month.
51st
All in
state.
one month,
All in
Corey.
1 month. All in
4
one
more
month, he's taking
years.
the world. NATO doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, everybody's spending money on their military, which is what we wanted in the first place. I mean, goddamn, Poland is turning into little Texas. I'm excited. I
We should
like the
make
lay of
this
the
guy
land.
king. Who's going to be better for the country when Trump leaves? Who's going to be able to hold the torch that
Well,
Trump
I'll
let
tell
leave?
you who. I'll
Like
tell you
Trump is
the
walking,
man
so who
nobody's
can
going to forget
run?
now, J.D. Vance, because he's giving them the what for. He said, "Tell us, when was the last time you said you're welcome? Get on your
You're
knees. This is
sorry.
my dick. You're
who was
welcome."
Yeah, I'm
that?
not gonna
Well, the
lie.
last time
Just
was
like me in
Zelensky's
Russia.
got some
the
fucking
last time was the
patience.
night
No,
If
before.
that were
By the
me,
way, to
I would
answer
have
your
flipped
question,
the
the last time
table,
was the
bro.
night
butthole
before
too while you're at
because
it,
he
Zelensky.
because he
Let's
thanks
go.
the United States once a week in his weekly addresses. So the
Well,
when's the
not
last
enough.
time was 2 days
I wanted to
before his White
clobber him.
House
He
Yeah.
meeting.
needs
No,
to
no, and
clobber him.
he
He is
also
just
started.
totally
He
being
started off
wasted.
his speaking by saying thank you. Like
Wow.
roll
When's the
back
Yeah,
the
last
yeah,
time
one.
yeah.
Hey,
He
When's
did.
the
He
last time
did.
Netanyahu said
he
thank
opened
you
it.
to
He
America?
should have got
When's
on
he
his knees
done
in
a
front of
thank
those
you
First of
America
all,
barbarians.
tour?
Vance was
Wait,
just
when's the
actually.
last time Putin has said thank you
Yeah,
to
when's
Trump?
Putin ever
Yeah.
said anything? Why the big
Well,
boy? The big boys
Why
we don't
can't
say
Putin
anything to.
grovel?
we'll get to
The
him
big
next.
boys we don't say anything to.
Yeah.
Vance was
When
just
I
Go
I
ahead.
actually
want
No,
to ask
actually
Lactoid,
wrong.
SMH
oh,
Lactoid. Go
but,
ahead.
I want to
before
ask you
Chris
guys
is going through his head.
on
but
topic.
before you do that, we got something from our friend Lawson Harrison, a
Oh,
question,
what's
right?
up, Lawson?
Yeah, and after that we can go straight to you, our friend Lactoid. But he says, and I quote, I'm curious what kind of mental gymnastics is going to be done if slash when the time comes to deal with Korea, and how many inches of Kim's cock we are going to have to suck because he might want Seoul back. That's the question.
Take it away,
Um,
Lactoid.
Well, I got it.
yeah.
I mean,
Let
I
me.
don't know how
They
big
can
his
have
dick
South
is.
Korea.
I don't know how big his dick is.
Uh,
I want to point out a couple things though.
What's your threshold?
I want to point. I want to point. I don't know. What
so before you, so then let me address it really quick. Then, yeah, I think well, I don't. I think North Korea is. Oh, this is what I wanted to. Ah, fuck. This is why I just remember. This question just made me remember what I wanted to talk about previously, but we won't have to deal with it now. It's nuclear proliferation. That's what I really wanted to talk about. I wanted to hear Lacto's opinion on it. But in any case, North Korea's got nukes, right? It's a different deal than Ukraine, right? They get treated differently, and I think it's going to be such a big issue for us in the long term. But like when he wants Seoul back, I guess the reason why you're saying this is because Trump, he fell in love. Remember, he Trump said he fell in love with the dictator of North Korea, right? They exchanged beautiful letters back and forth. Please tell me you guys remember this, right? They letters, like literal letters exchanged. He said there were beautiful letters I exchanged with him, and Trump felt something, which is amazing because he never feels love for anyone, right, other than Ivanka. So
No.
that's why you're asking, right? Like what will like the mental gymnastics, like if he makes an ask for something major, right, within the North Korea South Korea relations, right, like do you think we'll bend to that? And yeah, I think depends on what he asks, right? I think Trump might bend and give a lot. If I was North Korea, what? Oh my God, that's actually a really good point. Like the more I think about this point, like I'm glad I took the time to look at this. Like the better I like it because I think it's a really good point. If I'm North Korea, watching what's happened with Russia, Ukraine, right, and dictator Russia, Putin, is getting everything he wants, literally embarrassing a staunch U.S. ally, right? Not even super staunch, actually, really. And the way that he is, right? And giving Putin all the leverage he needs, right? If I'm what's his name, Kim, right? If I'm him, I'm like, okay, I have even better relationship with Trump than he does, right? And there's a U.S. ally bordering me, right? Who I've got a big problem with. What can I get out of this? Actually, this is the perfect time. I haven't really thought about this, but like the implications for the North Korea, South Korea, like South Korea's got to be shitting its pants looking at what's happening in Ukraine. Got to be shitting its pants. I'm really curious as to how this plays out. Really good question, Lawson. I had to think about that, but go ahead. Back to it.
Okay, I got like a bunch of things to say now. The first thing, South Korea is a designated non-NATO major ally of the United States. We have direct treaties with them for defense. We have military assets there. It's an entirely different situation. The history of that area
Trump
is
has
also
also
different.
talked about pulling out those assets.
I mean, I don't think he can cancel our defense treaties because those are ratified by Congress
can't he
and it's
do?
law.
I mean, he seems to think he can.
Congress has ratified lots of things. Has put a lot of things into law that he's been ignoring. So he could just like do that. Of course he can.
Congress also put in the Impoundment Control Act. We can. It's a whole different.
Yeah, and that hasn't done shit, right? Yeah.
Look, I will eat crow if I'm wrong. We're not going to end our defensive alliance with South Korea. We're not. It's just not going to happen. We're not going to end our defensive alliance with Japan. There's some people have been saying China's going to take over our place in NATO.
We don't have
That's
to end the defensive alliance. No, we don't have to go that far, right? Because I was careful in what I said there. Like, if I was Kim Jong Un, right? Then I would say I would have specific asks, right? Not because I know like Trump isn't going to like. At least I don't think Trump is going to completely flip over our relationship with South Korea. But if there is some sort of like if he says, well, no more military exercises or whatever, right? Like we're done with that. Would he do that? It doesn't break our treaties, right? Like we're still technically there. But that could be an ask you could get. Like there's things like that. So
yeah, it's possible. I don't know. The area is also a very different situation because militarily, South Korea is much better equipped than North Korea alone, right? In a conventional war between North Korea and South Korea, the South, by all metrics, would appear to win. It's not the case when it comes to Russia versus Ukraine, right?
Wait, what?
Check the chat.
No. What did you just say? No. North Korea would wipe South Korea. Like that's not a question.
No.
Yes.
No,
without our help, South Korea gets wiped. No, hold on, bro.
True.
You realize they have so many artillery pieces. They can literally just destroy
Wait. We can have this conversation. We can have this conversation.
No.
I'm telling you,
wrong.
we will have the conversation. I'm not wrong.
All of those estimates push are like a holding actions against North Korea. If you look at any military strategist, they're all holding actions till we get the I think it's the Fifth Fleet over there to like get back and then push back, just like in the Korean War. Literally, are designed to fall back because we know we can't hold the Korean Peninsula.
So wait. Who do you think pushed us back in the Korean War?
Who do you think pushed us back?
Yeah.
Well, that would be China.
Aha! It wasn't North Koreans.
Who pushed South Korea back before that? Do you remember how the Korean War started? They had a small beachhead that we had to push people into, just like I'm describing.
Yeah, and at that time, South Korea was much more underdeveloped compared to the North. Now they're overdeveloped. They have a higher tech military. They have Western military assets there. We're seeing what Ukraine can do with Western military assets when they have a manpower disadvantage, which South Korea does not have. It doesn't matter what tech you have if you can't even we can learn about this and later. Okay, I'm telling you, it's different. Regardless, we also have a binding treaty with them. Regardless, the two things that like I've got like I just want to nitpick something. The first thing is declaring any kind of skepticism as to forever war in Ukraine as Russian propaganda. I think this is before we run into this, and nobody's pushed it like this talking point thus far. So I'm not coming after anybody here, but this is, I think, a means to try to dodge the conversation, because if somebody brings up a point that's true, or even if it's not true, the correct response is to challenge the veracity of that claim as opposed to dismissing it as propaganda or dismissing the person as spouting propaganda, right? This would be like, if somebody criticizes Israel's action, oh, you just hate Jews. That is not a response to whether or not this specific action was right or wrong. Like I want to, or whether or not it actually happened. I want to see an actual like breakdown as to did this occur. The other thing is, and this is just a weird one, I've noticed that specifically about this topic, people are really keen on talking about dicks and sucking dicks specifically. People really like to talk about choking on dicks, sucking dicks. If you go on
Who's
Twitter,
bringing it up now?
It's all about dick sucking. No, go on Twitter. I'm not the one bringing it up. It's all about.
What's in your algorithm?
Yeah, well, what my algorithm is. Whenever anybody has something critical to say about, you should look at Tim Pool's comments. Okay, Tim Pool says something critical of Ukraine. half
And
of
I
his
think if you
comments
do a word frequency
are
analysis of
my
this
entire
panel,
feed is either
the
my
word
entire feed is
dicks will have come
from me.
mostly from the top left
Yes,
corner.
because I'm complaining.
My entire feed on Twitter was either Zionist or dick sucking posts about how we suck
Sure.
Israel's dick.
Sure.
So it's like not this specific thing.
Okay,
It's just
well, maybe I've got a different Twitter feed than you.
It seems to be we hit people in the homophobia when we're talking in this country. It's like, damn, how
sure.
far can another country's dick go down our throat at a certain point?
We really talk about
At a
dicks
certain point,
geopolitically.
at a certain point, can we suck our own dick? You know, can America suck
look,
its own dick?
all
please?
fair, all fair.
It definitely can. It definitely can.
And this is relevant because Lawson brought up dick sucking, and when you look at Twitter, it's all about dick sucking.
Well,
you question anything regarding Ukraine, it's because you suck Putin's dick. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, look at who you follow, though. Th're all like Destiny adjacent. Are you surprised that it's all?
Okay, we can that's a good point. That's a good point. That's the best point. Completely refuted. I got no response.
Well,
Last question, and this is an actual question for you guys to take a look at. If it doesn't mean negotiated peace, what does victory in Ukraine look like now? What are you looking for?
Some sort of concession by like what that actually looks
like what kind of concession and what can we do to get
stop invading? Let us keep the land that we have that's already kind of decided. Let us keep our country. That's kind of how it goes, right? It's just people that want to keep their country, and you guys are just like, no, just give it up because the war is going to go for it's yeah.
Well, just to be clear, the current question is not like, does Ukraine completely surrender off into Russia? That's not the negotiation. The negotiation is, does Russia get to keep the land that is currently gained and Ukraine never join NATO? Those are the two like red lines that Russia has.
Yeah, why should they
if Russia agrees to these two, if Russia agrees to these two, we could, I think there's a path to a negotiated settlement. If you guys
temporary settlement, that's the issue, is that like we as Americans, we get to sit here and look at Ukrainians and go, listen guys, we're going to give you a peace treaty right now. And I hate doing the Palestinian thing, but that's why Palestinians don't really care when there's like a ceasefire. We don't really like over here, we don't get really excited when you hear ceasefire, because we're like, yeah, so there'll be temporary peace, and then like a year, half a year, 2 years, whatever, however long it may be, there's going to be some more fuck shit until more and more and more happens.
So you were opposed to a ceasefire?
No, it's not that I'm opposed to a ceasefire. It's just that you're saying, hey, we can achieve peace right now. Just let Russia keep this little bit of land, and Ukraine doesn't have to join NATO. All right, cool. But then in 2 years, when Russia, to Zelensky's point, which is the question I asked, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, something else happens, and then they invade again, and you just what if they get to keep that land, and then they get to keep the further land, and they get to keep the more land, and then now you don't have a land anymore, and now you don't even have Ukraine anymore.
This is the complexity that I was referencing earlier, right? Like, firstly, I think it was a good thing that the ceasefire happened in Gaza, despite the fact that there's not really any solid guarantees there as to what's going to happen.
Didn't it last a week?
Pretty sure since then, the bombing has subsided substantially compared to where it was before, right? The amount of munitions dropped in Gaza was wild compared to where it is now and where it has been since the announcement of the ceasefire. I think that's a good thing.
Oh, thank God, we have a new standard to set.
I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that when ceasefires happen,
you would think it's a good thing. You didn't lose your house.
Whoa, hold on. Do you think that this is a good question for you? Do you think it would have been smart? Yeah, it would have been smart for Hamas to say, we will not have a ceasefire unless you give up all of Israel.
I'm not turning this into an Israel-Palestine thing, because
I'm saying first of all, there's people dying now. There's people being drugged to the front line and thrown into a meat grinder now. Yes, I agree with you.
Now we're talking about moving. We were talking about relocating them so we can build Trump real estate over their land.
And I criticize that.
I don't care if you criticize it. Our criticism doesn't mean anything.
It does when we're on a panel talking about it.
No.
It's my opinion. I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for Trump.
When you're talking, when your opinion is that this other country should the smaller country should just accept its losses, not join, not stay in the, not stay in the group that's supposed to serve its, not stay in the country. Yeah. So then why should Russia stop? If it's going to concede now, why shouldn't Russia just try to take over whatever it can and keep going and then go on later on? Why wouldn't they?
Because war is painful and war is expensive. And unlike the areas that they currently occupy, the rest of Ukraine, I guess with the exception of some areas of the specifically Donetsk, and they basically have all of Luhansk, with the exception to some areas of Donetsk, the rest of Ukraine is overwhelmingly anti-Russian, right? It is the areas that Russia currently controls that are relatively moderately pro-Russian. and
So
it
why
is
does
very
Russia
easy to hold those
voluntarily
areas.
stop now? Shouldn't they just stop now then?
Well, no, for two reasons. First of all, again, there is some land left specifically the remaining portions of Donetsk, Dnipro, and Zaporizhia.
I heard this
But
exact like
Yeah, but it's
they were also they have other goals such as forcing the Kiev into an agreement where they can never join NATO. And if they're allowed to keep going, which is what it's kind of looking like now because Russia continues to expand their land gains over time. You can look at maps of this. They're slowly gaining the advantage. This is why people say that they're winning, is because they are winning. If they manage to make it, past a certain point and you see the gains flip to parabolic, then who knows what demands Russia's going to make? They could force the rest of Ukraine to forever renounce any kind of idea of the EU and join the Eurasian Economic Union. They could put some kind of different leader, like some kind of puppet government in charge of Kiev. There's all sorts of things they could do.
And what's going to stop them in 3 years from doing that?
Because it's different when you have a couple reasons. It's different when you have a situation where a negotiated peace was made and now U.S. assets, the mining agreement that Trump is talking about, are in the area. There is no guarantee that Russia won't invade again. And by the way, there's no guarantee that any country isn't going to invade another country. Now, the only question is the only way to guarantee for sure that Russia will not touch Ukraine is NATO membership, and that Russians will not accept that. So we have to come up with something else.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: is it more of a guarantee that they won't invade, or is it kind of a guarantee that they will?
It's no guarantee that they will.
It's no guarantee that they will.
I can't guarantee they won't. I can't.
What are the odds? Okay, can you do odds for me?
I don't know what the odds.
You don't know?
I don't know what the odds are. No.
You don't?
No, I don't. I don't know what the odds are.
Russia decides after this agreement to just play nice, like Putin's just like, fuck it, whatever, we're good. I'm good.
Because they're gonna get what they're looking for, right? This is what they demanded prior to invasion. By the way, just to be clear, they gave an ultimatum to the U.S. make Ukraine never join NATO, and then it was a couple days later that's when they launched the invasion.
Why can't Ukraine be part of NATO?
It's the same. So it's the same reason. This is it's a geopolitical kind of analysis. Large powers have a lot of anxiety and have to spend a lot of money defending areas and considering it passive attack, and want to exert geopolitical influence in other surrounding countries. The United States would not accept Canada joining SISTO. SISTO, for those of you who don't know, is Russia's equivalent of NATO. It's a military alliance. Perfect comparison. If there was an illegal coup and a pro-Russian government,
no shit, because
we would invade Canada. If they joined, if they were about to join SISTO and Russian missiles were about to be on the border, we'd be rolling the tanks in.
And if Ukraine joins NATO, they can't take over Ukraine because America won't let them. But if Ukraine doesn't join NATO and has no protections,
then they can
just
keep
get to take
coming
over
back.
Ukraine.
But again, the
question is what disproves this analysis.
Why did Russia give the ultimatum? If they were just looking for land in the first place, why did they give the ultimatum
because these
right
people
before
just
the
say
invasion?
because I'll tell you why they want to do whatever they need to do.
I'll tell you why. It's because
Yeah, I agree with Holly on that.
it's because when you have the experiment of Ukraine not joining NATO, right? But the Baltic states did join NATO, and Russia also did not accept that. The fact is, the ones that did join NATO are safe, and the ones that didn't got invaded. That's the real problem, is that they've proven over and over again that the consequence of not joining NATO is that Russia will invade you.
No, not necessarily.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't Russia want to expand
then who joined
its
NATO and then
territory?
got invaded by Russia?
Well, hold on. I would agree that joining NATO makes you not be able to get
Lithuania,
invaded.
Latvia,
Yeah, for sure.
Estonia,
Poland, Estonia, Finland.
But the Finnish states didn't get invaded either, and they only recently joined NATO.
They joined because they saw what happened to Ukraine, and they were like, "Fuck that, we're joining NATO."
It's literally just a 1-to-1. It's literally just telling Palestinians, "Hey, no, Israel doesn't want to expand its land," and it's like, but you see, overwhelmingly it does, and then it's like, why would they want to? They only said they wanted this piece of land, and if people would just, it's like, take it and just apply it over there. It's the same thing. Why is it that we're all of a sudden trusting Russia to be like, no, it's okay, we're good, we don't want our country to be bigger? It's already just in mass huge. Again, so everyone thinks it's like this.
What does peace look like here? How are you going to get a winning country to agree to concede on the reason they went to war in the first place?
So like just so basically you're telling me anytime a winning country invades, we should kind of just let them win, because what does peace look like if the bigger country
What's the
doesn't win?
solution? What's the solution?
I mean, no, fuck it. Then let's everyone just go to war and let's just start invading countries and grab what we can at that point.
No.
There we go.
In 1960, well, this is what Gibbs literally argues for. In
I
1960,
mean, that's kind of what you're arguing
in
for.
1961, the CIA launched an invasion of Cuba called the Bay of Pigs. The intention was to take over Cuba and to overthrow the government. In 1962, the next year, the Soviets were going to send missiles to Cuba to defend itself. That was unacceptable to the U.S. We were willing to end the world. We were going to go to nuclear Armageddon. The Soviets will not put missiles in Cuba. Despite the fact, now, every argument you're saying...
and we took our missiles out of Turkey as a consequence of that.
Well, I know we did, right? But that was after a negotiated
That was an
settlement.
exchange.
Yeah, that was a negotiated settlement, but we had ships out there that were blocking the Soviet ships, our military ships, and we were saying, you will not put missiles in Cuba. Now, the Cubans could say, well, what guarantee do we have the Americans won't invade us again? There's no guarantee. And they would have been right. And still, it would not have been worth ending the world over. Sorry.
Hold on, actually, there's a big problem that you're not factoring in there, right? And that's that we have established U.S. policy dating back to 1780 or something, called the Monroe Doctrine, and we're not going to fucking let any goddamn country come float across our fucking area. And Russia is a prime example of Eurasian.
Yes, and Russia has a policy where they're not going to allow NATO missiles in Ukraine.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. I don't give two fucks about Russia's policy because I'm a goddamn patriot. They are a corrupt, backwards organization. Half their troops are dead. They're conscripts. They got a coup thrown on them by fucking one of their people. Yeah, they're a big enemy of ours. They're maybe the second biggest enemy after China. You're absolutely right. I think the third was good, but to sit here and go, ha ha, yeah, bro, it's the same situation. No, you're not.
Well, no, hold on, guys.
I mean, otherwise, I don't know, bro.
Can we be reasonable? Can we be reasonable? All right. Look, you got me defending Lactoid here, and like I feel like a mess. But what Lactoid has said so far, right? I've been doing a few other things, but from what I've heard Lactoid said, everything has been completely reasonable. Like, yeah, obviously, the Monroe Doctrine is a perfect example. We instituted the Monroe Doctrine because at the time it was the Europeans were really concerned about, right?
Well,
we were saying we don't want the great European powers to be influencing our part of the world, right? And so we declare, right? Teddy Roosevelt straddling the continent, right? We declare that all of this is ours, right? Like that was a cartoon, a political cartoon with them doing that. But anyway, right? But all of this is ours. And that's a statement to the rest of them. Stay out of here, right? This is our backyard. And if you do, we consider that a threat, right? And we'll take action against you. All right. Well, then we can extend that to Ukraine. We can do this, right? We can understand that there are other rational actors within the world, right? That Russia, rational actor, China, rational actor, and even people don't like when I say this, Iran, rational actor. Oh boy. But that when you threaten these individuals, when you put these weapons aimed directly at their capitals, right? Like from a country away, right? So they have basically no time to respond. That's like everyone knows they can be hit, right? Everyone knows that with intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? Everyone's aware of that. The thing that they're concerned about is lead time, right? Like how quickly can those missiles get here? So if the missiles are all along Canada, well, it's pretty quickly, right? But it's slower than if they're right there on Ukraine. So that's a big issue, and it's a provocation. It absolutely is. We can understand this. That's a provocation. We wouldn't accept it, just like Lactoid said. He was absolutely correct when he said if Canada joined or Mexico, like if there was a coup and Mexico joined, right, and they were staging Russian or Chinese assets, right, near our border, holy crap, right, already, but right, we're bombing. Before the planes even land, before they even beach their troops there, right, we've already invaded Mexico. We've already knocked them over. So we can extend that. Let's extend that to other actors and then have an intelligent discussion as to why they would behave in the way they are.
No, Russia.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. So if I understand it,
I
you're
got
saying
you,
like
but
Russia has a right to be annoyed with the fact that like its neighboring countries are joining the U.S. Like coalition, right, of like NATO, right? Like that. That's kind of
Just to be clear, like
Except NATO is no longer now a U.S. coalition, right?
no.
So it's actually now like a German and French coalition. I suppose you could
But
complain about that.
Well,
is that kind of like the dumbed
we
down
still
version?
we still provide the vast majority of
Yeah.
military, but
Is that the
regardless.
dumbed
Well, we
down?
won't
Is
be
that the
So
dumbed down
I'll,
version?
yeah, you're not wrong based on what I've been saying, but just to clarify,
Yeah.
when I'm talking about like I don't like the word right. The only reason I don't like the word right here is because
Right.
when I'm talking about rights, like I'm more
Did I say right?
you did, but you're not wrong to say so, right? What I'm saying is that it's not that like large powers have necessarily a right to do this. It's just that it's something that they do,
Oh,
right?
earlier.
Yeah.
Oh,
Large
okay. Yeah.
powers like like just
Might makes right. Might makes
geopolitically,
right.
yes, they like geopolitically, it is within like Prime was saying, it is within like a rational self actor's
Yeah.
motive here, especially if you're a large power, to
Mhm.
secure a sort of, especially militarily, like a protection zone around yourself. This is the U.S. has done this completely, entirely,
Yeah.
and in fact, we fucked in like Central and South America for a lot less than like military assets. We've done it because
Countries
they
need
didn't
to
accept our
operate.
fruit companies. I mean, we'll
Yeah.
go in there for no problem.
Yeah.
And we were willing to end the world when it comes to the Soviets. What I do think that people have a right to, and we get into the rights question, I do think that there is a certain right of self-determination that communities have, and then this goes into the motivations in 2014, right? Um, because yes, the 2022 invasion was, I think, the main purpose was Ukraine can't join NATO, but in 2014, right, the Russians going to Crimea was not necessarily because Ukraine was imminently going to join NATO. It was because there was an illegal coup, and the people in Crimea didn't want to be part of Ukraine. And if your country is illegally couped, I think you have the right to leave the country at that point.
Well, okay.
The people,
I want to.
right?
people.
Wait, the people are okay. Yeah, which is fine. So like, but I'm saying like for right. So, but then, so the people want to leave. Then you have the right to leave the country, sure. But then it doesn't give Russia the right to invade or take over that landmass just because those people want to be part of Russia.
Maybe if there's a coup, it depends, right? So let me ask you this:
That's why people don't want
when
Trump as president, and like,
sure, but let me ask you this: when the French sent military advisors to the United States when we had our War of Independence, was that acceptable?
wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that.
When the French sent military assets to the United States during our Revolutionary War, right? Lafayette and there were some others, and the Spanish were sending us weapons.
the Hessians.
Yeah, well, the Hessians were primarily with the British, but
Oh, sorry.
yeah, the Spanish and the French were helping us out. Was that acceptable? Was that okay?
I'm sure for Americans at the time.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of my position on this, right? The question of who is helping you, I think, is less relevant. Than
Wait,
the
so
question of do you have
Putin is
justification.
Lafayette in this case? Is that what you're
To,
saying?
Wait,
to the,
that's
to the
what- yeah,
Crimeans, arguably, there's more of a comparison there. Yes, I think so.
Wait, how did that apply? I'm sorry, I did not catch how that
So,
worked.
okay,
How that wrapped
let
together.
me give you like a very brief story, okay? You have an
Yes.
area called Crimea. 1996, they vote for, in order to have autonomy in a referendum. The referendum is successful. The central government in Kiev says, no, fuck you. We're not going to accept your autonomy referendum. Some time goes on. The UN does several polls on this. Crimea overwhelmingly wants to leave Ukraine and join Russia. But because their vote counts, they're part of the country, just because you have some people in a country that want to leave doesn't necessarily mean they get to take the land with them. Fair enough. 2014 happens, and the president that they overwhelmingly elected gets couped and replaced by the opposing party, which is like a pro-Western party. Do you think that? Let me just ask you a point blank question, right?
Well, hold on. That's not exactly it, right? Because there was an election after that, and the election took place. The everyone in Ukraine, like from west to east, was allowed to vote in that election, and they ended up voting in Poroshenko, and then
Crimea.
yeah, everyone. Well, no, if I mean the Russians were to the extent that the Russians were occupying it, then no, they weren't allowed to vote. Which is another reason why it's strange that they're now saying, "Oh, you have to hold elections now," when Russia clearly won't let Donbass vote in any elections in Ukraine. They can't have an election until their people are allowed to vote. But at any rate, regardless, I was willing after 2014, even after they took all that stuff, I saw that as a concession on Russia that they had lost, because the fact is, what for decades, Russia had been sending ethnic Russian people into Crimea, and then also like deporting the Tartars out of those areas so that they could turn that area into a majority sort of Russian area. It was ethnic cleansing, and when they took it back from Crimea after 2014, it was essentially an admission that they couldn't stuff the ballot with Crimean voters
Enough,
anymore.
if enough
So they
Americans,
took the land back.
and if
Just to be
enough
clear,
Americans want Sharia law in their counties and they vote for it, like, can they just like?
well, hold on, a couple things. First of all, just the peninsula was majority Russian in the 1950s, right? I agree with you. This sort of ethnic cleansing occurred.
No, it was Tartar. Yeah, it
Well,
was.
no,
It
no,
was.
by
It
the
was. It was
50s.
neither Ukrainian nor Russian.
Right,
It was. It was Tartar.
by the 50s, it was primarily Russian. Before then, yes, there was like a period of deporting Tatars.
I mean,
and
there was a
replacing
lot
them
of
with
ethnic
Russians.
cleansing that,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
So it was only primarily Russian
That
because
is dope.
Russia put ethnic Russian
but
people
again,
in
has
it.
been
yeah,
itching to
again,
get in.
before
Well, that'd
before
be
the
fun.
50s, before the 50s. But again, the question is like, at that point, I think you can make if you're like part of this land back movement and like you do these land acknowledgements to the Native Americans or whatever. I could like see the argument for you saying, well, it shouldn't be Russian, it should be Tatarstan, and the Tatars should be like given land there or whatever. Okay, there's like a valid argument there if you believe.
I mean, the
in, like,
ship
land
may have
back.
sailed on that.
But well, hold on. I agree with you. Actually, I think the ship has sailed on that to some extent. So now the question is, what do the people who live there and who have lived there want now? And the people who have lived there uh, do not want
After
to,
they've been
did not want to stay part of Ukraine
because they were
and
replaced.
Well,
again, no, this is a conversation
so
with what
well,
Aiko just said. It's too late to replace to bring the Tatars back.
And
The
It is
area,
too
the
late to
area,
bring
the
the
area
Tatars
was
back.
never.
I do think that.
The area was never majority Ukrainian.
so they
Ukrainian
just
has
did
always
what-
been a minority in that area.
Yeah, I know. And in the UK, it's been a majority Brits, and then like now all these Muslims are coming in from Afghan and Pakistan or whatever, and the demographics are changing and so on and so forth. It's like it's just because you infiltrated an area, you don't get to just like take the land because those people in that area don't want to be part of the country anymore. Just like Texas, if Texans are like, yo, we want to leave America, Americans are be like, all right, cool, you can leave, but you don't get to keep the land.
Well,
Hold on, wait. The U.S. did this.
Oh yeah, of course, Kibbs doesn't know about that.
We
We
part.
left the UK and we took we left the UK and we took the land.
Hold on.
Because we fought for the land on the ground, like they couldn't. Like, this is an island. That's a little bit different.
Islands also have land.
Like if no, so like if Texans want to secede, right? And we're like, all right, cool. As Texans, you can leave, but you can't take the land. We're not going to give you Texas as a country.
Totally different situation. We already fought our revolution. We won, first of all, and secondly, when we
You
signed
are a
the
United
agreement,
States
they were
country.
supposed to, like,
Shush.
secure ours. Basically, Texas runs the U.S. But hold on,
Shut up, American.
I'll use you a better example. Let's say like we took the Texan Apaches who were part of the Texas government, right? When we became our government, because they signed a treaty with us to fight against the Mexicans. What if we decided to go, hey, we see some land over here that used to be Texan Apache territory. That's native right. We're going to go and conquer, push to Mexico. Those people there would prefer us owning them because they're called. We're just making up some bullshit reason. All the reason why,
Yeah.
like, you hit the nail on the head earlier, Ollie, when you said this. It's just some bullshit reason, right? And this is why the mic makes right thing. I personally want Ukraine to go on because I have a financial interest in it, and it's good for me. Like, I will openly admit that. However, let's talk about what the prompt was real quick, because what you're arguing doesn't mean shit. Like, you're arguing about 6 layers of separation of like paperwork for bullshit reasons for countries to do something. When the real reason is they wanted it, they're taking it, right? That's the bottom line. Just like we have US-backed people here in Rwanda invading the Congo to take minerals out and selling them to us. We love it. We're big fans of
Gibbs,
imperialism.
the conversation's over because Russia's winning.
Hold on. Well, cool. Rwanda's beating the shit out of the Congo. Conversation's over. I love it. It works out for us on that end. It's bad for the Ukrainians on the end. Both of them can get fucked for all I care, except the one works better for me for the money. But here's my point, right? This is why I'm actually somewhat in favor of this, how Vance and Trump treated Zelensky, because it sends a broader message that, hey, you need to come in here and you need to prostrate yourself and you need to show the respect. And hey, we're not playing this game no more where y'all get to sit here and say, oh, we're going to be part of NATO and have 1.1% of our GDP go to Mexico. Spends 6.6% of their GDP on their military. They're not in NATO as far as I'm aware, right? But like they might as well be. They're probably more beneficial than fucking, I don't know, Italy. who does nothing for us. They don't put any money in there. They're just suckling at our teeth. I mean, and there's plenty of other. Greece is another one. We can go through the list.
When you say they're suckling at your teeth, like what
Hold
are
on,
they
I'm gonna
doing? They're
explain.
existing.
They're literally existing because we're allowing them to. The only reason they exist is because the U.S. military.
How is that
backing
suckling?
NATO
Because
and
suckling usually means extraction. You
Well,
see, just
they
existing is
are extracting.
extraction.
Yes, they are.
But what
because
can you give
all the money-
examples of
I
extraction?
will give you. I will give you examples. All the money we're spending is going basically to our military support to continue being funded for their existence. If we withdraw that and they can't fund it, guess what? They're just going to be
Wait, Gibbs.
Like,
But
this
America
whole-
wants its military in these countries. It wants its presence across the world, so
yeah,
it's funding
but
its
we
own
can
self
renego-
being
hold on,
a
we can rene-
presence.
Hold on, no,
Well,
no,
not anymore.
We can renegotiate
Well, I
that.
mean,
Gibbs,
sure,
can I-
but like,
let me Gibbs, let me give you an
individual
argument, Gibbs. Let me-
Hold on. Well, let me finish here. Okay, I waited for 30 minutes while y'all just.
He did.
you can go ahead, but you will like this argument. But go ahead.
Sure, you can add it on, but we can individually renegotiate, right? We're seeing like what Eichhoff said is coming true. It's never been an America-centric alliance. It's always been for the benefit of the European powers, and they've just been using us as a mercenary group to fund their wars and fight for them because they don't want to do it themselves.
I don't
They
think they're
outsource
using
it
us.
to us. That's
You-
a negative
Wait,
loss. Like
no.
they're not funding their stuff. They've got bad trade deals, and this is America sitting there going, no more, we're not doing it. And I like it because I think, guess what? We should be bullying these other countries, saying it's either our way or you don't get our support no more. And I like that. And I'm
I gave,
tired of, like,
I gave a concrete. I don't see how personally. I think you benefit from having the largest military and being essentially the military superpower of the world. You benefit. I gave at least in my mind.
No.
I gave a concrete example in my opening statement of like Biden pressured a Dutch company, ASML, which has a monopoly on extreme ultraviolet lithography, and to not sell it to China. Was that suckling, or like is that not an example of how
Yeah, we get to exert power.
I don't
Is-
think.
is that not an
wait,
example of
was
how-
the threat of military force behind that? Were we going to attack
Well,
the Netherlands?
we're gonna like
No,
invade
but
Netherlands,
the fact that you can approach them, as in you say,
No, hold up.
is that not even an example of
hold on,
prostration of like
Lactoid,
I think that's
you're
economic
telling
power.
could invade
No,
Panama.
wait.
and so
So,
part of
but no,
your
but the
military
threat
power is tied
exists.
to your economic power.
No, the threat exists though, Lactoid. Whether or not you openly say or you openly use that
To the
threat in the
Netherlands?
back to anyone at the very very bottom, right at the very bottom of what we're going to do, we would resort to violence, which is like a takeover or whatever it may be. So if you are part of if you are part of our coalition, whatever it may be, and we kind of hold the power, yeah, we don't have to say that we'll take you over, we'll invade you, or we'll go to war, or we'll defeat you. However, it's always there. It's always in the back of your mind that like we do have the ability to. So it's kind of like everything is approached with that.
Look, we could cut our military budget in half and still be the number one power.
Greece, for example, Greece literally only exists because NATO exists. If NATO didn't
Yeah.
exist, Greece as a country would fall. They're bankrupt. They don't contribute anything to the military. They would basically fall apart like tomorrow if the EU and NATO didn't support. Right?
Yeah,
So
which is
you're-
that benefits us
That's
though.
arguably not true,
So-
Gibbs.
So
Let it be true for his argument. It still benefits us.
You're
Because
sitting
the
here
loans
going,
are predatory
it
from the
benefits
EU.
us. What if we just let them just fall apart, right? Instead of us keep funding this perpetually, like that, maybe let them fall apart, and then hey, if America sees some parts of Greece we like, we just carve them up and keep them. And
But
guess
that's not what's going to happen if we just back off and let America
Tell me.
because if we just back off and let Greece fund for itself, the neighboring country, you know, the big boy that we're afraid of is going to wait. If
We're not
I'm going to
invading
play with
Greece.
I'm gonna play in your world. Why engage with the hypothetical, man?
Why?
You all because
No, it's unrealistic. I'm not engaging with it.
I engage with yours. I engage with yours anyways. I engage with all
Don't believe
hypotheticals
it.
because
I don't believe it.
I am the centrist and the smart one. Hold up,
Greece
wait.
isn't worried about that because there is no military threat. Because
Wait.
they're using us as their mercenaries.
Wait, no,
There
they're
is
not.
no
They're
military
not
threat.
using us as their mercenaries.
Yes, they
Right
are.
now,
NATO-wise.
right now, these countries, the only relation they have, the only good saving grace America has in terms of like PR with them is that the fact that we defend them. Okay, sure, let's strip that defense of Greece, for example. Right now, Greece is defenseless. It doesn't have any money, whatever it may be. It's a failing nation. It's up for grabs. We're not gonna go invade Greece when Russia will probably want to invade Greece, seeing as though it's up for grabs, it's closer, it has better access, so on and so forth. The reason the reason it's beneficial for us, for your sake, not even for my sake, I don't like the American imperialist thing, but for your sake, we're militarily in every single one of these countries, and yes, they do kind of bow down to us. We may give them money, but that's because we have a lot of fucking money to give. That's what we are doing. It seems to be our export is military and cash.
Hold on, do we pay them for our military bases being there?
I don't fucking know.
Yes, we do. What we
I'm
should be
sure.
doing is they should be paying us for our military bases being there. See the problem here?
But we benefit from having our bases there.
Hold on, maybe. Like I
maybe.
No, hold on, Gibbs. I could see that if we're actually protecting a nation, right? Just because we have military bases, isn't there like they're there for protection, right?
Sure,
they could just be
true.
there for
influence.
Force projection, right? Like, hey, we want to be able to project force in this area, right? Like in places like
Djibouti should pay us,
like in Chad or something, right? We have like bases in like in East Africa, and the point is that like it's less for protecting them and like coming out and making anything happen if they get invaded. It's more force projection. There was that base.
You have influence in the land.
Was it the one in
Djibouti,
the?
for example? Djibouti basically exists because of our military base there, right?
I don't know.
Djibouti should pay us. Well, but that's where Africa.
Dog, why do you hold on? Wait, Gibbs. Why, like in a real, maybe hyperbolic sense, whatever? Why do you think that we're just propping up these countries? Like, do you think it's just because for the shits and gigs and because we have like the most empathetic country in the world?
No, I think that's because we've entered this fake sense, and I wish Ike was here. I hope he can hear me. I think we've entered this fake sense of international rules-based order where people don't want to say, "Hey, I actually control them." So, like, instead we prop up a government of Djibouti, which is basically just us with a face, an African face. Right?
I don't know about.
I wish we would just be like, "There's no African face. We own Djibouti. You're a U.S. colony. Congratulations."
Yeah, but wait. But we okay. You understand though, like even though we're the strongest military power, the world can't just operate like that, right? It can't operate at. Why not? Because because then we just have perpetual war. Because then we just have perpetual war. That's literally it. We have to have some type of civility. Like it is a world. We live in a world. There must be society. There must be civility. like there has to be.
They're not mutually exclusive.
So I don't know enough about Djibouti to make a statement.
I don't know anything about Djibouti. I'm not going to comment on the conflict.
I've been
if there is a conflict there. I'm assuming there is.
It's not a conflict. No,
it's Africa, but I'm sure there's a conflict somewhere. Okay, I don't know.
We use it to invade Somalia. That's what we use it for.
As always, I'm a lifelong a student of the booty, but I don't know about.
How am I the most educated?
Okay, but anyway, whatever, it's fine. But let's we can. That was a bad trick. All right, moving on. But I want to go back to what said about like the Netherlands, right? You said like the Netherlands being invaded, right? Like that seems ridiculous. Well, like I would argue that like because you said like this was an exertion of economic power onto this company, right? And I would say the economic is the military, right? Like these two things are equal. I mean,
they're related. There's a relationship between the two.
There is a very tight relationship, right? Our economic power is in so many ways based on our military power, right? Like the fact that we can have such a military that can force favorable trade deals, right? Like what's happening now in Ukraine, right? It's happened all across the world where we can force that, or countries they want that power. Either they don't want it projected against them or they don't want it taken away, right? In terms of protection, they will deal with us. They will they'll change their economic system so that like New York is the center of the economic world, right? They'll like make sure that they acquiesce to US laws and regulations, right? To get access to US banks because we force that to be the center of the world economics, right? Like these things come hand in hand with being the economic military power. That doesn't happen to any other country, right? That isn't the imperial core, right? You don't get to have to leverage. You don't have anything to leverage.
It's a cost benefit analysis, right? Like, yeah, I agree that there are certain and protecting trade routes and also like there are certain things you get when you're a
Mhm.
military superpower. But there's also like a expense that comes with being a military superpower and organizing so much of your economy around the military, right? And and you can just look at countries that have an extremely high military spending per capita in terms of total GDP, right? I mean, North Korea accomplishes not much compared to other countries because so much of their GDP is dedicated to military spending. Um,
Mhm.
right? I mean, right now you have
There
Ukraine
might
and
be other
Russia.
factors at play
I'm,
as
I'm sure there's other
well.
factors as well, but that's part of it, right? When you have people
Yes.
and assets and capital tied up in developing shit to kill people, they're not developing shit that makes life easier, right? You got people at a factory building bombs, they're not building cars. They're not building toothbrushes, whatever the fuck. And so
Mhm.
um, it's just a question of scale. And the question is, in my mind, I think the United States, when you look at how much we spend on the military, it is absurdly disproportionate compared to where everyone else is. And I think that we could survive by slimming down a little bit. And I think one way we start by slimming down a little bit is we look at this war that's ongoing, where we've given 200 billion, just under 200 billion dollars. Trump says 350. He's all over the place. It's just I think it's 183 billion dollars, something around there, when you factor in all we've given, and that's a lot of fucking money, right? And it's for one conflict in which hundreds of thousands of people have been killed, and it's ongoing, and people are being drafted, and it's a humanitarian nightmare. And far more people have died in this conflict than in Israel Palestine. The only reason I'm pointing that out is because I don't think it got, and now it's getting talked about because Zelensky and Trump got into a fight. But beforehand, people didn't really seem to want to didn't really want to talk about it as much. People didn't seem to talk about it as much as other conflicts. But if you look at the overall body count, I think it deserves to be talked about more. And I think it's important
Hold on,
to look at it as the
actually,
humanitarian
People didn't.
disaster that it is.
hold on, actually. If you were to say that, then let's. I got to push back on this, right? So, what's the biggest war since World War II, like body count wise? Do you know? I only found this out a couple
Give me a
weeks ago.
second. Biggest war since World War II, body count wise.
The war on drugs.
Good. Ooh, good answer.
No, it's
But
the
but an
great.
actual like
What they're
geopolitical
calling.
conflict. I don't know, Vietnam. That the U.S. is
They're
involved in.
calling it no, just in general. Like people dying on both sides. Why? I'll tell you because
Probably
I
some
didn't
war
know
in
this.
Africa.
Yeah, the Great African War is what they call it, or World
I
War in
fucking knew
Africa,
it.
right? Yeah, and so it was basically Rwanda's been involved, in the DRC. They've been fighting back and forth. There's Zaire for a while, and the Allies keep switching sides, yada yada. Well, the Rwanda is the Western ally now. They provide more troops than any other country in Africa to the UN peacekeepers. Right? They've taken over security contracts as the French have left. They basically become the French and American proxy in a lot of African stuff. Right? What they've done is they've now invaded the DRC, and they've had their proxy militia literally do the same thing that the militias did in Crimea, where they're saying they're protecting ethnic Tutsis. And then they went in there and they took over, and now they own all the rare earth mines. And now Rwanda, who doesn't even have any resources as far as we know, this is now the number 2 producer of rare earth minerals after the Congo or some shit in the region, right? Okay, interesting, right? However, we're not going to sit here. You can't sit here and say, oh, like your position and be like, oh, there's so many more people have died in this war. Oh, this is such a big war. When you didn't give a shit about the Congo, you don't give a shit not the Congo. You didn't give a shit about the Rwanda, the Tutsis, and we're sitting here arguing because at that point you're just being a hypocrite. At least what I'm
No,
doing is saying,
Gibbs.
hey, I support the countries that are bringing us the
No, no, no,
bacon.
no, no, no.
Rwanda's
Hold
bringing
on,
us the
Gibbs.
bacon.
This is unfair.
Ukraine's a net loss.
Or
in some regards,
this is
not to me, but to some people.
I'll explain why this is unfair. This is unfair because I'm not as educated in this conflict as you appear to be. I'm not as educated on Israel Palestine as some people are, right? I'm more educated on this conflict, and so I speak more on this conflict. If you want to talk about that subject and say, look, not enough Americans are paying attention to this because look at the body count. It's more than Ukraine and Israel put together, right? This is like a humanitarian nightmare. Here's where the U.S. is involved. Here's where we should stop being involved. This is like where US aid is covertly involved in like
Body count, all
funding
that matters.
propaganda and all that shit. Yeah, if you wanted to bring all that shit up, I would listen. I would be.
Yeah,
I
you
would.
would listen, but
The
body count is
problem
like
is,
the end all be all. If the body count isn't high enough, if it doesn't
Body
match
yeah,
count's
the
not
the
the
problem is the
end all
body.
be
That
all.
can't be the
Body count's
argument.
not the end all be all. But I think it is relevant when we're talking about like how much we should care. Like this conflict has a significantly high body count, and it involves a direct conflict with a nuclear power in which we are funding the direct opposition to a nuclear power. And we've been, like through USAID and other NGOs, uh, providing aid to Ukraine for a while now, right? And we're directly involved. We have PMCs on the ground there, right? Have you ever seen these combat videos? Half of them are speaking with an American accent.
Well,
So
I mean,
you go. You
so,
go
I mean, what's your,
next.
what's your point with that? I mean,
No, I'm about
I
to say
don't
like
understand. Like,
And
if you
the point is we're
you're
involved, and Trump is saying maybe we should be less involved. And I think, given the circumstances, like we should be less involved unless we can get some kind of lasting peace, or some kind of
So
like we can end the
I
bloodshed.
mean, sure, but then so we're gonna get less involved here, but more involved in the Middle East.
I would agree with
We're gonna
ceasefires in
trade
Gaza.
bodies.
No, no,
No, I know that you agree. Yeah, you agreed to cease, but his plan is to go to the Middle East, try to take over Gaza
horrible
to some
plan.
extent.
Horrible plan.
I understand that it's a horrible plan, but like you're saying that, well, his plan over here is to try to create peace in
It's good.
Ukraine. But yeah, I know, but then the other plan is a horrible plan in the Middle East. So it's like it's the same guy with the
Well, hold
two.
on.
Yeah,
So
I'm
here's
betting the
the
second plan won't
contradictory
happen.
plans.
I'm betting it won't happen. I really hope it doesn't happen.
So hold on. Here's the issue, right? Um, isn't well. I'm not gonna speak for everyone else here, right? It seems like lots of people have different ideas in this panel, and I'm glad everyone we got like a different opinions. But my issue with how Trump is doing this, right? That this is a mess. It's a mess, right? Like, so, like, if you want peace, okay, great, right? But first of all, I've always heard Republicans say peace through strength. Okay, well then, what that looks like in this situation is having leverage for the negotiating table, right? Now, that was Biden's line, but Biden never actually like seemed to have gone to the negotiating table. That's what his problem was.
Wait.
Is that like, hold on, Ali?
Yeah, after when you're done.
Yeah, sure. Like he never actually went to the negotiating table. Um, and like, uh, what's happening is Trump is like forcing us to go to a negotiating table, which in itself isn't a bad thing. That in itself is not bad. But the way this is happening, what kind of peace can be leveraged, Lactoid, with Russia at this point? Where like they must be cheering in Moscow, right? When one they saw that blow up in the White House, like the Trump saying, "Well, you're just going to get run over by Russia if you aren't
If you're
supported
not
by
with us,
us."
yeah,
Uh,
it's true.
yeah, yeah. Hold on, but this is not what you would do in a diplomatic situation. The reason why you don't hear this was extraordinary because you don't hear this type of talk in this way. This would be between partners, right? Maybe a heated conversation behind closed doors, right?
Yeah.
But you don't put that out there now because when we are finally in the negotiating table, in it, next to it with the Russians, right? Then they have a stronger hand. They have leverage, saying that well, your partner Ukraine has abandoned you, and as the world knows, like you have nothing without them. And so why should we listen? We're going to be dictating to you what the terms are, rather than having any sort of co-equal partnership, not partnership, but like participants here. Like we're in charge because you have no leverage. Your partner's already abandoned you. What we could say here instead, right? What you would do, you could have like the exact same stance Trump has, right? Like you could America first, right? We don't want to deal with this anymore. We're getting out. But you say that to Zelensky behind closed doors, like this is bullshit, needs to end, right? But you come to the negotiating table at their side, telling the Russians, look, if you don't want to drag this war out anymore, and we don't want to drag this war out anymore. We will if we have to, right? Because we stand with our ally here. So let's find some sort of common ground and settle this deal, right? That's the way to do it, rather than saying out in public, yeah, your interlocutor, I don't know, your opponent on the other side of that negotiating table, they have no leverage.
So
They're nothing,
I disagree
right?
with this.
Correct?
I know I disagree for a couple things. First of all, the military situation of Ukraine is like leaving aside any of Trump. Like Russian intelligence knows more about the military situation in Ukraine than anything that Trump said there at that meeting, right? The news agencies, Western media, is talking in more detail about what the military situation is in Ukraine than that. And I'll explain. Give me a second. I'm getting to the.
No, I know. I know.
So yeah,
I
and
agree
so
with you, but I
right,
already agree with
yes,
you on that.
yes, and so they know the manpower issues. They know the fact that Ukraine is relatively well equipped, but they're having difficulty getting people for their military. This is well known. JD did point this out during the press conference, but I
Bad
actually
idea.
disagree. I think that Trump, by doing that, demonstrates that he's serious about coming to some kind of agreement in order to resolve this, and that he is going to leverage pressure against Ukraine to come to the negotiating table. Because remember, they before this, Ukraine said we're not going to accept any peace unless we get Crimea back.
Leverage
But
against Ukraine.
hold on,
Yes,
but
yes,
here's the problem here.
convincing them to
You,
come to an agreement. You probably
and
got to
this is
convince
where our
Ukraine more than Russia
framing
at this point.
and this is where our framing is different, right? You're saying, "Hey, I want to get to end this conflict no matter what, right? As soon as possible,
Well,
as
not no
an
matter
expedited."
what.
Okay, right? Yeah, you're not going to let the Russians genocide the rest of Ukraine. Fair enough,
Yeah, I
right?
wouldn't let all
Okay,
of Ukraine join Russia. Yeah.
sure, understood. I hear you, right? I'm not saying that flippantly, but like
Why?
you are saying that, but you want some sort of expedited end to this war. What I want is something equitable for the Ukrainian people, acknowledging all the things that you said previously, right? In terms of like succession and
Yeah.
like
What would
you know
look
the coup and
equitable?
all that. I acknowledge that, and equitable is tough to figure out in this situation, right? But we don't get there if it's made clear on the international stage that if I'm Ukrainian, right, that our biggest backer is abandoning us and
No,
loudly and is
that's not what was
uh
said. What was said is if you
Literally what it looked
no
like.
they
It's what it
no
literally
looked
stopped
like.
no. What
sending
was said is
You gotta stop.
what was said is without us you don't have cards. With us you still have cards. What that's telling telegraphing to the Russians is you make a deal with us and we'll get Ukraine to come along with it. As opposed to Ukraine can go on without us. So why even bother negotiate with Americans at this point?
no
They can't
no
quote
no
unquote call off their dog.
wait hold on no they already hold on. Like you said previously, right? It was known what Ukraine's military situation
Yeah,
is.
I agree.
The
This
problem here,
nothing was really
sure,
telegraphed. Sure.
I agree with you on that part, right? They knew that, right? The leverage point is the alliance, though. It's the alliance between America and Ukraine. If America is just about to abandon Ukraine, that's where all their leverage goes. Yes, you're right, correct. That the Russian military officers already knew all these things, but doing this, and doing it in public, right?
Yeah.
Like that destroys any. If
You
you don't
give
care,
bro
if you
the
No,
precedent of the
if
peace
last year,
talk.
I think that
if
needs to be
last
made clear to the
if
Ukrainian people.
if you
I think it's a
care
fair point to
very
make.
little about the Ukrainian uh uh like uh Ukraine getting completely hosed in this deal. Like you said, you don't want all of Ukraine to be taken over. Sure, but that's not on the table. Fair enough, right? But like but there's still bad deals that can happen, right? There's still a number of scenarios where Ukraine ends out like in a far worse position that could have then could have otherwise been negotiated, right? We can't have there may be no guarantees that Russia doesn't try this again, right? There's a whole list of things that can happen. If you don't care about that, then everything that's happened is fine. Then I agree with you, right? But for the rest of us, like I said, I was saying my problem. That's where I started off with. My problem with this is that I actually do care about what happens to Ukrainians, right? I think Russia was in the wrong for invading, understanding the secession thing, but that's a separate matter. And Russia didn't need to invade for the Ukrainians to settle that matter with them, right? Russia decided to invade themselves into that foreign country, and we shouldn't be, in terms of the global community, rewarding them for expanding their borders. Right? That's literally the exact wrong message you want to be sending. Right? So the best way to do this, with looking at reality, is to come together with the Ukrainians hand in hand at the table, letting them know behind closed doors, absolutely, we're going to get this deal. It's going to happen within a year. This is going to end, right? This is happening. Um, but putting forward a face that says, we are standing with our ally. That's the way of doing it.
Look, I understand your argument. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, I think that what's more important here to show is that, especially when the U.S. is having direct negotiations with Russia outside of Ukraine, to demonstrate that the U.S. has leverage over Ukraine at this point, and that the U.S. can, quote unquote, again, I'm not calling them dogs or whatever, but call off their dog in the sense of that the U.S. is willing to put teeth behind any kind of agreement they make here. And so what I want to see is if the U.S. comes to Russia and says, look, let's negotiate, and it better be fair, because if it's not fair, then we're going to keep on supporting Ukraine. We're not going to pull our funding. But
do you think they're doing that?
But we will pull our funding if the Ukrainians don't play ball with an agreement that we think is fair.
Do you think you're doing the first part? It's the second part we're doing. But do you think they were doing the first part, saying to
Are we
Russians
tough guying? Are we big
Yeah.
broing Russia? Are we big broing Russia at all?
Yes. I think that any negotiation with Russia, if Russia comes to the table with like absurd proposals, that the United States will say, sorry, this is just ridiculous, right? Every negotiation it is a negotiated settlement for a reason.
I'm asking you though, like, what have you seen in public, right? And like, obviously, none of us are behind closed doors.
Of JD Vance punking out.
But like, yeah, what have you seen in public that would indicate to you that we are being tough on Russia in this situation?
Like I said, I don't see. So when it comes to being tough in Russia, I mean, what is besides funding the death of their own soldiers? Like, what does being tough in Russia here mean?
Use the same language. I'm gonna say use the same language. JD Vance can look at
okay. So we go to
JD Vance can look dead in the face and tell the guy like, without us, you're nothing. You can look at we're starting World War III.
Yes, because
they're not. We can't seem to say it to the big boys.
Because without us, they are still something.
Or Russia isn't starting World War III.
No. Because without us, they are still something. You don't go to a winning power in a war and say, "Ha ha, little bro." They're going to say, "Fuck you." We're going to keep on winning.
No, wait. So we have all these other countries in NATO, right? Which like Russia will not accept Ukraine being in NATO, God forbid.
Correct.
But the smaller countries lift. Who the fuck is if we are the big boy? Who the fuck is Russia to tell us that Ukraine can't join NATO? Why? What's Russia going to do? Invade the country and go to war with America? Do we not have any That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying but you can be this open and cocky with the smaller country that is in need. And you can flex your power and when you have a small power, everyone's like, oh look, we're flexing our power. You're never flexing your power to the powerful countries. You're only flexing your power to the weak countries.
No, when you have a small power that's losing, that's coming to you repeatedly looking for money and looking for, with hat in hand, looking for assets, right? Is looking for shit from you, and is being entirely obstinate as to any plan for peace. They're making demands that are absolutely insane. While you have Russia, on the other hand, which so far has kept the exact same demands, basically, since the beginning of the war, besides, I guess, the 4 territories that they've annexed. But we're talking last year now at this point. Like, their red lines, they've made absolutely clear they're not going to make peace with, like, if these red lines are crossed. Now, you can play tough with them on other things, sure. Like, but then again, the question is, like, what?
You're not, but that's the thing. You're not being tough when you have the weaker country, that the losing country, and then you're sitting here and you're putting stipulations on them. You're not being tough. You're kind of just siding with the winning countries, right? So in the same way that almost everything you listed that we keep giving money that they don't really listen, so on and so forth, was true of Israel, but we don't do anything tough to them because they're the winning side. So that's really all it is. Like we keep funneling money. We keep funneling.
Play tough with Israel.
There's a big difference.
We don't play tough with Israel.
Sorry, that's not why we don't play tough with Israel.
There's a big difference here between Israel and Ukraine. One, Israel, their economy is way higher. Like, do you realize sociologically that Haiti is a bigger trading partner?
They're the winning side.
No, hold on. Haiti is a bigger trading partner with the U.S. than Ukraine was up until like 2022. Like, it doesn't.
We're not partnered with Ukraine because we're not partnered with Ukraine because they have a large GDP. It's an anti-Russia thing.
Hold on. Hear me out here. There is something to be said for whenever a country that's not a NATO member, that's not a trading partner, is only existing because we are funding their war effort. And they're fighting their war effort with U.S. tech, U.S. PMCs. They only are existing because basically it's predominantly funded by us with a little help from the rest of the NATO, right? So if NATO doesn't want Russia doing this, then they should be stepping up and funding this, because this is a European first problem, right? This is not an America first problem. This is a European first problem.
It is an America first problem. We are the superpower. power, where the
hold on,
police.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I agree that Russia is a big issue, right? However,
I know.
these people need to step up and do something because I think we can
They
spend our money
can't.
more effectively countering them other places a lot of times. And whenever you have a blank check just being written to Ukraine, and they're not even willing to sit here and be humble and like supplement themselves, like whatever, they prostrate themselves towards us,
Yep.
and they want to sit here and call Zelensky a bitch after he fucking got kicked out of the White House for misbehaving like a toddler and throwing a tantrum. Sorry, you don't get to do that.
Gibbs,
You
who do
have
you who do,
to-
who do you
and
who, wait, wait, who
somebody-
do you want
no,
to
no,
do?
hold
Who
on.
do you want to
After
do
you-
something
hold
about
on.
it? Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
I'm almost done. Whenever you get thrown out because you're acting like a toddler, after we
wasn't.
get paid for all your,
That's
you
not
know,
what
nonsense.
happened.
after hold
That's
on,
nonsense.
after we have been funding your war,
That's
I'm
nonsense.
sorry, you're gonna
How
get a
There
smack
were
on the butt.
toddlers in that
I'm
room, but it
sorry.
was
Gibbs,
Sorry,
Gibbs, you
all
gotta
the
stop
vibe.
saying
I'm
funding.
sorry.
You got it. You
Right?
Wait.
Like,
Where is hardball
was-
between
that's what he was
2022
saying.
and 2025? Where is hardball fuck the Russians led to any kind of substantive negotiations with the Russians? Are you lagging out or is it
Ali,
mine?
are you still there, Ali?
Yeah,
Ali, did you lag out?
I'm coming
Uh-oh.
back. I love
The Russians are getting them.
coming
No.
back.
No, this is the Ukrainians. Look what they did to Coach Redfield.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Well,
I'll tell you where playing hardball paid off was when we let the three Baltic state nations come in to NATO, and Russia didn't do shit about it. We played hardball. We won big time on that one. Finland and Norway just joined as a result of the war that we just had now. Russia didn't do shit about it. We won big time with those two people being. NATO was able to expand itself twice by playing hardball against Russia and allowing these countries to
But
join.
I'm saying
expand
hardball.
itself.
I'm saying
Big wins.
I'm saying hardball again. When we're talking about the Baltic states, we're talking about a period of time in which Russia was neutered. They were unable to stop us from basically doing whatever we wanted, including breaking.
Well, we just
informal...
added two major countries on top of that.
I understand that Russia was also unable to stop us from doing that.
Right. Right.
But again, in this particular situation where they are invading Ukraine and they are winning Ukraine, and they've set red lines in the sand in Ukraine, and between 2022, which is the large-scale invasion, obviously the war's been
All right,
going
I think I'm back.
since 2014. Since the war's been going on since 2014, but the large-scale invasion began in 2022. Between 2022 and 2025, from the Biden administration, the rhetoric has always been, fuck the Russians, Putin's a war criminal, Putin's to blame, the Russians are evil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Has that led to any kind of substantive discussion? And by the way, in Ukraine they cannot be beaten. Ukraine, like the ghost of Kiev, the casualty ratio is 1 to a million. It's crazy. How has this rhetoric led to any kind of substantive negotiations for ending this conflict?
We doubled the amount of territory in terms of like linear like border abutments that we have, mostly because of Finland, but in part because of Norway as well. Basically doubled the border area in which we go next to Russia. So I mean the Baltic states are now almost entirely.
I'm talking about
sort of
resolving the
NATO-owned.
war, not adding Finland to our alliance.
No, you asked whether playing hardball got us any gains, and those were major gains.
Yeah, in terms of any kind of negotiations here to resolve this conflict.
Well, that's just it. If you're relying on Russia to agree, then no, we're not going to get that. What we're going to get is we're just going to have to take it, right? And when I say that, the countries involved are going to have to want it, right? It's not like we annexed Finland and Norway in those maneuvers. They wanted to join NATO. We allowed them to join NATO. We gained their consent first. And through that, we were able to gain way more territory than Russia ever could think of to have gotten through without any consent.
Sure. What's the solution? So again, peace on the ground in Ukraine right now, and you're saying just take it. Like, what are you referring to specifically?
No. I'm saying we took what we took was the consent of Finland and Norway. We gained more territory there than we lost in Ukraine.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm saying within Ukraine.
And also keep in mind that keep in mind, Ukraine itself was Russian. The maneuver that Russia did, this was in the 70s, was Russia gave Crimea to Ukraine so that
56.
so that they could. So that they did that so that whenever votes would happen, there'd be enough ethnic Russians in there to make the entire country vote pro-Russian instead of pro-Western. So the fact that they took back the areas that they had stuffed with ethnic Russians, but they still had to give up the areas where the majority of Ukrainians wanted to be independent from Russia, and they couldn't get it through the vote anymore. They were getting it through the vote up until then, but they no longer could. That was a concession on Russia's part. That was them admitting that they could no longer get the majority of Ukrainians to vote for them.
Sure.
And
Look,
so instead,
I
they
don't
just
disagree.
took by force what they couldn't take through democratic vote.
I don't disagree that this whole fiasco has been an overall loss. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
But again, my question is, when we're looking at the ground right now, when you have a country that is winning on the battlefield, right, specifically gaining territory, and if they, let's say, do their shift does become parabolic and they make it to Kiev or whatever, an institute, then we're way
No,
back.
they're not. It's going the other way around. They're starting
is not
they're
going
starting
the
to
other way.
lose. They're starting to lose territory in Donbass now, and also they haven't been able to take back their territories in Kursk.
No, they have
At this
consistently
point,
made
and,
gains
and
in Kursk
also
and Donbass.
and also
Wrong.
most of that is the river, the Dnipro River is a hard barrier that the Russians are not going to be able to cross there either. So I think probably what
Is
you're going to
Ukraine
see.
worth going to war over? Like
If they take everything east of the Dnipro River, I mean, you're talking enough. Ukraine's like completely totaled at that point. You're talking a complete sweep at that point. Is Ukraine worth going to war over? No.
They already have.
That's my
virtually
question to
everything on
you guys.
Wait.
Do you want American
Yeah.
boots on the ground over this shit?
No.
No.
No. Wait.
But maybe Polish boots on the ground.
No,
Is
not Polish.
is
boots on the
Latvia
ground.
Maybe Polish.
is Latvia worth going to war over?
If Latvia is invaded, we are legally obligated to go to war for them. Yeah.
But is it worth going to war over? Like, should we go to war over Latvia?
I mean, we should, because we have legal obligations to. Whether or not I would be whether I would have agreed to put Latvia in NATO.
Belarus.
Belarus is not part of our sphere. They're
No, but they are being annexed. They're next to be annexed.
Yeah, so
They're being-
that's what I'm saying is like if so we
I
concede
would not go
right
to
now.
war for Belarus, no.
I know you would. We concede right now to Russia. Ukraine doesn't join NATO. You get your peace that you're talking about. Once again, I promise you this peace I can guarantee is temporary, because there's probably a greater Russia plan. I'm sure of it. Every country has their greater expansion plan. So
then they want to merge with Kaliningrad so they can get their warm water port in the Baltic.
Then when they go into Belarus,
Which means they need to take Poland.
No, they're not. What?
When they go into Belarus, we're gonna have the same
Poland
issue,
wants that fight,
and it's
though.
gonna be, oh my God, Belarus. We're gonna see Belarus flags everywhere. All the money's gonna go to Belarus. We're gonna be in the beginnings of the war. America.
because
no, Belarus is part of a military alliance with
the
Russia.
Belarusian leader is pro-Russian.
They are part of. They are legally bound to in a military alliance.
Now there may
with
be
Russia.
a revolution in Belarus.
And I wonder who would sponsor that.
Listen, all I'm saying is, obviously we can, you can look at Russia and just tell that there's a greater Russia expansionist plan.
I know they keep putting their country around a military bases. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So all I'm saying is we secede now, and it doesn't look like Trump is buddying up to the Ukraine the same way that the same way that Biden was. We weren't buddying. Well, let me finish my statement. We're seceding now. Russia's only going to be like, well, look, they don't want to spend the money to defend these lands. They clearly don't care enough to wrap them in. They're not worth going to war over. We're going to get our little deal. We're going to go in. And that's kind of why the Ukraine and the president's like, hey, we need defense. So to Gibbsy, to your point, is like, why don't all the other countries in NATO come in and join in and defend? Because, Gibbs, the surrounding countries are Belarus, Poland, I don't know about these military powers in Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia. I don't think they have great military powers. So I don't think they can.
Well, they're NATO.
Who?
And the Baltic states all said they want to go in.
They do want to go in, and so does Poland.
So does Poland. They all want to go fight on their own. But hold on. So it's already coming up, Wally. Here's the thing, right?
Russia can't take them either.
We kind of moved on from something I wanted to maybe examine a little more in that I brought up in my opening, which is that I think Trump is doing this, and this is like I said, I on paper, and I have been an avid supporter of the Ukraine war effort, right? I've said it many times. I still am right now, currently. Now, I also am a fan of how Zelensky got treated because he acted like a fucking toddler. I don't care what y'all say. He should have got some powder on his bottom and spanked and sent on home. And they should have got the eighth funding cut so he could go home and think about his actions. I'm all for all these things that happen. Now, I hope it resumes because I'm anti-Russia. However, I do think there is something that we didn't really examine, and I brought up the WWE thing. And the reason I brought that up is because we have him in a close relationship. We have him, Linda McMahon, in the administration. Now, she's not on the foreign policy side, but I think that based off what Trump's own
Linda
writings,
McMahon's in the administration.
yeah,
Yeah,
well, yeah,
Small
I think she
Business
works for Department of
Association.
Education.
She
Yeah,
or
yeah.
no, she's
Anyway,
yeah.
so yeah, we go into that later, but she's qualified for whatever job she's got. I think it's education, whatever. What my point is though is that we can see that his thinking is similar in aspect to like these people's, right? We know that he's got a close relationship with WWE. We know that based off his own writing, he's said chaos creates opportunity, right? That's when you like buy low, sell high kind of thing. So what I almost am thinking is that he sees opportunity to renegotiate things and use his like reputation as a maverick, as a like rogue cannon to make these people go, oh, I don't know what Trump's gonna do. And he's like, will he pull out of NATO? We need to all meet these demands, so he doesn't do it. Oh, he just spanked the Ukraine right on the ass and told them you're gonna do what we want. Like, well, we better come up and negotiate so he doesn't come play hardball with us. Like, I think that he sees a chance, and even if it all fails, like falls apart in a worst case scenario, I think he's going. I like our chances as the world superpower that a new world order forms around us and a more America centric world order than the current one, which seems to still
Oh,
be
wait a
Euro
minute.
based.
So Gibbs, multiple things here. One, first,
Sure.
Sean, thank you for gifting a YouTube
That's a lot of
membership.
theory crafting, but we got it.
Much appreciated. Sean regularly helping the channel. And guys, if you're on YouTube and you want to submit a question, super chats. They'll take a question. If you're in YouTube land, you want to submit a question, you can you can do so through bits. Like $100. Sorry, $100. $100 would be nice, but I mean 100 bits. Excuse me, I meant to say like 100 bits.
Don't discourage $100.
I certainly won't. I certainly won't. But consider doing that, or subbing to the channel, getting bits, or getting subs, or following the channel. If you haven't done that yet, consider hitting the follow button. We'd love to have you. We have these conversations all the time. Now, back to Gibbs. Yeah, like uh, I don't I don't know how this makes America stronger. That part, like, I'm very confused on the world stage, right? Now I get what Lactoid is saying. Lactoid saying, well, I just want to disengage from this war, right? I don't want taxpayer dollars going to this, right? End it now,
Death and
end it
destruction.
end it in some sort of what do you mean death by death and destruction?
No, I said like I want to end like our taxpayer money. I want to end the death. I want to end the destruction.
Okay, sure.
Open up
Fair enough.
more markets, help the stocks, help out lower inflation, all that
Okay.
good stuff.
I don't know how. Okay, so I'll have to deal with that later. But anyways, but for the most part, maybe I'll say I understand what Lactoid is saying. But I don't understand how Trump's actions here equals a stronger America in terms of our footprint on the world stage.
Okay,
Like that's
I
the
can see the
part.
crack in
So
the
like
line.
so yeah. So let me just like lay out my problems and then you can address those. Right. Like it seems to me that like at this moment, right, from what we can reasonably forecast, with the like with the information we have now, right, is that the U.S. has on multiple fronts shown that it wants to give Russia an advantageous deal. That it said like we're not going to we're going to cease our cyber attacks against Russia, which might be a good thing, right? There's ways where that might be a really good thing, but um, like all we have is that piece of information is that we're down to cyber attacks, right? We've humiliated our ally Ukraine, which is in a direct conflict with them, and we have had secret meetings with secret, but uh, bilateral meetings with Russia, right, in the U.S., where we cut out all the rest of our allies, right? All of this like puts Russia in the not I'm gonna say driver's seat, but like it puts them in a great position, right? It strengthens their hand. And then furthermore, in terms of our the not our non-Ukraine European allies, they are feeling abandoned, right? They are wondering if the NATO alliance is going to survive another year. They are like there have been talks of during the first Trump administration, certainly happening right now. Hey, we got to ramp up our military spending, right? We are going to have to be in a world where we can't rely on America. America like will break any sort of promises it makes, right? It will uh, like work with like our strategic enemies. Like and in that sense, right, as our friend Iko, and I'm almost done, sorry. Our friend Iko said previously, that means that Europe becomes another polarity, I guess, within the world, right, within the the geopolitical stage, um, along with Russia and China, and the sphere of influence that we have shrinks. So, like addressing that, and then the only thing else you have to say, Gibbs, like tell me how like what you've seen from Trump, right, within since he's been reinaugurated, right, tells you that uh, vis-a-vis this Russia conflict, that we are stronger now. Please go ahead.
Sure. I think it's like it's probably more levels than I'm going to say, but I'll try to like break it down to three. Right. I think he's looking at it from like a couple different positions. One, he wants the people to stop dying. I think that's like is a goal that he wants. I think overall he's stated that many times. He just wants people to stop dying, and I
Okay.
think that
You
Trump,
can't take
despite
what he
what
says
people
seriously,
think,
though. Isn't that the talking
sure, hold
point?
on, but
You can't
I
take what he
think
says
despite
seriously.
what people think about Trump, I think Trump does have like a compassion for like human life, and I think we all disagree, but I think just based off my reading of the tea leaves, Trump at least thinks that he has this, and I think he does want people to stop dying. However, that goes into the next thing. I think that's his first goal. We go into the next look is that Trump is what you call like, he's a New York businessman. He's a New York Republican. He's a wheeler dealer. And based off like the other people I've seen him interact with, the McMahons, either Musk's, all these people, I think he puts a stock in people that he believes are frank and are like to the point. Let's figure out what your side is. Let's get to the other thing. And so when he looks at Ukraine, and we have reports from top generals saying that Ukraine's like a giant embezzlement fund, basically, or fraud on a massive level, and he sees corruption, and we have all known Ukraine was corrupt forever and ever, ever, right? I think he's a little bit suspect, and he goes to Russia. He goes, well, Russia's a piece of shit, Putin's a piece of shit, but at least Putin will tell me what he wants, and Putin says he wants this. So if I know what he wants, I can maybe bully Ukraine into telling me what we need to get this war to stop and go. Now, I think he also looks at it like this. He goes, further up, now we go down to NATO, the next level, right? I think he goes, okay, NATO is supposed to be our people, right? However, it looks to me like, the way I've read it and read there's other conservatives that I spoke to for my entire life have always thought two things with the NATO and the UN. We thought, why are we always going in and NATO not sending the biggest force and America cleaning up afterwards in a lot of these situations, especially the brush fire little ones? And two, why are we even a part of the UN? The UN seems corrupt as fuck and doesn't get anything done, right? Now, I know globalists don't like that, but moving on, I think Trump looks at it and goes, okay, a lot of people on the left have been arguing for multipolarity. They've argued, oh, Russia and China rising is good. America's superpower hedge is bad because we're corrupt. All this thing. So, okay, I think Trump's almost looking at it the same way. I think he's going, let's say, hypothetically, NATO, did pull out of NATO. I don't think we will. I think it's a negotiating tool. But let's say, I think Trump is ready for the worst case scenario as well. I think he wants it to be this case or higher scenarios. But I think Trump also looks at it in this worst case scenario. And this is the scenario that I envision him seeing is that he goes, okay, worst case scenario, we pull out of NATO or we like pull back dramatically and it becomes even more European focused, right? Okay, that means Europe rises, right? And we don't have to spend our commission on NATO, which we could reinvest into whatever we're spending here, right? Cool. And then we can trim the U.S. budget with Doge, yada yada. So then he looks, okay, NATO becomes more European centric. That's a counter to say Russia and China, who are their own polarities because they don't always align as well. And India's its own thing. And he's going, hey, we're the current superpower. We guarantee world trade. If all of these things fail, and all these alliances start shaking out, who's going to be the best out? Well, I mean, there's plenty of places we can land grab, and suddenly we have new alliances being made. I don't see that necessarily as even a bad thing either, because I think the IRB, International Rules Based Order, is basically bullshit, and it's just been a front because we've been using proxy states, just like France is using Rwanda, and we're using Rwanda in Africa, or just like Wagner Group is being used by Russia or Iran with the Houthis and all these. That's basically Iran. It's just they're using the Houthis. Saudi Arabia's got their own people. It's like I think instead of this, Trump's just recognizing, oh, we're not going to play behind the scenes puppet. We're just going to be direct now because I think we could get better deals. That's the worst
Yeah.
case
Okay.
scenario. And I think he
So
likes to play the dominant
so
lie.
this is I
On
have lots of issues with this.
lots
One,
of issues.
NATO,
That's what he's
like,
thinking.
well, no, no. Well, the thing that I've been asking you is like, how does this make us stronger, right? So I'm trying to glean
Well, we can
from.
reinvest in ourselves and start doing what Russia's doing and
Yeah.
start
Okay.
taking these
So
countries there, like
there's
and
so in
one-sided
terms of
benefits.
okay. So in terms of reinvesting in ourselves, what does that? Okay, what does that even mean? What does that
Greenland's
even mean?
ours. Panama's ours.
What?
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Maybe we
not
can
Okay.
dominate
reinvesting
again.
in ourselves. That's
That's
Yeah,
not.
just
It's not. Literally not investing in ourselves. But yeah.
that's
yeah,
literally
absolutely.
reaching
They're ours
outside of
now.
the United States. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're ours now. We reinvested in doing what's best for
Uh.
us.
Yeah,
First of all, one we
we're just
have
spending money to take over other countries and not
we have
reinvesting
the
in
money.
ourselves,
We
Gibbs.
have the
Yeah,
money to do that anyway. Hold
we
on. We have the
develop
money to do
them,
that
take what we
anyway.
want.
If you're saying to actually buy those nations, right, and
Maybe
assuming
that too.
either the nations or wait, you want me that? Wait, hold on, you meant like a military invasion? Then we could
I
have done
mean,
that
one or
any
the
which
other is
way.
good with me. But like what I'm saying
Okay, okay,
is these
and
other countries are doing that already.
either options are still available to us, right? In NATO or outside NATO, we could do those one way or the other, right? So,
Sure.
but okay, so moving on.
I
So
think he's saying if y'all want to play
that's
chicken,
not a
let's play
benefit.
chicken. He's
That's
like,
not
I
a
think he's like,
benefit. So
but he's
from
going,
a
no, listen, it
leftist
does make it stronger
perspective,
because they're just living off
from a
us.
leftist perspective, right? When we talk about reinvesting into the United States, right? We're saying, okay, let's spend less on the military and our foreign adventures and spend more on programs like Medicare for all, on college for all, on housing for all,
Infrastructure.
on infrastructure, all those things, right? Let's put that into the public good, right? And that'd be investing in ourselves. Now, I know you're conservative and you feel differently, right? So, but I'm just saying that
Sure.
that's what it means for us. So it's a little confusing when you're saying, well, we can reinvest. Well, reinvest more into the military? Well, why? Because at some point we get diminishing returns, right? And the advantage of NATO
Well,
is the advantage of NATO is force projection, right? Like that's something that simply like putting money into the Pentagon doesn't give us, right? Like
okay.
we
Let me
need
ask you this, Prime.
bases. We need hold on. We need bases all over. Like
We have a
the U.S. does
presence.
have bases all over the planet, right? That's how.
Presence.
That's why we are such a threat. You know, that network
Well, hold on.
and remember, I'm anti-imperial, right? But I'm just like talking about like the
Well,
reality of the situation.
two things
That's
though,
how we.
Prime.
That sure.
So like one investing, like if we take like let's just use, I'm gonna use Rwanda as an example again. If they invade they annex these areas with these mineral resources, would you consider that investing in themselves because now they are selling these resources and developing mines and they're developing side industries? That would be investing in themselves through conquest, correct?
Investing in ourselves. I mean, I think there's a weird way of saying investing. I
Sure.
mean,
Well, we're benefiting. We're benefiting
if
because
you
we're getting their minerals.
if
Right. Well,
you're
yeah, they would be benefiting
You got to
by
look at
yeah
it really tax brax,
yeah.
really.
I mean, like if you want to if you're married to this framing, fine, whatever. I don't care.
sure.
But go ahead. Sorry. What was your second
Okay,
point?
okay. So then the other thing, right, is so I would say that yeah, we're investing in ourselves by conquering other countries
But
or
we can do
investing in
that any
countries
which
that are
way.
yours.
We don't need. We can
Right,
do
right,
that
right.
any
That's
which way
fine.
without.
The other thing is do you disagree with this point necessarily? All right, say America left NATO tomorrow, like well, we're out, okay, and NATO as it stands today, who do you think would win in that game of chicken whenever they go, oh, because one side you have America, the world superpower. Even though we're divided as a
Not how
nation,
we
like
should play.
politically, we have one leader, and we have one like whenever we whoever that is for 4 years, we have one leader, one direction it's going to go. All right, and we know if the U.S. decides we're going to go do something, it's going to do it as one group, right? Versus you have the
We
EU
don't.
slash NATO, like right, you have 50 different countries. I mean, I don't know exactly how many. You have a ton of different countries, and they're all going, hey, you know what? Our benefits, France's benefits don't rely with Germany's benefits all the time. Poland's benefits don't align with whatever, but they might all be united against in a cause against Russia. Who do you think's going to win in this game of chicken when we go, hey, we want XYZ, y'all can't even come to an agreement about why y'all are
Mm,
agreeing on two of these things? Obviously, us are going to have more
There's no
power, and
division in
so
the
your
United States.
dominoes fall.
as far as I
No,
can see from the
not in the same
outside,
manner. No.
as far as I can see from the outside, the European Union has like far outclassed the United States in terms of like long-term political planning, right?
Yeah,
Heading in a
exactly.
direction.
That's the
It's like,
problem, and now we're getting our
wait a
footing
minute,
here.
hon. How is that help? That hurts your point. That doesn't help your
No, it
point.
helps my point because they have bamboozled our political leaders and made a European-centric groups that take American funding and American power to ensure their continued existence. If we
Hold on.
pull that out, we can
Well, hold on.
renegotiate
I
into an
get okay.
American-first,
Maybe this is the problem. Maybe this is the
American-centric
problem
power.
because we haven't defined American like strengthening America. Because then we don't define, then Gibbs can just turn into this amorphous thing and say like, oh, okay, well, strengthening America means well these guys aren't taking advantage of us by like not giving their proper contribution to NATO, right? So now that they now they're scaring them, they are now we've strengthened America. That's not what I'm talking about in strengthening America. Like at least I thought we were talking the same language, but we're not, right? So strengthening America on the world stage in this sense, right, is a pro-imperialist sense. Now I'm not pro-imperialism, but this is what I'm talking about here. This is the language I'm trying to use here. That if America wants to get stronger on the geopolitical stage with this imperial network we've spent decades and trillions of dollars building, right? Then we have to maintain that network, and we have to maintain it through our allies, through our strategic relations, right? If we dissolve those strategic relationships, then the U.S. would be, in terms of a pro-imperialist stance, poor for it. That we can't, that the
No,
U.S.
no,
we
no.
can't launch U.S. troops from anywhere in Western and in certain places in Eastern Europe, right? We can't do that anymore. And then, right now, the Europe, now that they're untethered from the United States, right? Still economically to a certain extent, but they're untethered militarily. Well, they get to make all kinds of decisions, right? And it might be better for them, right? They may not be in direct competition with China in the way that we are, right? What if they say, hey, actually, we want to strengthen our relationship with China? They're like, now that we don't have to like deal with the U.S. wants and needs, now that they're not in the room anymore, we actually want to strengthen our economic ties with them, right? And the way that the U.S. is the one, the U.S. complains, hey, he knocked it off. You're like, hey, fuck you, right? We're not part of NATO. You don't tell us what to do anymore. What if that situation happens? Right? What would we do? Will we be in that situation? Will we be weaker or will we be stronger?
I mean, in that one specific situation, in that one scenario, in a regional aspect, we might be weaker. However, on a broader scenario, we can easily sit here and turn around and go, oh, we're going to make instead of NATO, we're going to have I don't know the the AA, which is the American Alliance, and you're going to agree that you produce this percent of GDP, and you always follow our interests, and basically your military becomes an extension of our military, and we go forward. And so we go get Mexico, boom, they join it, and we go invade Cuba. I mean, there's all
Okay.
sorts of different ways to play out. Like, I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
yeah, we might lose some influence here while we
So
turn around and gain
you're
influence in other
saying
areas.
that Trump
But
has
I feel like it's
proposed
a zero
a
sum game.
hold on. Are you saying Trump has proposed a brand new military
No,
alliance, right?
I'm saying
Where America is
you're
more
envisioning a
fully in
hypothetical,
control.
and I'm proposing an alternate where just because you lose an area
Hold
of
on, but I'm not. I don't
doesn't
care
mean
what
you
you're
have to gain
proposing of
more.
the alternate, right? I'm saying I'm like the thing I'm examining is Trump's behavior. You're saying
Yeah, but
your statement
you're
before
hyper
is
focusing
that
on one aspect.
no, hon. But I'm not hyper. I'm looking for ways into finding where this helps America from an imperialist standpoint, which is like the way that
Okay,
like this is normally looked at, right? So, like, what has Trump done to do that? That's what I've asked you. Then we spent like
okay,
a half
I'll give
hour
you.
trying to get that out
I
of
think
you.
I can explain. I think I can explain. So I think when you look at it from my standpoint, right, and is that we don't see that NATO has done the imperialist things that we want, right? Whenever
How?
I'm looking at it like this, it seems to me that we always lead with NATO when it
Wh-
should be NATO going in first. and then us if needed, because
Hold
they
on,
are.
hold on.
Hold on. I
But
think
hold
we're
on, but
looking
what
at
you
it
just said,
differently.
what you just said before is
Hold,
that
hold on.
you're proposing a new alliance where America, or this
Sure.
is an extension of American military,
Right, because
right?
they're going to
The
go in
point
first,
is that
and Big
oh,
Daddy's
sorry.
going to come in if we have to. Right,
Yeah,
my
Take a
argument
back
is,
seat. You're gonna lead from the
yeah,
back seat. Is what you're
leave
saying.
for the back seat. Yeah, because
yeah.
that's what you send in the
True
pawns
leadership.
before you send in the big pieces, right? I mean, that's why the pawns go first in chess. I mean, so my point is, right, when I'm looking at this, I don't think NATO seems to have really focused on Eurocentric. Right, and I think a lot of Americans, and at least in my camp, we see it as having been Eurocentric for a while, and especially the UN, right? And so, but when specifically with NATO, right, I don't see us getting gains from holding on to Greece, right? If we could sit there, we could go to Greece right now and say we will guarantee your protection. And if you want to leave NATO and join our whatever, and we'll put on whatever basis we want, and you're going to pay us X amount a year, they would say, okay, probably, right? Because if we gave them a better deal, because I think with our powers, yeah, you might see the UN or NATO kind of do their own thing. I don't
They wouldn't.
necessarily see it as a zero sum game
Greece
because
would
I
not
don't think
prefer us
they
to the
can use
EU. There's no way.
maybe, right? But if you're sitting here, depends
Well,
on
no,
what deal
because
they
we've
offer.
proven that our alliances are written on toilet paper. Like
No, not at all.
no, yeah, sure.
We've proven that you can
Look
take
at our
advantage
economic
of
Which
it.
alliance.
alliance? Which
Look
alliance?
at the USMCA. The USMCA wasn't
You're
worth
missing
the
the
paper it
point.
was written on because as
No,
soon
you're
as
missing
Trump
the
gets
point.
back into power, he
They
tears up
are
his
worth the
own
paper they're written on. They're
agreements.
not worth the
Mm-hmm.
paper we're written on,
Yeah,
right?
and it was a Trump
NATO.
negotiated agreement.
Okay. Oh
Yeah. And he was like,
They're not worth the
who
paper. You're
negotiated
absolutely
this
right. The
deal?
alliance isn't. You're
Yeah, he said it
absolutely
was
right. The alliance
fantastic
is
when
not
he
worth
signed it,
anything.
and now he wants to tear it
Hold
up.
on.
So
Now
people
they're
who
taking
join
advantage of us.
alliances with America get
bulldoze.
nothing. They
They're
get nothing.
taking advantage of
This
us.
leftist
They're
bulldoze.
taking advantage.
This,
Hold on.
hold on.
Admiral Gibbs.
Y'all are absolutely.
He said the U.S. Sorry, Canada and Mexico are taking advantage of the U.S. right when they're following the USMCA that he was one who
I'm
negotiated.
not
Okay,
talking about the
but they're
USMCA.
taking advantage of us.
That's not. Listen. I'm not talking about the US. I'm talking about
Of
NATO.
You're
course
talking about
not.
Greece. Like, what is
NATO
Greece?
for decades. There have been countries that have not met the standards, and we've allowed them to be in there, and they only continue to exist because
I think we all
partially
agree
it's
on that one.
military
I think
strength.
we've all agreed
Okay,
on
so we
that
all
part.
agree. So we all agree. Whenever
At the
we
time,
Trump
we
goes,
didn't.
hey, we should. Yeah, I know. But if Trump goes, hey, I shouldn't even
Okay,
be in
you
NATO
did.
if all of y'all aren't paying this. Cool, it's a negotiation. And if he's willing to actually play the chicken and go, we're out then. And if y'all want to see a
Hold on.
world where we're out,
No, but
like, then let's play
they've
this
been
game.
raising their
It's
agreement. The
not. Hold on,
total
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on,
they're
hold on.
way
You're
over
missing the
2%
point.
on balance now.
You're missing the point.
2.8%
Hold
for
on,
most European
because
countries.
y'all
Most
are
of them, yeah.
hyper focusing on one thing and you're not seeing the broader picture because you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Spell it
This is
out,
what I'm
please. We've been
saying.
waiting for you to do that.
Listen. I'm trying, but y'all keep like look. Y'all are going. How is it best for imperialists? I'm arguing that it's not necessarily best for imperialistic in the short term, but if we've been getting fucked, it might be better for us to go, okay, you want to see what the world looks like without us backing you every play and us only looking out for ourselves? Fine. You can have your little side of the world.
Article 5
And
has
we'll
only
have
been
ours.
used
Hold
once.
on. God damn it. This is why I keep getting is y'all if y'all want to sit
Oh
here.
yeah, I've
It
been
might be
dominating this
bad.
conversation.
It might be bad short term if you're in Prime's one example, but they don't want to see what happens with the US not backing them because they know we can do what we want if we go imperialist and do what we want. So instead, we're going to sit here and make them do what we want. It's really that simple.
So, hold
And
on,
y'all are
hold
sitting
on.
here going, "Oh,
Explain that
I
sentence
can't
because
see
hold
this."
on, you said a nonsensical sentence, right? They can know
It
what
makes
we
sense.
do what we want if we do what we want. Like do that
Well,
again.
because we've been playing ball by their
Right,
rules for
you're
decades.
you're
No,
also
no.
We set the
What are
rules.
you talking about playing ball by their rules? Like NATO
What are you talking about? How
is
do you not
NATO
understand
is a
that?
mouthpiece
You
for the United
literally just
States,
are
right?
saying, "Oh,
NATO,
for decades they didn't
no, hold
pay
on.
their
You just
amount."
keep saying that we're not getting any advantage out of NATO, but we have been absolutely
We shouldn't be
American
getting more
interests.
advantage.
American, hold on, but we already hold on. But what does that mean? You just keep saying these random things.
No,
They
no,
don't
these are.
mean
It's very
anything.
simple
Hold
concept.
on.
You're
But
going
like,
because
if
we get a net zero,
no,
we get a
because
+1 when we should be getting a
NATO,
+10 when
NATO
I'm getting
is
fucked.
NATO is a puppet of the United States. Like the thing that you want,
Sure.
you already have, right? In
It
terms of
was.
NATO.
Yeah, it's not enough of
We're
a puppet.
giving that up now.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
destroying
good
that
because
now.
they've been
Hold on.
fucking us.
They haven't been. You just keep
Yes,
saying
they
that, but
have.
they haven't been. Hold on.
Look,
Hold on.
this is what you
Hold on.
don't understand.
Just because, no, I
Just because
do
you get a
understand. I understand way
just because
more
you get
than
a
you.
small
Or-
positive from
No,
them doesn't
just
mean that you can't have a bigger positive
like
because they're
we
purposely
use NATO.
fucking us for the
We have a
most minimal
conflict.
they can give us.
We have a conflict. We use NATO, right? As and use our alliance as legitimacy, right? right? For what we're about to do to some nation that we don't like. We go to NATO nations, right? And we're like, well, we gotta form a coalition, right? And then we tell our populace, meaning the American audience, hey, we have a coalition of nations that are behind, right?
Like
this
with
awful
Iraq.
invasion, right? Yeah, like we have a coalition here, right?
That worked
And,
out
and
really
the
well.
coalition of the brave are
It was
united.
the
or whatever.
one and only time we ever used it, and it was them backing our play, not the other way around.
And
by the
and it was a
way,
horrible
by the way,
decision.
all those countries, it wasn't
Iraq,
Iraq. Actually, it was not. Article 5 did not apply to Iraq. It was only Afghanistan. And and when we went into Afghanistan, all those NATO countries backed our play. They sent members of their own military to back our play when we called Article 5 on them. And guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
200 troops?
Well, no, way more
No.
than that. Hold on. Afghanistan was a true multinational coalition. Iraq wasn't, but that's because we didn't.
Even
That's
in
because we didn't
Afghanistan-
do Article 5
Yeah, even in
on
Afghanistan,
Iraq
that's not
because
true.
because. But hold on.
Look at the numbers.
Gibbs, I'm going to finish the sentence, okay? So we went into Afghanistan and they backed our play when we called Article 5. And guess what? They didn't get 50% of our mineral resources in exchange. They did it without us giving them anything.
Yeah, and the whole thing
Suddenly, we
want to
act like
we spent way more than they did. It's not even, look at the
we
amount.
agree.
Like,
We're not defending NATO's actions.
they were defending us. This was a response of 9/11. This was in America's national interest. Europe really didn't stand anything to gain by backing our play.
Post 9/11, U.S. foreign policy was crazy.
Do you think they should have demanded 50% of our mineral resources in exchange?
Of our mineral resources?
Yeah, why not?
No.
To go defend.
No.
Well, they were backing us. Why not?
Yeah, they were backing us.
So a couple things. First of all, we should not have gone into Iraq for sure.
You can argue with Gibbs on that
don't
one.
even
Well,
think
it wasn't Iraq. It wasn't Iraq. It was just
I'm getting there,
Afghanistan.
I'm getting there,
And
I'm
that
getting
was
there, I'm getting there. I also don't think we should have gone into Afghanistan, or at least if we did, done it differently than we did it, because that.
Yeah, but it's not about whether or not we made the right call in going in. It's a matter of what
our allies did. Again,
what did NATO do? Did they serve the interest of the U.S.?
Yes.
Or did we serve their?
I understand. I said from the beginning. I want to keep. I don't want to leave NATO. That's like something I disagree with. Like some of the more super MAGA people on. I don't see a reason in us to leave NATO. But I think Gibbs is right when he's saying that for a long time that it is less now because of pressure from the U.S. But for a long time, NATO was kind of mooching off of our umbrella and spending money on other things that they could avoid spending money on military protection.
I mean, we all agree they should have spent more on.
Yeah,
their
but at the
military.
time when Trump was pushing that, he got a lot of shit. Maybe not
it was a
you.
mistake to think that the United States could be relied upon to be an ally.
And so
they should have had their own.
People were saying this. People were saying the same shit when he was demanding NATO start paying their fair share. He was absolutely right about that. And when you're saying, well, like, the U.S. directed NATO into a whole bunch of catastrophes, sure, that's true. But again, that doesn't change the point. The point being, is NATO beneficial? I think it is if the other countries pay their fair share, which a lot of them are doing that now. They didn't for a long time. So I think now the calculus is that we probably should stay in NATO. But beforehand, if they were saying, no, we're going to stay at 1%, fuck you. I think at that point, yeah.
By the way, it was 40,000
Let me just
European
read
troops.
something from the White House, all right? This is the NATO numbers for Afghanistan. The truly multi-coalition that Iko just said was proof that NATO was going in. All right, the total number of troops at the highest point for the U.S. in Afghanistan was over 100K. You
Yeah,
want to know what the highest
130,000.
point? Hold on. Oh, you know what? Yeah, 130. You want to know what the highest amount of total coalition troops was for the rest of the NATO countries?
40,000.
6,000.
No, 40,000. Nope.
That's
By
according to the
no.
White House.
In 2012,
I
there
mean,
were
40,000
40,000 European troops deployed in Afghanistan.
Post your source,
That's
Gibbs.
not what the White House says. I got it right
Is this
here.
another Bing search?
This is from George Bush White House Archives.gov. I need
What year?
Post
What
it,
year?
Post it.
What year?
George Bush. George Bush.
What year?
Library.
Yeah,
Because
well,
European troops peaked in 2011. So if it was the George Bush White House that you're citing, they stepped down 3 years prior to the peak.
So even then, 40,000 compared to 100.
40,000 troops. Yeah, and what percentage? Hold on.
It should be 100K.
Hold on.
And us sitting 40.
No, it shouldn't have. Listen,
Absolutely.
what percentage?
NATO
What
is a
percentage of the
client
Twin
state.
Towers? Hold on. What percentage of the Twin Towers was
Doesn't
located
matter.
in
They're
Europe?
client states. It doesn't.
What
it doesn't matter.
percentage of the Twin Towers was in Europe?
They don't listen. The only reason this is the thing, right? And this is where we're coming from. That we got attacked. It should have been all of Europe sending everything they got first, and then us getting there and everything was cleaned up. That's what it should have been, because there are bitches. There are clients. Every single, this is going to sound bad, before one American citizen dies for a Russian aggression.
To defend U.S. interests?
Hold on. No.
Yeah.
Not gonna
Before
happen.
one American citizen dies from a Russian aggression, every European should have been gone through. Because
Gibbs,
they are our bitches.
Gibbs,
I'll
sorry,
never
I'm
happen.
gonna
Wait,
This
wait,
destroy
wait.
is
this.
I just
nihilistic.
want to do one bookkeeping thing. Gibbs, can you read the full sentence of that source where you got that number? I want to read you the full 2 sentences there.
What are the full 6,000.
Is that a full? Is that a full? Read. Keep going. Keep going. Keep reading.
Okay, 6,000 troops opposition in Enduring Freedom and the International Security Association in Kabul, making up more than half the 11,000 non-Afghanistan.
So the 6,000. Wait. So the 6,000 was more than half.
Of the 11,000 non-Afghan forces. So 6,000.
So wait. Now, can we do the math here? So the 6,000 is more than half of the non-Afghan troops.
I think it's also
And they were
fair,
avenging.
I
They were
think it's-
avenging 9/11.
I think it's also fair to
Okay,
look at like what the split is
Hold on,
between
hold on,
like in
hold
terms
on,
of
hold on,
combat troops. Hold on,
Listen,
there are a lot of them were in support roles,
I gotta
Gibbs. You're
respond to
missing this.
I gotta respond. No, I'm not missing this. Corey's missing this. All right, what that means, Corey, let me explain this to you. They're not counting U.S. forces, which are separate. They've already said that. They're counting non-Afghan forces. So 5,000 Afghan forces, 6,000 people, 6,000 coalition. That's not counting U.S. forces.
Well, wait, but wait. So is
So
it
do
fair?
you understand
Wait,
that?
wait. Yeah, I do. So is it fair to say?
So what was the problem there?
so-
6,000 people
Well-
from the European countries. That's all that was said at that point. Is that correct? Yes or no, Corey?
As
My answer.
in the non-U.S. troops was more than the U.S. troops.
No, Corey. They're not counting the U.S. troops in that 6,000. You understand that, right?
Yeah, they're counting the non-U.S. troops,
They're
right?
counting coalition forces, not U.S.
Coalition versus Afghanistan forces.
Hey, but see, Dr. Big Brain up there got me with the reading.
Yeah,
He's the one who wanted me to read 2 sentences.
You also want to look at
But
casualties,
I got
right?
me.
So like of the 3,579 dead, 2,420 of those were from the U.S. Among the 23,500 wounded, 20,700 of them were from the U.S. Right? The U.S. took the overwhelming share unless we're talking about the Afghan forces, right? Afghan security forces, which everybody else pales in comparison to. But in terms of foreign, like part of the foreign coalition or the coalition, I guess, the U.S. took the
European coalition.
Yeah, well, no, the U.S. took the vast majority of all casualties when you look at both death and wounded. It's not even close.
Well, yeah, that makes total sense because the
Because
United
we were
States
in the
was the
combat
vanguard.
roles.
Because we were the ones. Keep in mind, this was different from the first Gulf War, which is an international coalition. This was one where America was making the decision on which forces to deploy at any given point. Like it's not like the Europeans like had a hand in deciding like what combat operations they were going
Because
to
they
be
primarily
given.
played support
It was the
roles.
United States. Yeah, yes, and the main reason was because it was America that was under attack, so they were
Sure.
backing our play, not the other way around.
Yes,
So,
yes,
of
and
course,
yes, and unlike with Ukraine,
and we trusted our own troops more than we
Yes.
trusted any other troops to go into any given operation.
And our troops were the ones that
Yeah.
were like actually.
So it was
engaged.
because of the decisions we made
we
in
were
the
in the
theater.
combat roles, unlike a lot of the European troops. And keep in mind, like yes, just like we would come to the aid of, like I said before, other NATO countries if they triggered Article 5 because we have a legal obligation.
I'm not sure
to
that we
it.
would at this point.
Yeah,
I think if there was an invasion of
Yeah,
Latvia,
why would we?
I disagree.
Why?
We
It's
would.
going to cost us too much.
Because those are treaties.
It's
that are-
corruption and
those are
fraud.
treaties
It's corruption and
ratified.
fraud.
Those are treaties ratified by Congress. Like we have a legal.
Yeah, but there's no
we have
guarantee Trump's going to
a
get
legal
honor those treaties.
obligation.
He's going to pull us out of NATO.
Yeah,
he
what-
already said he.
no.
By the way, you said you
Guys,
agree with
guys,
everything
guys,
Elon wants. Elon also wants us to get out of NATO.
Yeah, I don't agree with that part. Then I don't agree with everything Elon wants.
Yeah, he doesn't
I
agree
never
with-
said I
yeah.
agree with everything Elon wants. I said I agree with a lot of things Elon's done and a lot of things that
I
Elon
think that list
supports.
is going to get longer
Maybe,
Yeah.
but
of things you.
but
Maybe we have to wait until we get fucked first.
if we have
Yeah.
we have no obligations to defend Ukraine, and yet we've given them.
Bro, we have
almost
no obligations to defend
almost-
anyone. We have
It's
no
not
obligations
true.
to defend anyone.
We have
Why?
legal
It's too
obligations.
expensive.
We have legal obligations.
What legal obligations? Who's
Article-
going to court? Who's
art-
going to jail?
You can literally.
Who's going to jail?
The Supreme Court. I'm not sure anybody's going to go to jail over this, but you can.
Yeah, okay, so then
you
we have no
could-
legal obligations.
You
it doesn't
could.
fucking matter.
Stop being obtuse, okay? We have legal obligations here that never existed when it came to Ukraine.
What happens if we don't fulfill them?
Yeah. What happens if we nuke ourselves? What happens if we don't do anything ever?
No,
what
no,
happens
what
if we all
happens
just
if we don't fulfill?
dig
No,
our
no, no,
fucking
no.
hole
You
in the
keep saying-
sand?
You keep
stick
saying
our
it
head
like
in the
it
ground.
like it matters.
Sure, we're not
What
going to do
happens
anything
if we don't
ever.
fulfill
We're not
them?
going to do anything ever.
What happens if we don't fulfill them?
Russia could
What
nuke
happens?
Manhattan, and Trump could
What
just say,
happens if
"Well,
we
too
don't
expensive."
fulfill our NATO
No,
obligations? What happens?
ultimately, what it is. Ultimately,
Can you tell me what happens?
Ultimately, there's no guarantee anything that'll happen.
Other hypotheticals.
Ultimately,
tell me what happens?
hold on. Listen to me. Ultimately,
I'm
there's
listening.
no. Yeah, listen. Stop talking over me. Ultimately, there's no. In the grand scheme of everything, there's no guarantee that anything will happen ever. Every law could be ignored. Tomorrow, Trump could fire a nuclear weapon at Manhattan.
Yeah.
And there is nothing you or I can do
He's
about it.
signaling that he's going to ignore those laws.
And-
What's
and-
not
and
really
there's-
even
and
that.
there's-
He's
and
just
there's
going to pull us
nothing-
out of NATO.
There's
So
nothing that we can do about it. What I'm saying is that right now there is a key,
something we
there
could
is
have
a
done about it
there is
last
a
year.
key difference, okay, between a NATO ally and Ukraine. We have no legal obligation to defend Ukraine in the way that we do when it comes to our NATO
But
allies.
we did for so long.
And
But we did
yet,
for a long time.
despite the fact that we have no legal obligation to do it, here we are $200 billion later. And we're still trying to negotiate a peace treaty for a non-ally.
And hold on, that's the reason why we did it. The reason why we cared to do that in the first place was because we wanted to actively drain Russia of its resources, right? Like, let's be clear. That's why we didn't do it.
And that wouldn't exist for Latvia or Estonia?
We didn't do it out of legal obligation.
We didn't do it.
No, I'm talking
Because
about
we had no legal obligation. You're right. We did it for other reasons.
No, but we did it because we're an adversary to Russia. This helped us weaken or drain Russia, however
Yeah,
it may
it
be. So it
wasn't-
benefited us. So we used the Ukrainians and it benefited us. Okay, so it's not that we give a fuck about these nations. It's not that we care about legal obligations, which is why there is no answer to what happens if we don't back up the countries that are in NATO, because nothing's going to happen because we're the power in the, which is why you want them to pay more than their 1%.
Okay, question for you
we're
then.
the ones fronting everything.
Do we have to back every country then?
Hmm?
Do we have to back every country?
We don't have to back anyone. The only reason we do is if it benefits us. If it doesn't benefit us, we won't back the country.
I'm confused as to what I'm confused as to what point you're trying to make. If you're saying, well, we're not going to back a NATO country because look, we're like wavering in our support of Ukraine. The question is like, okay, then if we waver support on any non-NATO country, is that an indication on us not backing like NATO countries?
No, I'm talking about your reasoning to wavering support for Ukraine, right? If it seems that like we were backing up the country because of a previous administration, we were hardcore anti-Russia, and then the following administration comes in, and within a month we remove aid to that country. It kind of seems like we're not anti-Russia anymore, and it kind of seems like we're buddied up.
And the evidence for this is the AB
land,
and we're willing to secede $200 billion. We're just gonna lose that, by the way. Nothing really happens. They lose the war. We just secede the land, and we lose 200,000, and we lose face.
And the evidence of this was the AB experiment that we just found in Europe, right? Where in 2004, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Slovenia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia all joined NATO. Russia didn't invade any of them, right? But Ukraine didn't join NATO, and they got invaded. So clearly, yes, joining NATO is the best guarantee to not get invaded by
Russia. Won't let that happen.
But
Russia won't let that happen. But for some reason, it'll let all the other countries happen.
This is like what the interesting
Finland
question
and Sweden learned that lesson, which is why they joined in the last 2 years.
What the interesting question would be is, if there was an ultimatum, do not join NATO, right? If that was the ultimatum, why wasn't this ultimatum given to those other countries? What about specifically Ukraine?
That ultimatum was specifically given to Finland in particular, both Finland and Sweden, but in Finland in particular. Yes.
When was that ultimatum given?
They were told by Putin. He said it multiple times that if they join NATO, they're risking us doing what we haven't done before, which they did do before because it was the Winter War. But they said, they're increasing the risk that we're going to have to defend our interests if they join. They joined, Russia didn't do shit.
No. Russia has responded in terms of like increased military presence on the border. That's what they threatened.
Yeah, who gives a shit about that? We're talking about them actually doing like what they did in the Winter War. And the only reason they could do what they did in the Winter War was because there wasn't a NATO for them to be in yet at that time.
They never. It's so difficult because like there seems to be this like all or nothing mentality where it's like we can't ever budge on anything, even when it comes to like.
We can budge.
Look at Russian.
You want to compromise?
Hold on.
You want to compromise?
No, hold on.
Let them keep their lands in Ukraine, and then let them give Ukraine an equal amount of land from Russia.
Yeah, okay. Russia won't agree to that, and they're winning.
Of course they won't agree to that. No, they're not winning.
So
they lost 1 million men. They are not winning this war.
Look at land transfers over the
past
year.
No one's winning this war. This is a lose-lose.
Look at the land transfers. Look at the land transfers of the past year. Look at where the direction is going.
Yeah, and look at the number of dead and the total economic cost.
You think it's going to stop them? You think it's going to stop them?
No, it's sunk cost for them. But what they found
No,
out
you're
is
right.
that
You're right. Trump is going to stop them with a peace treaty.
Potentially, that's like the best
They're
plan
willing
we
to lose
have right
bodies.
now.
They're willing to lose bodies on
They-
bodies
they-
on bodies.
they-
and, yeah,
we
they
don't have
are-
a time
they
machine,
are
right?
not-
So if
they
in
are
10
not-
years they invade a second time because we allowed them to
1991
recharge their forces, you're not going to be able to go back in time and say, "Oh, I guess that was a mistake after all." It's a gift.
Well, that's what I'll say.
Wait.
We're giving them a gift.
I will make a bet with you
Let's
right
talk
now.
the
I will make a wager with you right now. In the event that we don't have peace, Russia will continue to gain land. Do you disagree with this? Do you want to bet on this?
I have no idea how to evaluate. I'll tell you what,
I
they
will
will not
put my
gain an
money where
amount
my
of
mouth is on
land
this.
that they will not gain an amount of land that justifies what they've lost in the war.
That's a subjective
I guarantee
analysis.
you that's
How do you
the case.
measure that?
Yeah, you have to measure that over the period of decades.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna-
what you're gonna see is
what
a
I'm saying
total
is they're going
collapse.
to no, what I'm saying is you're going to continue to see Russian gains. There is a risk of the gains becoming parabolic, just like it happened in Syria, just like it happened in Vietnam, just like it happened in Afghanistan. You
But
absolutely
look at
have
the
a risk.
final result in Syria.
Yeah. What about it? You had the
Assad's
regime
gone.
leave. Yes. This is what I'm saying. That whole regime collapsed after a week.
No, wait, hold on. But the argument there would have been stop opposing Assad. This is Tulsi Gabbard's argument, right? Stop opposing Assad because Assad is just going to keep making gains against the rebels.
No.
And in the long run, he
That
wasn't
those
able
were
to maintain those gains.
those were Turkish initially those were Turkish rebels that were moving down and they gathered momentum. When you look at the series of when you look at momentum,
It was the Free Syrian Army, and it was
in the north it was the
ISIS,
Turkish,
and it was a few other.
I'm talking about right before the
organizations.
collapse. Right before the collapse, it was Turkish rebels in the north that were that caused
the Kurds.
the avalanche to start
I mean,
happening. Once you
based,
start,
right? That's NATO.
Sure. I'm saying once you start seeing this kind of momentum, that's a troubling sign if you are concerned about the whole country. And all I'm saying here is that if you want to go down this path, there is a much bigger risk than there is on trying to come to some kind of terms with Russia now. The bigger risk is losing control of Western control of all of Ukraine, as opposed to salvaging some kind of.
I understand what you're saying, but I
portion
think the bigger risk is you're allowing Russia the time that it takes for them to rebuild. Right, and they're down 1 million men at this point. The only thing that can save them is if they have a decade to take their younger teenagers and grow them up into military
Couldn't Ukraine rebuild?
age people, and then sure. And if for instance, if during this peace, Europe was allowed to relocate its forces inside of Ukraine, the way Russia is, and then they can join NATO, then yeah, I would like. The thing that I wanted to say earlier was at this point, I think one of the compromises that I might agree to is the two things that you and I agree Russia wants, which is Ukraine cannot join and that Russia gets to keep the territory that it currently occupies. I would say if you can give them one of those things but not the other, I think that would be that would be worth considering, right? So either they put where they are now and they get to join Ukraine or get to join NATO.
Sure, another 300,000 people dead. In the next fucking year, and more territory lost. That's the result.
No, I'm saying that's the compromise. That's the compromise. Give them one of the two things they want. Let them pick which one of those two.
And I'm telling you, those are the two that they're not going to budge.
We have no arguing power. We stop being America when it comes to Russia and Ukraine for some reason.
We
have no power over Russia.
If you want to put boots on the ground, if you want to get in a direct fight with a nuclear power.
Yeah, it's becoming too.
That's the solution.
A different time scenario, right? All right. So I can propose this time machine scenario where we go.
I think it's 10 years.
Sure. Let's just maybe expand it 2050. I don't care. Like the way I've looked at it, I think that the international rules.
I'm dead by then, so we're good.
Sure. Well, okay, fair enough. But for the rest of us,
You don't know
I'll
that.
take that.
Maybe it will be uploaded into the mainframe at that point.
Oh,
who knows? But
Thanks to Elon, of course.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thanks to Elon. But here's the way I'm looking at it. Right, I genuinely believe in my heart of hearts that international rules-based order is a myth that we've told ourselves, and that at some point, some generations believe it's true. Right. So I want to propose a different scenario. Instead of this idea, we leave NATO and all these other things. What if I'm right and we return to empire building? Right, and Russia's basically doing the modern version of this, where they
all of human
go in
history
and
except for the last 80 years.
Exactly, all of human history except for the last 80 years. So what's
There's
the
plenty of
exception?
empire building in the last 80 years.
So that's indicative to me that is the norm. That's societal status quo. I think that eventually we're going to return to that, right? And I think this is the first time we're seeing it with in Africa on a scale we haven't seen since World War II. We're seeing it in Russia right now. We saw China do it with Tibet, not 50 years ago. I feel like we did it with Manifest Destiny, not even
Well, why did it
100 years
stop with
before
Tibet?
that.
That's
Hold
what's.
on, hold on. Hear me out. Here's my thing. I think the problem is y'all are sitting here going, "Oh, how does it stop us imperialistically if NATO falls?" Oh, whatever. I think that we've fooled
I think
ourselves.
whatever is a pretty good argument, honestly.
These hold on, no. I
You
think that
haven't defeated that.
we have fooled ourselves that these guys are allies when they've never been. They've been their own polarities. I think it's time we should reflect on this and go, maybe America should just start locking out for ourselves because all these other countries are just using us. And maybe we should just start conquering shit too.
How are they
Just like
Okay, hold
using
on.
Iran's doing,
us?
Okay,
just like
so
Russia's
okay,
doing. Because
so
you're
here's
saying
the
this in
problem.
this one
Gibbs,
framework. You're
Gibbs.
saying, hold on, I'm literally almost. Y'all sat here and go, hey, this is the framework we have to play by. It's NATO or else. And the sad thing is it doesn't have to be that. There's all these different variations,
Yeah,
and y'all are going, well, if you even challenge the NATO in any capacity, you're giving it all up. And it's just like
Gibbs,
it's not that. It's that
Gibbs,
there's different
Gibbs. Hold on,
levels
hold on,
that
Gibbs,
y'all aren't
Gibbs,
willing to
Gibbs.
consider.
No.
You made that
Here's
same
my
argument
problem.
until 5 minutes
My
ago.
problem with you, Gibbs, is that you're
I'm
all over the
inconsistent.
map here, right? Is that you're
No,
not
I'm not. I'm
picking a
very
lane,
consistent.
right? I wish you did.
I'm
If you,
picking all the
you know,
lanes.
yeah,
That's
hold
what
on,
he's saying.
because
That's
You're not
the
just saying
point.
in
yeah,
one
Yes.
that's exactly what I
lane.
just said.
Because
Hold on,
it's
that's what I
not
just
just
said. You're
one
not picking a
lane.
lane.
That's the
You're
problem.
on the
You're not
autobahn.
acting like
You're on the
you.
autobahn, and we're
Oh,
like on Route
guys,
Y'all are trying to
66.
hold
act
on,
like it's
Gibbs,
not 15
Gibbs.
different
You can't
scenarios
have
that can
this.
come out
You
of this.
can't have it all, right? This is my
Yes, you
problem with
can.
you. No, hold on. No,
Route
you
'Cause we're
can't.
66 does run in
America. We can have
Texas.
In
everything.
politics,
No, it's
and
not a
when you're
miracle. That's
when
why this is
politics,
No,
when
I
you're
said
hilarious.
dealing
we're
with other
America.
actors, when you're dealing with other actors, you can't literally have it all, right? Even if you're
What
dealing
I'm
with
saying is you
slaves, you
prepare
can't
for the
have it all,
best and
right?
we hope
Because you
for the
have to make
worst.
allowances for
No, you
slaves too,
hope for the worst.
right?
For the
You
Like
best.
hope for the
even
Hope
best.
for the worst.
hold on,
Yeah.
There you go.
hey guys, knock it off. Like this is my issue, is that like you're all over the map, right? Now, if we're just taking a straight isolationist stance, right, and saying
That's not the
that's the path,
stance.
no,
That's
huh?
his
It doesn't
problem.
have to be the straight stance.
Yeah, I know exactly. Sorry, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So hold on, let me lay this out. Because if you're taking an isolation stance, okay, I can understand that. All right, I can work with that. Okay, this is what Gibbs is want, and then I can analyze what Trump is doing and say, oh, well, this
What's
gives
more
what he wants,
complicated than
right?
that?
But yeah, I know, of course, right? Because I know because you're trying to fit every interest, right? Every possible path into your equation, and it doesn't work. And then you're like, well,
Of course it
also
works.
we can
The
do
only
the
thing that works.
imperialist thing, and we should have an alliance, international alliance, where these other countries are basically our slave states, right? And that when we have a conflict, when there's ever international conflicts, before America goes, you have to all these European soldiers have to die before we send troops in. This is a
Sure.
ridiculous fucking
No,
statement.
it's absolutely real.
Hold on. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's stupid, right? Let
I'm
me tell you
sorry,
why
Bob.
it's stupid.
It's
Hold
not
on, why
stupid.
it's a dumb
Stupid is
fuck
okay.
idea, Gibbs, right? And you've been wasting your time with a dumb fuck idea.
No, y'all have been wasting
Why
time
would the
for the last
Europeans
40
hold on?
years
Why
doing
would
this
the
crap.
fucking Europeans agree to this alliance, right? The whole
Because we're
point
the
of the
bad guys
alliance,
and we're
oh,
supposed
the
to.
point of the alliance is that hey, we don't want to build up our military. We don't want to spend a bunch of GDP on the military. We want to guarantor, right? We want to protect her, right? We want Daddy to protect us. But now Daddy is saying no. Instead of protecting, all right, I'm
Yeah,
going to be
because they're
using
not doing their end
it.
of the bargain.
There's no point
It's a
in
two-way
doing that.
street.
There is no point in doing that
Well, I agree. There's no
if
point
they
in
become
that
right.
because they're not
Yes,
avoiding their end of the bargain.
Oh my God! Stop it, Gibbs. Stop it. You've been saying nonsense this entire time, and we've been
Not
trying to
saying
push
nonsense.
this,
It's
right?
listen.
It's
It's
complete
not
nonsense.
nonsense because you
You
can't
can't have
follow A to B to C to
isolationists
D.
and have an international order of slave states that will die for American whims whenever we
Right.
want
This is the
before the
problem. Is you're
American
saying
troops
this all over
sent
the place
down the
because I'm
combat
engaging
zone.
with
That's
every
nonsense.
situation and
That's
y'all aren't willing
nonsense.
to. Y'all are
That's
trying to push a
nonsense.
small
That's
narrative, and it's a
nonsense.
very
You keep saying
complicated
this, right?
international issue.
And then you were like drawing divisions. I'm not sure, not the word I'm want to use here. When there are none, right? You're saying,
There
well,
are divisions.
you're saying they're sorry, no, you're saying they're mutually exclusive paths that aren't mutually exclusive, right? Where hey, well, we could also get Panama and Greenland. Well, we could do that now.
Sure.
Right, we can do that now. That has nothing to do with what Trump is talking about in this very much in terms of this conversation. That has nothing to do with anything. We can reinvest our resources, right? that the resources that we have, we can do all the things that you've listed that you wanted, right? We can do all those things. So obviously that doesn't come into the calculations when we're talking about the Russian-Ukraine conflict. None of that matters. You've been
It
wasting our
absolutely
time with
does
it.
matter,
It's a
Prime. These are
bullshit.
all the problem is you're boiling it down to such like three simple things when it's a vastly
I'm pointing out the
complicated
things that you've been putting out.
international web of issues. And like
I'm
what the
I
reason
asked
why
you a
I'm
simple
saying all
question.
these
You
different
could
things,
not answer that
no,
question.
because it's not a
Simple
simple
question.
question, Prime. Listen, I can ask a simple question and it not mean Fugazi Fugazi. That's what you've done. You've sat here and said it's
My
either this
question
way or
was,
this way.
hey, well, how
Hold
is
on, Prime. I just let you
how?
go to
No,
way.
the
It
question
I,
was
means at
so
least
the
Fugazi.
Trump
Okay.
the question I asked is like, how is Trump's actions making America stronger, right? And then you
Sure,
went on
and I
a
explained
different
that. I
direction
explained
and
that,
a
and
ton
listen,
of
just because you don't
mutual
understand it,
breakers that don't make
listen. Look,
any
it's
sense.
very simple. Listen,
Nonsense.
it's very simple, Prime. It's okay. I'll dumb it down even
Oh,
more.
very simple.
It,
Take another
it
half
will.
hour to tell us
Is
very
that it's
simple. Go
basically
ahead.
Wait, Gibbs, just a
hold on,
minute ago you
Prime.
said it was
Hold
super
on. You just
complicated. It's not that
it
simple.
is.
Now you're
I'm
saying
gonna
it's
tell.
very
It's
simple.
not that simple. I'm gonna try to make it
You
as
can't make
simple as I
it
can.
simple,
Oh,
simple
no,
or
no,
simple
hold on.
That's
complicated.
another
Hold on.
example of having it both ways. It's simple
It
and
is
it's
both ways.
complicated.
Okay, I'm going to try to dumb it down here so that we can explain something super complicated, super simple. Right? It's real
And in a
simple.
minute you're gonna say you're gonna like
It's
complicate it
constant.
up.
It's constantly
Sure.
random.
No, it's not constantly random. That just because you don't understand
Go ahead, Gibbs. Go
international
ahead.
politics doesn't
Constantly
mean it's
inconstant.
random. Oh, look, it's real simple. All right, it's Trump is going. Ah, this is the playing field as it lies. There's 13, 15, 300 different situations. I'm going to hope for this one because these scenarios, in my opinion, haven't worked. So I'm playing hardball. Now, I, Trump, am ready to play chicken. If it gets to these worst scenarios, I'm prepared to go there. Okay? Maybe that's not the best for us in the short term, imperialistically, but it's better than XYZ if they don't give us what we want. It's really that simple. And you're going, oh, well, Gibbs, that's too complicated. Trump
Yeah.
can't have this big brain of a plan. Oh,
Okay.
because if
No.
it's either all or nothing for NATO. Like,
I didn't
it's
call in.
ridiculous.
I didn't call into question Trump's intelligence. Now I always do because he's an idiot, but I didn't do it this time. Right? That wasn't the focus. I was actually trying to work within the
Do you not
confines
believe in the
of
concept of
plans.
hoping for the best, preparing for the
Uh,
worst?
I'm sorry. I'm done with this. Right?
Now when you're
I'm
the
moving forward.
president.
I'm just moving forward. Lactoid. I gotta ask you a question here. Right?
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. And to be clear, it is past 11:30. I just wanted to let you know if anyone needs to leave. Let you know. But Lactoid. Do you think um the way that it's been framed within the media is that Trump's play to for Ukraine to give over 50% of their resources, right? Their mineral resources, is a play. Uh, is an American. Um, how do I want to say this, right? Um, uh, is an American good, right? Basically, getting those resources like serves America's interest, right? Do you believe? Let's say that this crazy scenario happens, like where they give 50% of our resources for no security guarantee, which is the deal that was proposed to them. If that happened, like they gave us a resource, would you say that's in America's interest?
If Ukraine was giving us, like, if we could mine their rare minerals, yeah. I also think it
Yes.
provides them something too.
So I push back against that because it's not in American interest. It's in corporate interest, right? A
Well,
lot of
sure, but so
corporations.
is war, right?
Well, yeah, yeah, actually, it is. Great. I'm
Fair
glad
enough.
we agree. Yeah.
I guess I'm talking about, like, in terms of like the geopolitical kind of, like, does it bring resources into the United States just to give like U.S. control over more resources? It does, and to some extent, I think that like corporate interests, if they're regarding consumer goods, you can argue are like related to overall well-being for the American consumer. I think that war is
Well,
a different animal, right? Because you're not creating things that are productively used by the
yeah,
consumer.
the direct
The use is to kill people.
the direct benefit is to the oligarchs, right? The American oligarchs. It's to the billionaire class that's going to be controlling those resources. They get to control those resources that we bought with American treasure, right? Not American blood this time, but American treasure during this conflict. We buy those resources right? So we are subsidizing the cost, right? The public has subsidized the cost, and then private ownership like reaps the benefits, reaps the rewards. They are the ones going to take those resources, turn into products to sell back to us to get to double dip, and then again to get more money, right?
Right, but
So,
the more like rare earth minerals that are on the market leads to lower consumer costs.
but that is okay. So then let's talk about that. Do you think that is an acceptable trade that equals a benefit for Americans, right? That we spent, let's say, was it 200 billion on this conflict, right? And in return, I get to buy a laptop that may be slightly cheaper, might not be, right? Let's say like it's where some of the minerals are going into make the creating this laptop, right? But if they lower the cost of their uh, of the re- uh, of the cost of like creating the laptop, right? By gathering resources, that doesn't necessarily translate
I
into
don't.
lower prices for me, of course,
Yeah, I
right?
don't.
That's not even baked in. But like, um, how like do you think that's a worthwhile trade for the American people?
I know. Well, yeah. Like if you were asking, if let's say we're sitting in 2022, and
Okay.
we could prevent this whole thing from happening by
Hmm.
Ukraine's never joining NATO. Okay, that agreement's made. I think that overall that's better for the world economy than and the U.S. economy than whatever we get out of these mineral mining shit.
Okay.
But there's a question here now as to, well, we've already sunk almost $200 billion into this. We're not getting that back unless we have some kind of way to try to get some of it back. And apparently, the theory on getting some of it back now is this mineral deal.
But we don't get it back. So this is the part that I'm honing in
That's
on. Okay.
taxpayer money.
We don't hon.
The,
Well,
the,
we're
the,
not
the,
going to see
the, the
it.
almost the 200 billion.
Yeah, but
No, 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 no,
what
no.
do
Yeah,
we get out of it
yeah.
when we
And
get
we
it
get
back
we,
from
Yeah, yeah,
minerals?
yes,
we
We
get
get
and so
nothing.
right, and so when you
yeah.
have when you have U.S. interests that are like controlling these mineral mines and they're like gathering up these minerals, like there's a couple things are happening. They're
The rich get
directing
richer.
they're directing to the U.S. market like raw materials that are going to make overall consumer goods cheaper. They're going
Maybe.
to they're going to
They
boost our
won't.
stock market.
Early.
They're going to those companies are going to pay U.S. taxes, right? There are again ways that this does benefit like the government, I guess, of recouping some of the cost of this.
Yeah, so we never see a benefit. We just keep losing. We lose our tax dollars going 200 billion to Ukraine, and then the money that comes back from the
Right.
minerals, we
I
never see any of
agree.
it anyways.
I
So I
agree.
mean, like, fuck it.
This whole war could have been prevented, and the whole war was a
So,
disaster. I agree.
hold on. The thing that I'm trying to say, right? And I'm just trying to reframe this conversation and like all the conversations that we have when we're talking about like American adventurism around the world, right? And like what is American interest, right? I think that we do ourselves a disservice saying that uh like uh, like this minerals deal is an American interest because it's not. It's a corporate interest, right? Corporations that happen to be based in America that use tax shelters outside of America, right? But corporate interests.
Yeah, but we have an interest in our
Benefit.
corporations, right?
No, sorry, what did you say?
We have some interest in our corporations. Like we want
Yes,
Apple to be big and powerful, right? Or sorry, the U.S. government
no,
does want
no,
Apple to be big
no.
and powerful.
I don't know. Actually, no. I'm talking about for the American people. So, like, I'm rephrasing, orienting this in favor of the American people. Do the American people want Apple to be big and powerful?
Look,
No, actually,
I'll put
because
this.
that means
Let me make this very straightforward, right? One of the drivers, and there's been multiple drivers. A big part of it was money printing, but one of the drivers of inflation, which does directly affect the American consumer, was the supply chain disruptions that happened because of the Ukraine-Russian war. Okay, and what was the supply chain issues? A lot of that was lack of access to raw materials because Russia supplies a lot of raw materials. And so having those like easily accessible prevents
no.
inflation. And so if
All
we
right,
get
friend.
more raw minerals from Ukraine,
Sorry,
that would
friend.
prevent inflation.
You're okay. Sorry, I think you're misunderstanding me. Maybe it's because I started off like framing it within the Ukraine conflict, right? So let's back away from that completely, right? My point is that when we're dealing with American venturism around the world,
Mm-hmm.
and resources are being taken, it is framed within the media as we are serving American interests. I'm saying that's never the case. That's never the case. that like I say that American interests are things that benefit the people in general. They have direct benefits for the people, and like corporations extracting mineral resources, right, subsidized by the American military, right, using force on some bumfuck foreign nation to the point that they are weak in their acquiesce, and then they give us a favorable trade deal. That is not within American interest. That's for private interests that happen to reside in America, but honestly have very little they care very little for our nation, I think. But they benefit immensely from exercising the power of our American military. I think it'd be better for all of us. I think even for your project as a libertarian, honestly, um, to say that these things don't benefit Americans,
Prime,
right?
Prime.
Like there's a difference.
If I own a bunch of farmland and I sell food to the American people, is my
Mhm.
farm benefiting American interests?
Sell food to the American people.
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Okay, I'm making a
Yeah, you know,
profit. I'm making a corporate profit, but I'm selling goods to the American market.
just
Yeah.
Okay,
corporate
if I own a
profit
farm and
isn't
if
the
I own
issue.
if I own a farm in Ukraine and I'm selling food to the American market, am I also benefiting the American people?
Yes, in terms of
Okay,
just providing us with goods.
great.
But
Now,
I'm
if I
saying,
own a mine in Ukraine and I'm selling raw earth materials to the American market, am I benefiting the American people?
yeah, hon, you're benefiting the American people, but our framing about American interests, like make I think that it tells uh it I think it gives the impression, right, that these are our resources, right? Like when in the scenario that you laid out, right? These are your resources. Like you Lactoid, right, owns a farm. You Lactoid owns a mine, right? And yes, like I can, being the American, right, the consumer, I can buy those things from you, right? And if those are a thing that I wanted, then yes, that's then I am better off for that, right? But in terms of like American interests, I think this gives that term. It gives the impression that we ourselves own these mineral interests, but we don't. We don't own these things, right? We create favorable trade deals for American corporations
Yeah,
to then
that's what we mean by
benefit, and
American
then we
interests.
hold on, hold on, but then that comes at a massive subsidy from the American military using its might,
Sure.
right, to break countries, right, to get them to acquiesce to that, right?
Yeah.
Because in the end, so I'm saying that like looking at the math here, right, the cost of these wars, right, does not equal the price gain, right? So in the scenario that you gave me, right, it was an isolated incident. Like in this scenario, you own a farm in Ukraine, right, and you're
Yeah.
selling it to the American people, right, in isolation, right? Oh, but did before then, was there a massive war in
Sure.
which now
Well, I
America
already
got?
said that. I already said this, Prime.
I
What I'm,
agree. Okay, so then maybe I don't know why you're fighting me on
well,
this, right? I
well,
think
I'm not. I'm saying that look, if we look at the
Corporations are
war,
America.
I don't think the war like makes it
There's
worth
some
it
native
because
Americans
yes, there's a whole bunch of costs of
owned by
that war.
Americans,
There's inflation. We spent a whole bunch of
but they
money.
benefit Americans.
We did a whole bunch of shit there. I think overall that hurts Americans more, right? Yes,
okay, I
but
agree.
but like
Interest.
I would let's assume that the math went the other way. Let's assume that like the Ukrainians were actually super soldiers and we only had to give them like $5 and a pack of gum and they wiped the Russian military and then gave us all their minerals. Then economically it'd be very worth it. Our American interests would be greatly benefited from this endeavor.
Sure, sure.
Wait, I think his problem is that you keep saying wait. I think his problem is that you keep saying American interests, and when we say American interests, we're thinking Americans, American citizens, and then when you say American interests, what we hear is corporations in the private sector benefits, and therefore America and the greater whole benefits because they're supposed to grant us the grace of lowering the prices of our goods, even
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
though they skyrocketed. They're not going. But we also understand
Yeah.
that they're not going to lower the prices of our goods.
Well, hold on.
And even if they do
That's not
lower the
true.
prices of
That's
But,
true.
wait, man, let me finish my
but
statement. Even if they do lower the prices of our goods, they're going to lower them what? A percentage lower than the skyrocket that they've done. So it's like we don't really benefit. There
yeah.
is
So
no
what
American
I'm
interest
what I'm
Corporations
benefit.
didn't
Keep
just
listening to this
choose
today.
to create inflation. That's not what happened.
hold on,
Oh
hold on,
my
hold on, hold on.
god.
But so
There's
my
like a lot of
friend
different factors at play. This is one of them.
is that like
Yeah,
yeah, hold
I
on.
can give you an example
Here's
of
hold
truth
on.
that we've always said for
Here's
long.
what would be an American interest, right? Like if we like the American people owned those mines, right? Like the mines for those minerals, we owned them, right? It went to and the profits from that went into an American sovereign wealth fund, right? And then we use that sovereign wealth fund to invest in America, right? Like, why not reorient our thinking this way? So I know this is new to a lot of people, right? But like other countries do this. Like they have sovereign wealth funds where they use the profits of their resources to then invest into their own nation, right? And this like lowers, this maybe allows them to have like a Medicare for all, right? Like a healthcare for all. It maybe pays for schooling. It does all these things, right? And that's when I'm talking about like an American interest, right? Now you're talking about an American benefit. Yes, something can benefit us, right? But we can understand there are other options available. And now there's one option, right, which I described that like vastly indirectly benefits Americans, right? Then there's another option that vastly indirectly benefits corporations while it trickles down to I get a slightly cheaper plastic widget in a few years. Maybe. That's if they lower the price. They don't have to, right? So there's options here, correct?
I don't know what you're going on about. It sounds like
What?
it sounds like any of this logic could just be used against capital, like
What?
capitalism generally, right?
Here.
Whenever
not- the
whenever
logic is
whenever a company profits, is this like when an American company
logic
profits?
is yeah.
Hold on. When you have an American company profiting by selling goods
I'm
to the
holding
American
on.
people, is this an American interest?
Mm,
If
it's like,
yes,
no,
then
it's American.
then we're on the
No,
same
no,
page. If no, then
no,
it's
no,
not.
it's not. No, it's
Okay,
not. No,
then we
you're
disagree.
saying no because you're saying, hey, like an economic transaction happened, right? And so that is a good in and of itself, right? Sure, I can say that's a that may be a good, right? If there was a seller who wants to sell something, a buyer who wants to buy something, and they make the trade, well, that's good, right? Sure, in and of itself, that's
Yes,
fine.
and if
What I'm
there's more
saying is,
of a good, it's cheaper,
but
right?
like we can understand, hold on, we can
Not
understand
always.
who benefits
Supply and
more from
demand.
different trades. We can understand that when we come up with excuses to invade nations, to extract resources. I'm not sure if that was like the like Ukraine is weird because like well we didn't invade, right? But to maybe to prolong the conflict or whatever, right? But the point is that when when it comes to American adventurism, when we make excuses or we leverage our military to get these resources, we're not doing it for the benefit, right? For American interests in terms of the public good. We're doing it for corporate interests, right? And then Americans can get some trickle down benefit afterwards. Yes, acknowledged. No one's arguing against that, right?
I mean,
We get
I am
that,
arguing against that.
but we can
I am
have,
arguing against that.
we can have,
Corporations are
we can
Americans.
have,
You
but we
hold on.
can
If you're an
have,
Corporations are
American,
American.
oh,
we
hold
can
on,
have
no,
this,
that's
we
not.
can have
No,
a
no.
narrow.
If I'm a corporation and I'm owned by Americans, like, and I'm going to give you an example that, like I guess proves
You're a
that point.
multinational.
Well, hold on. Look, if I say, let's do the minerals, these rare earth minerals, right?
Sure.
Look, there's a country right now that gets funding from the UK and the US to their military. I think the overall, the UK still funds the military. I think US maybe stopped funding the military, and they've gone in there and conquered another country, and they've taken the mineral resources, and it's lowered the cost for Americans overall. So here's what I think: when you say, "Oh, it's corporate interests," what
Cost of
makes
what
up a
for
corporate?
Americans?
Hold on. All the rare earth minerals, car batteries, lithium, all sorts of good shit.
You can
That
buy
doesn't
them all
We
cost
can
that.
do it. Hold on. Listen. So when I go and I sit here and look at this, Prime's going, oh, lordy, corporations evil, ha ha ha. I got
I
it.
didn't
Okay,
say
Prime,
evil.
you
I didn't say
hold
that.
on, I got it, Prime. You hate Americans that make money and are
No, I
productive.
don't.
I know you do because you
You
sat here
do. It's okay.
whole last 30 minutes and said, hey,
I did. This is
all
not
these corporations are evil, and anybody that benefits from being
This is
part
a
of this
12-minute
corporation
conversation.
is not working for America's best interest. And then Americans might get a cheaper iPhone somewhere down the line because corporations bad. That's what you just sat here and said to your
No, I
brilliant
didn't say
face.
that. No,
You
hold
did
on.
say that. You did say that. That's what you
No,
said. And
he
so
said
when we're
they're
sitting,
receiving the benefit and the American isn't.
hold on, Ali. I let you finish. So when we're sitting here, you're going, "Oh, corporations aren't many people." I'm sorry. Let me break it down to you. If a corporation is majority majority owned by Americans, that's an American company. That means it's made up of the polis, which is the population of America, right? Cool.
Oh,
Check this out.
big word
So
for you.
whenever a company, which is made up of Americans, goes and asks the government, hey, I need this resource secured, no matter what that is, in order to provide things under
Yeah,
a certain amount of cost to their consumer base, which are
sure,
also
whatever.
Americans
I
who
don't
have.
care.
Hold on,
I
no,
don't
this is
care if
not
you can't
bullshit. No, no,
understand this
hold on. I don't
like
care what you're
very
going to say
simple
either, but I'm
equation.
going to finish this.
So
They said, hey, we are Americans, and we're selling to
I don't
Americans
care.
that a good that they expect at a certain price. Guess what? We need you to maintain these resources at a certain price. They are protecting American interests at multiple levels, and just
Yeah.
because you don't like corporations,
Yeah, hold on.
I got a great way of
not
explaining
true.
this. I got a great way of explaining this. Well, Prime,
Oh, yeah.
if ExxonMobil discovers like an oil deposit, let's say, in like the Arctic somewhere, then sets up
Mhm.
a drilling platform and like doubles their oil production, let's say, what effect do you
Mhm.
think it's going to have on U.S. gas prices?
Nothing.
Well, maybe
Nothing.
they'll fall.
Nothing.
Maybe they fall, but like U.S. Like the distribution of oil, right? It doesn't like come directly to a country. Like the oil market is very complicated, right? It doesn't like,
It
hey, like
is.
the U.S. is drilling more oil now, right? But gas prices are still going up because
Yeah.
the oil market is very complicated. So just like doubling the amount of
Because
oil
demand
doesn't
is growing. But I'm saying
necessarily.
right because demand is
Okay.
growing. What I'm saying is
Nothing's going to happen.
what I'm saying it. No, stop. So do you know what
Why?
inflationary pressure is?
Demand is
Yeah.
shrinking too.
Yeah, inflationary pressure is um, when you have basically too much money chasing too few goods. And if you increase the money supply, that is inflationary pressure. Doesn't necessarily mean inflation is going to happen because there's other things that could be going on in the market. But if you
Mhm.
increase the money supply, causes inflationary pressure. If you decrease the amount of goods, you also get inflationary pressure. If you increase the amount of goods that are available, you get deflationary pressure because supply and demand. If you have more supply and let's say demand stays the
Depending
same, prices
where that
drop, right?
resources go.
But if you have
You're
demand,
assuming it goes to the U.S. If it does, then okay,
well,
sure. Let's assume that
even if it
goes
goes
to
to the
the US.
world, because look, let's assume for a second that world oil consumption remains the same. It's not true; it's going up. But let's just say it stayed the same. Okay, um, and we
It's actually
started
going down.
in the whole world, including like in Africa and
Yeah,
Japan.
globally, yes, because countries are transitioning to EVs as fast as they are, especially in China. China is now over the majority of new cars sold in China are EVs. So you're seeing actually not only has growth slowed down, it's now growth is actually going total demand is actually going down, and it's mainly because of China. Although I'd like to point to places like Norway, where it's more like 97% EVs in new cars sold. But because China is so massive, the fact that they've crossed 50% has made a big impact on total oil demand.
So I mean,
But that's a whole other.
what I'm looking at it is that it's there was a blip in during the pandemic, but it's been going up since then. That's what I'm looking at.
No, there was a blip in the pandemic, but now the what's explaining it going down is China,
Okay.
is
Well,
Chinese cars, Chinese EVs.
everything I'm looking at indicates that it's
So
still going up.
lactoid, but even in
This
your
you can Google this. It's going up.
scenario,
It seems.
Oh,
even in a
maybe
scenario,
I
okay, you're
track it.
saying, okay, actually, let me
But
let you finish that.
okay, but regardless,
And
so whether it's
yeah,
going up or not,
I'll go with your hypothetical. I'm gonna just give you all the
sure.
stipulations. Go
I
ahead.
appreciate you going with my hypothetical. That's a welcome change.
Yeah, well, this one is actually based in
And
reality,
so
unlike all the other ones, right?
well, it's not based in reality because I'm
Yeah,
asking you to
who
assume that
knows?
oil
Yeah,
pricing is
yeah, the mole
or oil
people,
consumption is the exact
the mole
same.
people. Yeah, but like this is different compared to your mole people example, right? And hey, like let's look at the races of the
Yeah.
well, mole people,
I
right?
know.
And
Oh, because it's more complicated hypothetical, you have a hard time following. No,
and do your
It
social
wasn't
rules
complicated
apply
at
to the
all,
mole
brother.
people?
I thank
Okay,
you
go
all. Anyway, let's assume oil consumption's not moving whatsoever. It's
ahead.
exactly the
Sure.
same. And then we double the world's oil supply. What
Okay.
happens to global gas
Prices
pricing?
fall. Prices fall. Sure.
Prices fall. And so, yes, I agree one mine is not going to have like a significant impact on like rare earth metal pricing unless this mine truly is like some significant percentage of the world's rare earth minerals, which it's not. But let's just assume it like, regardless. Uh, it is like that small little part is going to have some element of deflationary effect for the US consumer. Just like all resource extraction all over the world helps deflationary pressure in the
Okay.
US.
Okay. All right. So I hear you, friend. I hear you. I hear what you're trying to
And if
say.
we get first dibs because it's an American interest, then we
I
get
hear you.
more of a deflationary effect.
I hear you, and I love you. Okay. Right.
Wow.
So I
Okay.
understand what you're trying to say.
They
Okay.
love
Now,
you.
now look, um, uh, what I'm trying to is weigh options, right? Because what you're doing is saying like, okay, the way we've always extracted resources, right? Um, uh, happens to be a way that Americans get some level of benefit from, right? Gibbs is saying something like this as well, right? That like it goes to American corporations, it passes through American hands, right? And so Americans benefit. Well, you're correct. Americans benefit. Okay, so I got this blueberry pie. Right? And I got multiple options as to how we're going to distribute this blueberry pie, right? One is where I could just like cut up the blueberry pie and I can share it with my friend Lactoid, right? I could just do
This
that.
is just a criticism of corporations.
Hold on. It's not a criticism, corporate. Well, hold on. Well, this is a larger criticism. But anyway, I could give you half of that blueberry pie, right? The other way, right, is that I can have Lactoid
The
like lay down.
capitalist keeps it and
I
gives me a
can,
piece.
I can
Sells you a piece. He
have
sells you a piece.
Lactoid lay down under me, right? And I can eat the blueberry pie above him, and then the
And then the
crumbs can
crumbs
fall into
fall
his mouth,
down
right?
to the
And then
proletariat.
Lactoid, no, the
The
Lactoid
proletariat
benefits.
lactoid below.
Hold on, but Lactoid benefits from this, right? And we can say that like this is in Lactoid's interest, right? It's Lactoid's interest that's Prime, right? Gets the pie, and then he eats the pie, and then crumbs fall down in his mouth, right? And everyone's winning in this scenario, right? But there are other ways, right? So let's look at your scenario again. So there is the Exxon, right? Exxon, who gets subsidies from the United States, right? Who gets protection from the American military when it's going to drill, right? It gets a series of benefits of investments, right? To lower the barriers of all of its transactions, right? It's being subsidized by America, right? And that's where we're putting our resources. And then, of course, you're right. You're correct. We get some benefit because lower gas prices, right? But what if maybe instead of doing that, right, we instead decided, well, what's better for the American public, right? The American interest, as I'm defining it, is that instead we invest in green technology, right? That let's say, follow my scenario. Let's assume that green technology is a good that radically lowers energy prices and the whatnot, right?
When you say we
That for
invest, who
much
invests?
sorry,
When you say we invest, who are you talking about?
the American public invests, right? The
How?
American government,
The
sure,
American
yeah,
government.
like yes,
How
the
do we
American government.
invest? Do we give it to a private corporation or do we start like a state-funded
We
corporation?
can do it ourselves. Actually, we
Oh.
can like form our own.
Doge runs it. Doge will run it.
A
that would
we can call it a depart. We just have a department.
But we can do it. But we can do it. Hold on, we can do it both ways. I can run this scenario both ways. Go run this scenario both ways, right? We can create a department, right? That or just expand the Department of Energy. That actually like put solar panels, right, and then like sends out that energy to the people, right? We can just do that. We don't need any corporation to
Corporations.
handle that. We can do it at a
Ah.
cheaper price. It doesn't matter. Hold on, but right, and that'll be a better benefit
I
to
just
the
want you to
American
remember,
people.
you said that I was the lunatic.
We have
and saying
more.
that,
Hold
yeah,
on. We
it's
have
the
hold on. I told you I can run the scenario both ways. It doesn't matter, right? Both ways work for me. So we can run this experiment, and then we can vastly lower these prices in a way that directly benefits the American people. That can also have longer term benefits for a resources that doesn't run out. Much cheaper prices at the end for the same product. That would benefit the Americans better than what ExxonMobil will do. But okay, we can run the scenario the other way, and that like, hey, the America gives it to private corporations, right? And private invest in private corporations, and they set up solar farms or whatnot, right? We can do that too, right? The less efficient way, but we can do that as well. But we can still get that level of benefit. The point is not that a corporation is in the middle of it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like reorienting our thinking as to what gives the American people themselves the most benefit of the options available. The most benefit, of course, would be if
the benefit. The benefit to American.
One second. Almost done.
Yeah.
The thing that would benefit us the most is that if all these natural resources were in the hands of the public and distributed for the public, right? That would be the best example. But conservatives exist and they're going to get in my fucking way. So the second best option is to have make decisions between different private options, right, and see which ones benefit America's the most. And we don't do that though, right? We do whoever is the highest bidder, maybe, right? Whoever pays off our politician more. Exxon has a lot of money to pay off our politicians, like I was saying previously, and so now they get the benefit of the American military to go help them. But these smaller corporations, these green energy corporations, they don't have the money that Exxon does, right? They didn't have decades of resource extraction and subsidization to put them in a position where they can lobby Congress and have their interests met that would benefit the American people more. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's reorient our minds as to what we consider in the American interest. What should be in the American interest provides the most good, not simply a good. Done.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know why that doesn't make sense to you. Like,
yeah, with the
I feel like you're missing
original
I feel like
framing.
you're just missing. Like I don't disagree. Like I said from the beginning, you could try to maximize American interest, but I think that like there is still an interest we have. Like if a corporation does, like you would like. Well, I guess
Yes,
if,
but
if you have an interest,
it's a small interest.
sure,
That's the
sure.
problem. Wait,
I don't know
look,
what percentage interest it is, but you would agree that like if
I
you
mean,
have
I'm,
like 1% interest in something, this is still some interest in something.
no.
Okay,
So the issue
let's
is
compare to
if the
100%.
I'll say this, and then I'll go straight to Ali. Right? Okay, if
Because
that's your sticking point, okay, no worry. We got a spectrum. Okay, all right. We were just setting up another spectrum. If that's what you wanted, I got you, Lactoid. We can set up another spectrum. Yes, we can say that mining resources is on the spectrum of American interest, right? We can say it's on the lower end when we're just handing over to corporations to do resource extraction
sure.
to sell its products back to us, right? They'll vastly be they will have the vast amount of the benefits accrued to themselves.
Why is that on the
right,
lower
the American people?
because people.
Right? Because I just laid out other options.
The higher end,
Wait,
yeah, but
real
I don't
quick.
accept
I'm
that.
Real
saying,
quick,
yeah, wait, hold on, sorry, Gibbs, I'm distracting. So,
Yeah, I
but
don't
on the
accept
other
that
end,
layout.
right?
That's a
And
terrible
so,
layout.
yeah, I that's fine. That's right. I don't care. I was asking for your approval. But on the other end,
I mean, you just
right?
said it was a say
We can,
earlier. You proposed
so
to
we can
totally
say there are good implementations of American interests, and then there are
You just called the
better
government running
implementations,
this more
right?
efficient,
There are
which has
better.
never been
Hold on,
true.
hold on, Gibbs, I wasn't asking for information. So there are good implementations, and there are better implementations. I'm saying that hey, maybe we should reorient our thinking, and so that the American interests and the way we implement those are better for the American people. And there are ways to do that. But okay.
Your idea of better is worse, Prime.
No,
your idea of better is
understood, thank
worse.
you.
It's
So here-
significantly worse and less
Thank you.
efficient. Like
I
here's the problem with the framing that like the corporations that it trickles down to us and that we receive a benefit. That benefit to American, like the average American, is still a great cost. So if like right now a laptop is $1,500 or an iPhone is $1,200, we get these mineral costs. Apple then has cheaper access to minerals. It's not like the phone is going to go from $1,200 to like $600 again. It's going to go from $1,200 to $1,150, $1,100, which is still way too much for the average American to afford. But we keep sitting here and talking about like subsidizing these companies, these types of resources going to the companies because the corporations are in benefit are beneficial to like the greater America, right? Without these corporations, we fail. But without Americans being able to afford the goods that these corporations are selling, we fail too. So it's just like instead of constantly focus on
These are not mutually
reallocating,
exclusive. Hold on, y'all's lacking.
they are mutually exclusive. They're 100% mutually.
Oh boy.
Y'all's lacking.
If
Hold
we
on,
just
y'all's
explain global
lacking.
politics to us,
Hold on. Well, listen.
Can't wait.
You don't seem to understand economics. Let me explain this to you.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
right.
yeah,
Don't.
yeah.
All right, I will.
Yeah.
Okay, look, let's go with it. Y'all are acting like just because in Lactoid's scenario with the oil that it only affects oil, right? Do you think that lower oil prices will also help other businesses? Let's give you
No.
an example. Hold on, hear me out. So here we got Exxon. Exxon comes in, they start a new oil range. Now that provides all these jobs. Now, who else benefits from that? Well, now hold on. Now you need all the restaurants, all the Mexican taco trucks. They're going to set up outside. That benefits from the new building of the new oil wells. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, boom. So now you have all these people now tangibly benefiting from all the new oil companies. Oh, hey, they need machines.
We agree. Huh? We already agree. We already agree on this. We already agree.
So we agree that all these people get all these different interests. And
We agree.
Prime solution is instead of doing this where we know private companies are more efficient than governments
They're
every
not.
single
We don't
time.
know that.
Although
We don't.
they are 100% of the
We
time.
know that.
It's been proven
Not.
throughout history.
Not in.
Not a
What
single
has
time
been?
in history.
Never.
Hold on, not a
It
single
never
time in
has
history.
been.
Not a single time in history has a government been more efficient than a private
You're just
company.
saying
You
that. So I
can't
don't.
name one. You can't name that one. We know it's true.
Yeah,
We
I
know
can. I can do
examples of
it. I can do
bureaucracy.
it in terms
We
of
know examples of
power. Hold on, you're gonna give me an example.
bureaucracy.
I'm gonna give you an example right now. So
Hold on, let me finish.
okay,
Every
you want
single
the
time,
example?
or 99.9% of the time, they're terrible. You might find some one
Okay.
outlier example, but we know for a
There are
fact
plenty of
it's a
examples
stated fact.
around the
It's a
country in which
universal law, if we want to use scientific terms,
no,
It's an
that
talking about
private
accepted
companies.
fact,
Hold on,
universally.
it
Prime.
is an
It's an
accepted fact. No, no,
accepted
no,
fact.
it
It's a
is an accepted.
universally
Hold on,
accepted.
hold
They
on, hold on,
teach
hold on.
this in
I
I got
just
kindergarten,
plenty of
listened.
Prime.
I
examples.
just
You don't
listened
want
to
to hear
y'all's
them?
bullshit about economics for a fucking
Okay, you
hour.
asked me a question. I was
Y'all
going to
are
answer.
wrong. Y'all are wrong unequivocally when you say, "Oh, all these don't benefit." What happens is we have, Apple starts getting the resources and it starts lowering the cost of iPhone. Yeah, that helps the
Yeah.
consumer, but it also helps Bob, the business owner of a I don't know mom and pop card
We all
shop,
agree
because
that.
now he can pays less on
Can
his
you
phone
name
They're
bill
one
not
and he
company
can
that's
pay
benefit.
for
lowered
it
the
on
prices
his
of
Not,
phone.
anything
Hold on,
ever?
can you
you
let me
already
just
know,
fucking
so it's a
talk?
waste of
I'm
goddamn
just sitting
time.
here.
You just
I let y'all spew y'all's total
Dude, you're not
macro
saying
economics
anything right
bull.
now,
Hold on,
though.
yeah, I am saying something.
but we
You're not
all
listening.
agree on that.
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
know what
Okay,
you're telling
cool.
us things
So
we
then,
don't agree
how are
on.
you going to sit here with a straight face and try to
Done.
argue that
When if I
these
open
things
a
aren't
if I
American
hold on.
interests
Okay,
because
hold on.
corporations
Hey,
are
if I
made up
open
of
a government,
Americans and
if I
other
open a
companies
government,
benefit?
if I
Hold on,
open
other
a
companies
government
also
building,
benefit from
if I
one
hold on,
company doing
sure,
better
sure,
than
we can play
another,
this
as
game.
opposed
If
to
I
government
open
contracts,
Gibbs,
which are
Gibbs,
full of bloat
Gibbs,
and waste.
Gibbs, if I open a government building filled with government workers, right? Right? Aren't those same taco stands going to set up outside, right? Hey, there's a bunch of hungry
No,
workers. Oh, they're not going to.
no.
Great. All
No.
right, so
Because the
moving on.
government is inefficient and doesn't pay
Okay.
people the
Yeah.
market value for
The
their
government
work.
workers, they're so inefficient that they can't eat tacos,
I mean,
right?
it's
Great.
true. It's
I'm
true. We're
glad
finding bloat
I'm
left and
glad you
right. That's
spent
why
time.
Doge exists.
I'm glad you spent time explaining
Well,
economics to
I mean,
us,
I'm
right?
sorry that you
Government
still don't
workers
understand
don't
how
eat
interconnected.
tacos.
Hold on, you
Blackwood,
didn't
do you
even
know?
engage with my
Done.
point. You didn't even
Blackwood, hold on.
engage with my
You
point because you're arguing that one
I
resource doesn't
hold
affect
on.
15 other
You just
companies.
said you just talked about knock down the fence, right? And you said like and your point is that only
Listen,
applies
I know
when
you're crashing out because you don't like my
I'm
point
not
because
crashing
it's
out.
true.
No, I think it's hilarious. I think
You're
it's hilarious what
spurging. That's
happened
what's
here as
happening.
always. Yeah, okay. You're saying that first, right? So people don't say that about you, right?
I've
But we
already
can
said it
see it
because
happen.
you won't even let me
We can
finish
see
my
it
point
collapse.
every time because you
We
start
hold on.
going
Look,
re
yeah, okay, whatever. So any which way, like your point is that
saying whatever. That's your point. Okay, whatever.
part of your point, yeah. Again, hold on. You're asking me questions, and I'm trying to explain them to you, but you don't want to hear. Okay, so part of your point was that like there's a bunch of knock-on economic effects that happen within private transactions, right? That don't happen in the government, or the government is just so inefficient. These things don't happen. You specifically gave the example of right when setting up an oil drilling industry like company, right? And the drilling, right? And the workers who are working there, they benefit the local economy. Okay, right? Then I give you a parallel scenario when I create a government building doing whatever the fuck the government does, right? Filled with hungry government workers who would benefit the local economy. And you say, no, that doesn't happen. Okay,
It doesn't
great.
work because government requires
Sure.
you have exclusive
That's right.
contracts with them in that
That's right.
scenario.
So it doesn't. Okay. So I'm moving. I'm moving past it. Now
I mean,
the other
that's
thing
a
you
fair
asked me.
statement.
The other thing that you asked me was that hey, well, when is government more efficient? Right. Government is more efficient with power distribution in terms of um
Oh,
in terms of um uh, uh,
wow.
in terms of
But not
um
economically, they're not more efficient, which is what we were talking about.
no, Hunter. That's what I. They are more efficient. Yeah, 100%. When
Hmm.
there is no profit overhead, for power distribution, right? When there is no a reason to cut costs in terms of hey, I don't know, like there's a bunch of power lines, right? And trees overgrowing them, and like it costs a certain amount of money for us to send out workers to cut down the brush around the power lines to make sure they don't go down. But say if I have a profit motive, right? Well, then like that increased my cost, right? And it'd be better if I just like skimp on this, right? Maybe for a few years. And oops, I don't know. There was a
Or
fall.
you just hire the best
There was
person
a
for the
forest fire.
job so you don't ever have to deal with it
Or there
again.
was a forest fire, right? And then that destroys like
You ever heard the expression?
a
Prime,
huge
do you know
amount
the
of
expression you
right?
get what you pay
Um,
for.
in terms
Like,
of
do you
in
understand
terms
what
of
that expression
healthcare,
means?
we have a profit motive, right? That tells individuals that tells organizations, hey, cut costs whenever you can, right? People, you want to get as many customers to pay into this uh, your organization, right, into your health insurance program. But on the other end, you don't want to
You
pay it
offer
out,
the best product.
right?
You offer the best
You don't
product,
want to,
and
but
people pay
the
for it.
best product for the consumer isn't like, hey, I'm actually sick now. I've been paying into this for 20 years, right? And I'd like to use my insurance,
I
but
mean,
then give
some
me
are
the
bad
nice
actors, some are
care.
good
That's
actors.
the
You're
problem.
acting all of them lumping the
See,
same.
that would be an inefficient use of that time. Sorry, Lactoid.
I gotta bounce real quick. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh no, hold on, no, Lactoid does this every time. Okay, Lactoid.
We're talking about just like capitalism now. This is because
Okay,
Yeah,
then
he's just
I'm
anti-capitalism.
I'm not saying this is a
willing to.
problem. I'm not saying it's
I
a
didn't want
problem.
to. I didn't want to talk about it. Gibbs wanted to bring that up. Okay,
Well,
so
because you were just
Lact-
spewing bad economic policy and
yeah,
bad
yeah, okay,
economic
great. So
understanding.
I
okay,
do
so
have to bounce though.
Lactoid, I agree. Lactoid, I agree. I should just ignore Gibbs. Okay, back to you.
It's not the subject. It's not the it's a little bit late.
I mean, Lactoid agrees with what I'm saying.
Lactoid's going
I
to
do.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Look,
Lactoid. All right.
I appreciate you having me on Prime. I appreciate all of you for talking with me. I just want to say before I go, look into 2014 Euromaidan. Look at the Ukrainian Constitution, Article 108, and
What is that?
come
Can you
come
I don't know what that is. What is that? Euromaidan?
Euromaidan. That's the 2014 coup in Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
And look at Article 108 of the Ukrainian Constitution and come to your own conclusions as to what happened there. And you can look at 2010 election maps of Crimea and the East. And I think it'll begin to paint a picture for you as to why this conflict was predictable and why peace in Ukraine isn't going to mean that Poland is going to be invaded tomorrow. Anyway, that's really I think the conclusion of what I really wanted to get at. I think this is a good thing, and I think we're going to see it to be a good thing. And I don't think that assuming that peace is made and that it's along the lines of what I've been saying, I think it's probably could be a lasting lasting peace. So, but we'll see.
Yeah, peace in Eastern Europe, peace in the Middle East. Peace
Have
in
a
all
good
the East.
Lactoid. Corey, did you want to say something on Lactoid before you left? Wanna yell at him?
No.
Please
Well,
do.
I did want to
Please
do
yell.
something quickly with Gibbs for bookkeeping, but
Peace
actually,
with
Have a
Polish
good one,
forces
Lactoid.
in Kiev.
Bookkeeping. All right.
Have a good one, Lactoid. We'll
take
see
care,
you.
Lactoid. Be well.
Corey.
Well, so Gibbs. Well, first, yeah. It's important to own up to your.
Give me 1 second. All right. A couple things here. A couple things. Feder, thanks for the bits. Peace in our time. Thank you, Neville Lactoid. Okay. Good joke, but let's talk a little bit about this for a second. Let me explain everything that's happened. Just and then okay, let me a couple things. I'm having a debate this coming Thursday on the Ukraine situation, specifically Trump's response, what's all been going on. I'm sure the freezing of military aid is going to come up, obviously. And that's going to be on Thursday. It's going to be hosted by Wick. It's going to be against Dylan Burns, Ukrainian Anna, and Mercado. So three of like the biggest pro-Ukraine voices on Twitter and Twitch that I'm aware of. So they're going to be there. It's going to be me. Non-smoker is going to be there. He's the commie. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, dude. I think I'm gonna have to distance myself from him a little bit because he's gonna be talking about like global capitalism, and I just don't want to get into that. But this Thursday, um, it'll be interesting. Oh, great work with Rob, by the way. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Okay, so very briefly, let's talk a little bit about what happened in Ukraine. So a lot of people just think that the war began in 2022. It's not actually true. The war began in 2014. In 2010, well, let's go back a little bit. 1996, Crimea votes to be autonomous, and this referendum is completely ignored by the central Kiev government. It's now fast forward 2010. There's an election in which Yanukovych wins the election. Yanukovych is the Party of Regions leader of the Party of Regions in this election, and it's not like overtly pro-Russian, but it is like a more pro-Russian than the alternative parties. And Yanukovych in that election was a fair election. It was monitored by the EU Human Rights Council and the OSCE. Fast forward again to 2014 or 2013, really. So he's democratically elected. 2013 rolls around, and Yanukovych pulls out of the EU accession agreements that was going to put Ukraine into the EU. Yanukovych pulls out of this and says, instead, we're going to be part of the Eurasian Economic Union, which is Russia's answer to the EU. It's obviously a kind of shittier version, but it's their answer. Ukraine, there is a kind of unrest that occurs, and that unrest is called Euromaidan. And Euromaidan, in the latter part of 2013, begins to pick up steam, and it becomes a full-fledged insurrection, a actual insurrection. You have armed rebel groups occupying government buildings, throwing petrol bombs at the police, just destroying shit, occupying public buildings, etc. Basically, the worst light of January 6th, like if it was as bad as Democrats say it was, this is what you get with Euromaidan. 13 federal police officers are killed in fights with the rioters / insurrectionists. They are armed with rifles, with petrol bombs, with sticks, obviously, and shields. They are moving in formations, shooting at the cops. The cops are shooting back. It's unclear who shoots first, okay, but the gunfire does begin on both sides. The pro-Ukrainian, the pro-Western position has been that Yanukovych ordered federal police to shoot first. The response to that is no, the protesters are shooting first. It's unclear. What is not clear is that there were insurrectionists that were occupying public buildings with petrol bombs and sticks before the shooting began. This is undeniable. At some point, again, during the unrest, shooting begins, and there are 13 federal police that are killed, over 100 of the protesters / rioters that are killed. It's unclear if everybody that was killed was actually participating in the violence, but they were definitely part of within the groups that were. But it's unclear as to whether or not every single person was actually throwing bombs or whatever. And so, and then this is important. This time period, now this is important. So this is all happening. February 2014 rolls around, and the riot has hit a peak in which Kiev is essentially occupied. In January of 2014, there was a poll indicating that Euromaidan was still not overall popular. 45% of the Ukrainian population supported it, 48% opposed. This is because even though in Kiev the support for Euromaidan was overwhelming, in the East the support was not, because the East was more pro-Russian. In the East you have more ethnic Russians, and you have a greater majority of the population speaking the Russian language. You have greater economic ties to Russia, and you just have a generally little bit more EU skeptical population over there. And because of this, they didn't like the idea of this kind of riot, this insurrection, kind of blowing up out of control. And so, 45% support, 48% support, or 48% oppose. 45% support, 48% oppose. And then in February, late February of 2014, February 22nd, I believe, the president's car is shot at, and he flees Kiev. He then flees into Kharkiv, where he goes on national TV and says, "I am still the president. I am being cooed. Don't let them coup me. I am the president." He then leaves Kharkiv and goes to Donetsk. Now, it's unclear whether or not he's still in Donetsk or whether or not he's left to Russia. But at this time, the Rada, which is the Ukrainian parliament, they held a vote. And their vote was to get rid of Yanukovych. The problem is, just like in the US, if you want to get rid of a democratically elected president, the parliament and our Congress can't just have a majority vote. You cannot have Congress just have a majority vote to get rid of Trump or Biden. And in Ukraine, you cannot just have a majority vote to get rid of Yanukovych. The Ukrainian constitution requires, in order to impeach a president, 3/4 of their Congress, their parliament, the Rada, and a review by the Constitutional Court. They ignore, and by the way, Article 108 of the Ukrainian Constitution specifies the only reasons, the four reasons why you can, the only four ways you can get rid of a president is whether or not they voluntarily resign, they die, they are incapacitated due to health reasons, specifies health reasons, or you impeach them. Those are the only four. It literally states that they will be the president unless any of the four below occur. Well, he's not dead. He's not incapacitated due to health reasons. And he did not voluntarily resign. He went on TV and said, "I'm still the president. They're cooing me." So the only way to get rid of him at that point would be to have a impeachment. They didn't do an impeachment. Impeachment requires 3/4 of the vote. They did not get 3/4 of the vote. It requires a review by the Constitutional Court. They did not get a review of the Constitutional Court. Instead, they have a simple vote to get rid of the president, while he arguably is still in the country, but he might have left, regardless. The Constitution does not say, well, if you happen to leave the country, then they can just vote you out. That's not the way the Constitution works. The Constitution requires you to be impeached, just like the US Constitution requires you to be impeached. So then the question is, okay, well, we got rid of Yanukovych illegally, right? And this is going to piss off a lot of people in the East, like Crimea and the Donbass, which is what you saw. Now what? Well, the next person in line, according to they're going to fight you that he's a puppet of Russia. He was a democratically elected puppet of Russia, and nobody can challenge the 2010 election. Look this up. The election that Yanukovych won in 2010, that was monitored by international observers, and it was a free and fair election. That was determined by the OSCE and the EU Human Rights Council that it was a free and fair election. This is public knowledge. None of this comes from Russian sources. You can look all of this up. Anyway, he gets removed in 2014, in February of 2014. Then the question is, well, who comes next? Who's supposed to replace him? Well, according to the Ukrainian constitution, the chairperson of the Rada, essentially the Speaker of the House, not perfect, but that's not perfect comparison, but that's basically what it is. They become the president. Okay. Who is the chairperson? Well, it's somebody who's loyal to Yanukovych. It's somebody who's within the party of regions. Well, that's not good. What are we going to do about that? Well, that very day, the day that they are, it's either the day or the next day that they got rid of Yanukovych. All of a sudden, the chairperson of the Rada has to step down due to health issues that he did not disclose prior. And to date, he has never elaborated on what those health issues are, to the best of my knowledge. I haven't seen anything. Mysteriously, all of a sudden, he's too sick. The exact same day they got rid of the president, he's too sick to be the backup president. And so who happens to replace him as the chairperson of the Rada, who then becomes the acting president of Ukraine? Aha! It's somebody from the opposing party, who then immediately replaces a third of the Constitutional Court, which is their kind of equivalent of the Supreme Court. So in one fell swoop, you have replaced the president, replaced the chairperson of the Rada, and significantly altered the court in one fell swoop. I don't know how this isn't a coup, even if you support it. You've replaced the government using violent means, illegally, against the Constitution, backed by people armed with petrol bombs and guns, invading and occupying public buildings. It is a fact. This is, none of this comes from Russian sources. This is all on the Wikipedia. This is all on Western sources. I implore any of you who think this is wrong or that it's Russian disinformation. I have no interest in spreading Russian disinformation. I'm not getting paid by them. Unless Feder is actually a Russian spy who's been giving me these bits. And he certainly isn't giving any, he's not giving them to me to spread any kind of message. Or and Kiergan, I mean, I don't think you're a Russian spy either. If he was a puppet of Russia, there's still a method for removing a president in Ukraine. True. If you didn't like him, you can remove him. Okay, fair enough. Okay, now what happens? Well, you couped the president and got rid of him. So what? Coups happen all the time. Isn't this good? Okay, I guess so. You can make the argument, well, it's a good coup because we got rid of the bad guy who was, yes, he was democratically elected, but that was a mistake or whatever. Now we got a better government, right? A more pro-Western, a more pro-EU government. Okay, that's all fine and dandy, but you can't break the Constitution and violate the law and disenfranchise the people who voted for Yanukovych, which resided overwhelmingly in the east, like the Donbass and the Crimea and the Crimean Peninsula, and then act all Pikachu-faced when those areas revolt, and those areas support a foreign power, in this case Russia, helping them separate from Ukraine, which is exactly what happened in Crimea. The Crimean vote was like 86 or something percent of the population that voted, and it was 93% voted yes for Crimea to leave Ukraine. And you look at that and you say, well, there's no fucking way that 93% is real. It's a fake election, right? Like a Cuban election over there, that's ridiculous. I was skeptical too, right? 93%. Now, 86% roughly actually participated, so there's a good chance a lot of people just didn't show up who were boycotting the election. Okay. Well, how do we know this 93% is valid whatsoever? Well, we can look at the polls. It was like a pure Gallup poll, and I'm gonna have all this more readily accessible by Thursday. There was a pure Gallup poll of Crimea in May of 2014, so 2 months after the annexation. And 98% of the polled population from a Western pollster, again, pure Gallup, forget which one it was, 98% said that Kiev should recognize the results of the referendum. The referendum was legitimate. And well, maybe that's because they're scared by the Russian authorities. The UN did a poll from 2009 to 2011, every quarter, and over it was like 70% of Crimeans, while they're under the rule of Ukraine, which, by the way, is not a super non-corrupt country, right? There's obviously some risk if you're going to vote in something like that. Something like 70% said they would vote to leave Ukraine and join Russia, and only just barely a double-digit or it was like a mix of 11, depending on the quarter you look at, it was like 11%, 9%, etc., 14%. Like this amount of people actually wanted to stay with Ukraine, a very small minority. Okay, so we have a coup. They broke the Constitution. You have the people of Crimea disenfranchised. They didn't want to be part of Ukraine anyway. The Russians see an opportunity, and they need Sevastopol, right? They need Sevastopol. That's critical for them geopolitically. And the people of Crimea feel disenfranchised. And so the whole peninsula, over 2 million people, switches over to Russia. And I think 1 or 2 people died, if that. The only way you get that large of a territory flipping without death to any kind of significant magnitude is if you have the population support, which the polls appear to indicate. So anyway, all right. Well, then Ukraine says, "Fuck that!" Right? Again, the Pikachu face, like that. You can't leave our country. That's illegal. As if the government didn't just do something illegal by illegally replacing the government. Um, and then, but Crimea is not the only problem they have. In the east, you have rebels begin to spring up in the areas of Donetsk and Luhansk. Rebels that are given supplies by the Russian military, but a significant portion of the people there are pissed off, and you have revolts, and you have an armed, essentially insurrection against the insurrectionary government now. What's the response to this? Well, the people there the people there don't actually necessarily want to leave and join Russia. They want autonomy. They want the Ukraine to federalize and for them to become their own little governed areas. But Ukraine, their response is saying no. We're going to launch a counter-terrorist operation, and they do that. The Ukrainian military goes in and begins fighting with the separatist areas. Over 2,000 people are killed in 2014. That's civilians. It's not including combatants. There is rocket fire, heavy weaponry on both sides. The vast majority of the casualties occur on the separatist side because the Ukrainians are shooting rockets into like Donetsk and Luhansk, which are civilian areas that are held also by the separatist militaries. Thousands of people are killed. The Ukrainians are using unguided rockets into those separatist areas. I think Amnesty International called this a war crime. And then there are attempts at peace. There's two signed agreements, Minsk 1 and Minsk 2. Both you're going to hear Zelensky say things like, "Well, Russia violated that." Um, the agreements were violated on both sides, both the separatist side and the Ukrainian side. The ceasefires are broken often. There was a lack of trust on both sides. There was a lack of trust from the separatists because there was a lack of trust from the Ukrainians because the Ukrainians were saying, "Look, you can we can federalize and you can vote on your own shit, but our military has to be there. We can't tolerate an area of our country not with our military not in it." And the separatists were saying, "Well, you don't give a fuck about the Constitution anyway. Why should I trust you to bring your military in here and for us to disarm? You're just going to deny its autonomy, just like you denied the Crimeans autonomy back in 1996. So we're not going to disarm." So both sides remain armed. Conflict continues. Conflict continues between 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, and 21. And the conflict's still happening. And it's more of a low-level conflict at this point. You still have deaths every year from this combat that's occurring in the East. In 2021, there is an indication that Ukraine's going to join NATO. It's been in talks this whole time. And to Russia, this is unacceptable for a couple reasons. The reason A, it's unacceptable is, and there's some question about whether or not they could actually join NATO because of Crimea and the East, but it seemed as though perhaps there was going to be something happening that was going to make an exception, or that they were going to be allowed to join for some reason somehow. And so they give an ultimatum. They say Ukraine cannot join NATO. Because think about it. If Ukraine joins NATO, then under the Russian perspective, they could do anything that they want in the East, and the Russians can't intervene. Because if they intervene, they're going to be intervening against a NATO country. And intervening against a NATO country is just a non-starter. Another reason they don't want Ukraine in NATO is for the reasons I was talking about in the panel. Ukraine historically kind of been within Russia's sphere, just like Canada's been within ours. They are right on the plains of Russia that leads right up into Moscow. There is significant border between the two countries, and Russia believes it has the power to say no, you can't join NATO. In a way, they didn't have the power when it came to the Baltic states, or even when it came to Finland. Although it's probably true that they didn't see Finland coming. And this call is rejected in 2021. The U.S. says, under the Biden administration, says it's up to Ukraine. If they want to join NATO, they can join NATO. And a couple days later, Russia launched, and U.S. intelligence was absolutely right about this. U.S. intelligence was warning the Ukrainians, the Russians are about to invade. They're going to invade, and there's people saying no, they weren't. Even Hassan, remember that Hassan was saying no, they weren't. They were gonna, and they launched the invasion. It was a full-scale invasion. The goal, the initial goal of the invasion, was to quickly take Kiev and remove the administration and replace it with an administration probably more pro-Russia. Either that or force them into certain amount of agreements, force them to never join NATO. But as we all know, they were beaten back. And the invasion was completely ham-fisted. It was logistically a nightmare. The Russians totally fucked up in every sense of the word. I think they totally overestimated their military capabilities. They totally underestimated the military capabilities of Ukraine, and it was a complete disaster. However, they were getting shit on in the West because the population there is not Russian. They don't speak Russian, and they're not particularly friendly towards the Russians. But they had some luck in the East because the areas there spoke Russian, were more ethnically Russian, and weren't so hostile. And they began to quickly take land in those areas. And then the war over time, as the sort of shifting began, the pivoting, the war goals shifted, I think. And the war goals shifted into Russia acknowledging that, Ukraine is not going to be a Russian ally. We can't force them into this anymore. So at most, what we need is we need to force them into being neutral, and we need to, along this area, we have to solidify our control over the areas that we find absolutely necessary. Well, what are the areas they find absolutely necessary? Crimea and the Donbass, because the Donbass is full of people who don't want to live under Kiev rule. So those are easy solutions. Well, what about Zaporizhia and Dnipro? What about those areas? Well, those are essential for providing water access into Crimea, which had been cut off since 2014. And Crimea gets the vast amount of money, or vast amount of water for all of its agricultural needs from the dammed river that Ukraine had shut off in 2014. So the land that Russia currently occupies is, now you can make arguments that there are some areas that were not super pro-Russian, right? I think that's especially true with Zaporizhia and Dnipro. But in terms of the Donbass and Crimea, those are much easier calls when it comes to what the people there want. All of this to say, I hope by going through all this, and I know a lot of it sounds boring, and a lot of it sounds technical, and there's no fucking way I can get all of this out on a panel when I'm going to have 3 people yelling at me, when I'm going to have people yelling about how I'm a Russian shill and about how, we just got to give the Ukrainians weapons forever. All this to say, there are very specific causes to the war here, and Russia does not have its hands clean. It's a real question as to why does a country get to invade another country in 2022? What about the Bucha massacre? What about those areas that they're currently occupying that maybe aren't super pro Russia? There's evidence that their votes, that the referendums that they held in the Donbass weren't really all that well done. Then all this can be pointed to, right? But all this to say, this is a complex conflict. This is not, we have to stop Hitler again, otherwise he's going to keep going. This is not the nature of the conflict. It's not the nature of the conflict. We can't treat every single conflict in the world like it's Germany with Poland. You can't. You can't do it. Well, the North Koreans attacked the South and the Chinese intervened and they were winning. Does that mean, well, we can't let the Chinese win? Time to nuke China. That's what MacArthur suggested. This was literally MacArthur's logic. But that would have been a disaster, so we didn't do it. Well, we eventually left Vietnam. We eventually left Afghanistan. How can we give? Are we succumbing to the Hitler and the Taliban? Well, now that they own Afghanistan, you have to pick and choose your battles. You got to pick and choose your wars. The U.S. has to recognize situations where there is necessary military intervention and situations where you have to realize where things stand. And even if Ukraine, even if Russia was, the ultimate bad guy and Ukraine was the ultimate good guy, even if this was the case, that they didn't do a coup, that they didn't shoot rockets and blow up their own people, if they didn't do all these things, okay, let's just say that they're perfectly good. Literally, the invasion just fell out of the air, fell out of nowhere. They're losing. They're losing, and the Russians keep gaining land. So, do we just want to pay to drag it out? Is that the idea? Just drag it out so more Russians and Ukrainians die? Hundreds of thousands of people dead, blown up, people grabbed off the street, thrown in a van, and shipped to the front line where they get killed. We do this for another 3 or 4 years until the Russians finally take everything that they ever want and can finally demand that Ukrainians make the deal that they want now? Or can we circumvent that and come to a deal now? I think Trump sees the writing on the wall with Ukraine here. I think what Trump sees is, look, we have to come to some kind of agreement. Otherwise, Russia will continue to gain land. Ukraine is suffering from a severe manpower issue. They're having to kidnap people to serve in the military. They don't want to serve in the military. That's in of itself a problem when you're grabbing people off the streets and throwing them into a conflict, and then they're dying by the thousands. Yeah, I just think it's fucked. Thousands and thousands of people being killed. And look, if you don't care about thousands of people being killed, like, we want to take like a Gibbs view of the world, fine. This is incredibly expensive. Not only is it inevitable, not only are we like we're picking sides in a war that's more gray than people want to acknowledge. It's incredibly expensive. We're almost $200 billion invested, that we're going to get shit all out of, besides a bunch of dead people. And unless we come to some kind of deal, people are going to keep on dying. I Reminds me of World War I elements. Yeah, I think World War I is an apt comparison. You have the whole war, and at the end of the day, people are scratching their heads trying to figure out what started it and who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. We tend to think about like the triple I, the Entente. We're like, oh, we're the good people, but I mean, that war was not like. I mean, yeah, World War II was much like, yeah, the Nazis bad or whatever. That one's easier. But World War One is, you have you have an assassination, then you have the Austrians that invade Serbia, bring Russia into the war, which brings in France, which brings Germany, then the UK because then they invade Netherlands, blah 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 blah. You have like a whole string of shit. All right. Anyway, so that's basically my position, and I just wanted to get it all out in front of you guys because I know on Thursday I'm not going to really get it all out, and this is why I want peace, and this is why I think Trump is right, to play hardball with Zelensky. Because keep in mind, Zelensky this whole time, his peace deal or his idea of peace is the Russians leave everything, which isn't going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Like, we have to be realistic here. Like, you think you're going to get Crimea back? That's what they were saying. I'm pretty sure they passed a law. I'll have this. I'm pretty sure this is the case. Pretty sure they passed a law that they weren't allowed to negotiate peace with Putin, the head of state of the country that you're at war with. Yeah, I don't know. And so when you have these completely unrealistic, lofty goals of we're going to get Crimea back, we're going to get every piece of land back, Russia's going to apologize for everything they done, they're going to give us reparations, and then we can have peace. It's like, bro, this isn't how war works. This isn't how geopolitics works. You're so off. Like, you're so off. And now that the losing is more apparent, they're finally kind of coming around to, yeah, we're going to have to like make some concessions. But when it comes to any of the details, there's never any details. And they're still incredibly hesitant to make any concessions. And they don't want to give up anything. And so, Trump is saying, look, we funded you to become this tough guy where you think you can stand up against Russia in a losing war and just rely on our dollars forever. And you can't. And you're going to get real about ending this and coming to a negotiated agreement. or you're going to do it on your own. Because, not only is it going to cost us a bunch of money, but there's also a problem with, I don't know, there's a moral issue. We're funding death. The more we prolong this, the more people die. And I know that on Thursday I'm going to be called like somebody who doesn't care about the lives of Ukrainians, despite the fact that I want an end to the conflict, which will literally be less Ukrainians being killed or Russians being killed as well, because there's Russian conscripts too. There's Russian soldiers who have been drafted who don't want to be there, who are being shot and killed, and everybody in social media is laughing at them and calling them orcs, which I think is horrific. When they're somebody's son that got thrown into a war they didn't want to be in, and they got killed, which is a tragedy on both sides. It's a tragedy whenever anybody dies, um, but especially when conscripts die because they're slaves. The state has enslaved them. They've grabbed them off the street and thrown them into a meat grinder, and they've been killed. That is particularly horrendous. And yeah, and I think that there's an obligation on us to try to come to some kind of end, which is what apparently Trump also sees as a important goal. And look, if he winds up ending this war, that'll be an incredible achievement. And maybe showing Ukraine that we're serious about cutting off aid if they don't play ball. Maybe that's what's needed at this stage. It seems like it, because I think otherwise they're just gonna think they can just go on forever. I mean, why not? We're just gonna keep getting shit from America, keep getting new weapons and rockets and nukes. I think they even asked for nukes at one point. Nukes or NATO membership. Not gonna happen. The people willing to die have already signed up. Most of it's conscription now. That is true for the Ukrainian side. That's not true for the Russian side. The Ukrainian side is basically made up of conscripts at this point. Most of the replenishment's happening from literally kidnapping people off the street. You can see videos of it. It's terrifying. The Russian side they have a bigger manpower pool to begin with, and they're paying soldiers like ridiculous sums of money to join up and go fight and die in Ukraine. And so there are still some conscripts that are being conscripted to go fight in Ukraine, but there is large segments of the Russian army that are professional military. You realize you aren't in danger of falling out a window where you live, right? Is that like a well? First of all, thanks for the bit. Second of all, is that like they're gonna Coach Red Pill me? Because they killed Coach Red Pill for going to Ukraine and talking shit, and I can't blame Dylan Burns or Mercado for if they're not going to be able to budge on any issue, because if they budge on any issue, the Ukrainian government might kill them. So I mean, they're going to have to be sycophants for the other opposite side. They're not going to be able to move at all. It was a Putin joke. Yeah, I mean, Putin, obviously, I'm not saying Putin is clean. He's popular in Russia, that's for sure. But he for sure is clean, or is not clean. Well, 2014 will have long-lasting consequences, just like the BS that led to World War One. Yep. Absolutely, 2014 was the powder keg that led to all of this. If the coup in 2014 didn't happen, you wouldn't have seen this war. Sorry. Don't bring up her father like Fabian did. I'm not going to. Don't worry. I'm not even going to address it if she brings it up. I think that is a toxic topic. It gives her emotional leverage. Is it fair? No, it's not fair. But she has it. She has that emotional leverage. And if she's going to bring it up, and all I'm going to say is, I want fewer Ukrainians to die, which is true. I want less Ukrainians to die. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything about her dad, or anything about any of the rest of her family or friends. And I'm sure she has family and friends that have died. That's fucked. Russia doesn't seem to be doing well, given needing the assistance of the DPRK. They are basically buying North Korean soldiers to go fight in Kursk, but they are gaining ground. You can look there's a Guardian article. You can see that it shows the breakdown of Russian gains per month. The Russian gains are accelerating as the manpower issue in Ukraine continues to become more and more dire. This is why I kept saying like there's a concern of a parabolic shift. What that means, what I mean by parabolic, is maybe exponential is a better word. I think exponential definitely is a better word, actually. I can't believe that I yeah. Anyway, where the Russians began to sweep. Right, the land gains per month began to double, triple, blah blah blah. And if that starts happening, then Ukraine's just done, right? Then the whole then the Russians aren't going to even be interested in peace because why? Why make a deal when you're that winning that hard? There's no point, right? You're going to take the whole country. Then what? What are you going to do about it? Nothing. We have nukes. Yeah, fuck. Who says they need the DPRK? They're not going to turn down. They made an agreement with the North Korea for like technology and some supplies and stuff in exchange for North Korean soldiers. But Russia's not having the manpower issue that Ukraine is having. It's just not true. I heard on the front lines Ukraine is outnumbered 5-1. I don't know. I don't know what the ratio is. All I know is that Ukraine is suffering from like an acute manpower issue in a way that Russia is not. Can we please admit Trump's ego got in the way of making the deal, even though Zelensky was a bit out of line and should have kept those concerns indoors just for my sanity's sake? Maybe. I almost wonder if this. We'll have to see. Maybe this. Maybe that whole fiasco helps Trump make peace with Russia. And I know that sounds crazy, but like, hear me out for a second. The whole concern is if Ukraine says, we're going to keep on fighting without the US. Because if that's the case, then why would the US, why would Russia even bother to negotiate with the US? I mean, they can negotiate with the US to get the US out. But if the US just says, nah, fuck it, we're out anyway, completely, and we're never coming back, then Russia doesn't have to work with the US anymore. But when you look at what Trump was saying, he was saying, with us, you have cards. With them, you don't have any cards. Like you got to respect us. You got to listen to us. I think this is like for two reasons. It's to establish Ukraine. Hey, you got to follow what we say. None of this cowboy shit where you think you're going to get Crimea back. We're going to make a deal and you're going to follow it. And if you don't follow it to what we say you're going to follow it, then we're backing out. Okay, that's a big threat. It also tells the Russians that we're willing to abandon Ukraine if the Ukrainians don't follow through with what we agreed to you with. So now the Russians realize, well, negotiating with the US is actually going to be worthwhile because it's not like, well, we're going to negotiate with the US and then the Ukrainians are going to not do what we agreed to, and then the US is not going to do anything. The US is going to keep on flooding Ukraine with weapons. No, we've demonstrated that if the Ukrainians don't do what we want them to do, we're just going to abandon them. We will abandon them unless they do what we want them to do. Well, now the Russians know that it's productive to actually negotiate with us. Okay. Like that there is a theory there. Could I be wrong about that? Could it actually be the case that this does hurt negotiations? It's possible. That's just kind of my thought on this. I think that does potentially help negotiations here by establishing the US as the negotiating power. Unless Europe actually does pick up the slack, which I'm highly skeptical of. And even if they did, by the way, the problem in Ukraine is not equipment, it's manpower. So unless Europe is going to start sending conscripts, it's not going to actually address the root of the problem. Serious question instead of my usual snark farts. I love your snark farts. And jokes. Do you think Vance manipulated Trump into going off over the thank you and disrespect comments? Trumpy Bear was already irritable over being corrected a couple times. Maybe JD used that rhetoric to get Trump involved. But I mean, Zelensky did, rewatching it, Zelensky did kind of start the fight, right? The whole thing was almost over, and he didn't even phrase it like a quip. Like he phrased it as a question, so JD was cornered and he had to respond. How do you respond to that, like without looking weak, unless you respond the way that JD did? And JD's the VP, and Zelensky felt confident enough to challenge JD, but not confident enough to challenge Trump. And I think JD knew that. I think JD's a very smart guy. I think JD's a very smart guy. So I think maybe JD like got Trump involved, but I don't think that JD Vance started the fight. I think that Zelensky made a tactical error. I think that what he wanted to do was get like a quip for the media to pick up on, and the media could broadcast a headline. Zelensky says to Trump, "Why trust anything like Putin says?" Right, and this would be some kind of like political thing to create more political pressure. But when JD started fighting back, and then got Trump involved, and then I mean you could see it on his face when Zelensky realized he had made the mistake. Right, he was like, oh God, like I messed up. And then you have the ambassador with her hands in her face, like it's the whole thing went off the rails. Like that was not the way he wanted that to go. That's obviously the case. So Trump didn't go off until Zelensky mentioned the U.S. being in danger. Yeah, yeah, but I think didn't Zelensky talk about being disrespectful? Well, maybe the disrespectful stuff primed. I'm not 100% sure. It could be that JD Vance hadn't. But the only reason I want to say that though is because I'm pretty sure JD like motioned to Trump when he said like, when you come here and be disrespectful to the administration. To me, that's like him bringing Trump into it a little bit, and then the conversation kind of happens between Trump and Zelensky, and then Zelensky says the line of like, you're not going to feel it, but you will feel it, and then Trump is like, don't tell us what we're going to feel, and then Zelensky's like, oh shit, I I gotta stop this train wreck, but it was too late to stop. It was over. He could have just been straight out and tell him that he has to trust us and Putin or we're out, and pushed him into a corner. He would have signed the deal anyway. He could have just been straight and tell him he has to trust us and Putin or we're out. Maybe. I just don't think that's Trump's style, right? Trump is going to be social. I said this before. I think Trump is like a socially domineering person, right? If you have a conversation with him, he's going to try to dominate the conversation. He's going to cut you off every chance he gets. He's going to be very aggressive. And when he feels you're challenging him, he's going to match that in kind. And he felt like Zelensky was challenging him. And then he got pissed off. And then they kind of going back and forth. Zelensky tried to overtalk Trump, which is never a good idea with Trump because, again, Trump is a very socially domineering person. And then it led to that fight. And I mean, terrible miscalculation by Zelensky. Horrible play in diplomatic prowess. It's just literally they were on the home stretch. The last thing, it was the last question that a reporter asked. What a mess. What a mess. Zelensky wanted Biden and Harris to win the election. Of course, because they were okay with funding Ukraine into the next 10 years. Yeah, that's why I'm so frustrated. Well, Rothbard, don't be super frustrated. I mean, we got the weapons cut off now, paused until Zelensky's ready for peace. I think that's probably going to push peace quick, or at least some negotiation quick. We'll see what happens over the next few months. I'm confident. I think we have a president now who's actually does want to see some kind of resolution to the fighting there. I could see some kind of resolution maybe within the next 2 months. Hopefully, that would be incredibly good. If you, you lose Lindsay, you're lost. True, but I mean, can you imagine, right? In 2 months, you got to give the guy credit for keeping campaign promises, right? I mean, I know he said day one he's going to end the war, which was ridiculous, and we all knew it. I even said beforehand, there's no way he's going to stick by that. But like a few months in, ending the war, not bad, not fucking bad. There you go. That's pretty impressive. I think Rob is onto something when he said that someone put Zelensky up to the idea that he should try to litigate his case with the American people. I think so. I think so. I think that there was a perceived benefit there, and Zelensky was trying to walk the line of not provoking them to attack him, but also give the media enough quips to make the pro-Ukrainian case, and he crossed the line. That's the problem. He went over the line and provoked a response, and then that's when he's saying, muttering under his breath like "bitch," right, like Suka. He's upset, and you could see it on his face, and he's a little bit more conciliatory. Like he's still like being like assertive, but he's saying like, oh, we have said thank you. I'm not, blah blah blah. Like, and then when Trump says either there's peace or we're out, you can see on his face right there, like he is beyond upset at that point. He is beyond pissed. Um, Besides non-thinker, who is your other debate partner? It might just be us. We're having a hard time finding a third. I don't think Rob would do it. I think Rob would be great, but I don't think Rob would do it because Wick is hosting. Um, it's going to be me and non-smoker. Um, I hope to get more talking time in. We'll see. Rob is still banned. That's also true. Fuck, that's also true. Yeah. It's also fair for him to be concerned about the ceasefire. It was Vance that brought that up. Yeah, I get it. There's with any, and I think what did Trump say? Like, what if they break the ceasefire? What if a rocket falls in your head? There's always that up. Like, there's always that possibility with any ceasefire. That doesn't mean you don't pursue a ceasefire. When the Gaza ceasefire happened, that was violated a few times, but I thought it was a good thing, and I think that having a ceasefire there is a good thing. And there's less people dying now than there was, which I take that as a win, right? I think you try to you have to negotiate with people in good faith. You have to, especially when they're winning and they have nuclear weapons. That's usually a good time to negotiate in good faith. All right, let's scroll up a little bit. I'm sure I missed some of your comments. Honestly, I think Trump is very defensive of the idea that anyone, especially Russia, will become a direct threat to the U.S. or our borders while he's in charge. No, it's because it's just like I just don't think it's like Russia is going to become a threat to the U.S. in any of our lifetimes, really. Like in terms of like invading the U.S., really, because we oh, you got this big ocean between us. Yeah, the U.S. is essentially uninvadable by all intents and purposes. Like we are so protected from invasion for multiple reasons. We have docile little bitch states on the north and the south, right? Canada and Mexico aren't going to mess with us. We have mountains on both like just behind both coasts. We have our civilian population has more guns than most militaries. We have deserts in the south. We have heavily forested areas in the north. What are you planning on doing? Where are you going to invade? How are you going to invade? With what army are you going to invade? It's just not going to happen. Like, I'm sorry. This idea the Russians are going to sweep in, take all of Europe, and then America's next. It's just like, can we please be realistic? For God's sake. Texegi, it'll be fine for the West, demographics notwithstanding. You see, magic dirt is curative. Cheers, dude. Thanks for the bits. Good night. Yeah. All right. Pulling Russia into the western corner will be a huge win against China. It would be. That'd be cool. Ending the sanctions against Russia, getting some kind of deal worked out, and then lifting the sanctions so trade can resume with all of those raw materials and resources that Russia has. Like that'll be good for them. That'll be good for the world. Uh, be ready to see like that. That's going to have some major deflationary effect in a good way, and it's going to cause stock prices to go up. We're going to have more production overall if we have access to all those materials. This is a good idea, right? Again, if we can come to some kind of deal, and that's the other thing, right? Like, okay, we come to some kind of deal. All right, Ukraine never joins NATO. And they keep the territories they currently have, lift all sanctions. Russia begins to reintegrate with the world economy. Oh, they want to try pull shit again on areas that they're going to have a much harder time holding because they're much more anti-Russian. They're not actually like more pro-Russian like the areas they currently hold. Well, then we're just going to re-implement all the sanctions again. You're going to have a whole other economic crisis. Is it worth it then? I don't know. I don't think so. Zelensky's looking bad. A lot of them females who went to fight ended up captured and abused daily by Force Z troops. I don't know what the ratio is. I didn't even know a lot of females were sent to fight. That's wasn't Force Z troops this like the prisoners that were basically like thrown in human waves in Bakhmut? Because that was wild. A question that was sent to me before, it was already kind of answered when it says the thing is you're going to run into is why does your preference of people not dying matter? The people themselves are willing to die. This was answered with the conscription. This is from Kurgan. The conscription is pretty significant at this point for the Ukrainians. People there don't want to fight. They're having to drag them up off the street and throw them to the front line. War also kills a lot of people who aren't willing to fight, like children who are hit by rockets um, and are have their entire lives disrupted, and like mothers and like elderly. Like war is hell, not just for the men involved, but also for the rest of society. So to be fair, actually, the last time they allowed vague language into an agreement, they signed away part of their country to Russia. I understand why they don't want to give up everything and not get security guarantees or NATO rights. I understand, I understand why any country is going to want security guarantees. I get it. It's just a question of like what's feasible right now, given the current state of the war. Again, the U.S. would not tolerate security guarantees from Canada or Mexico. If we if we had the exact same series of events where we're winning a war against Canada now because they had some coup and a pro-Russian president took power and tried to like let Russian missiles onto Canadian land. Not only are we invading Canada, there is no deal where they get to like join SISTO or they get to have peacekeepers in the border. No. Them being open to invasion is like one of the requirements we have. And it sounds fucked, but I mean, that doesn't mean we're going to invade them. It's just, you have to look how great powers operate. And now we could say, because we're a greater power, we could say, all right, well, fuck that. They're going to have security guarantees, otherwise there's going to be no peace. And the Russia's going to say, okay, fine, no peace. And then they're going to keep on winning. And then what? What are you going to do then? Well, we're going to arm them more. Well, they're armed. It's not an equipment problem. It's a manpower issue. How are you going to give them more manpower? You going to send troops? You going to put Western boots on the ground? You could do it. That could change the course of the war. That is the one thing I think. That and nuclear weapons. If we gave Ukraine nuclear weapons, that would change the course of the war, which we're not going to. And if we put Western boots on the ground and fought the Russians ground combat, conventional warfare, that would totally shift the battlefield. So if you guys are willing to do that, it could change the calculus. It could. I'm against it though. I don't think we should be sending. I don't want to. I don't want to go to war. I don't want to go get shot. That sounds awful. My point was that Anna's going to ask you like something like that tomorrow. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I appreciate it. I mean, you guys, even if she's not, even if they're not, and this is just you guys challenging me. Like I've said over and over again, you guys are always free to challenge me on anything that I say. So if you guys disagree with any, like whatever, if I'm saying dumb shit, I'll disagree with me. And and then as part of this, I can kind of go through and elaborate on my thinking. And I think that I've done a pretty good job at least responding to all the points that people are bringing forward. So on Thursday, I mean, they're going to be bringing up points. I'm going to be responding to them, of course. Keep in mind, and now obviously that's different because this is I am at a great advantage compared to you guys in the sense that I can talk uninterrupted while you guys are kind of limited to text chat here. On Thursday, I'm going to have 3 people yelling at me, insulting me, cutting me off whenever I try to make a point. And so, there's no way in heaven I'm going to be able to get into all the points about 2014, about the coup. I'm just going to have to make like oblique references and talk about how we need peace. I'll just do what I can do. I'll just have to, do what I can do. If yeah. So, but I mean, this is part of the reason why I want to do this, just so if I'm not able to get all those arguments out on Thursday, you guys are watching and you say, oh, well, like we talked about this, I know the history behind this specific incident, and he wasn't able to get it out because of the kind of the combative nature of those kind of debate panels, and not everything's going to get out in those debate panels, but I know where he's coming from. Luckily, your chat has built up your calluses by insulting regularly. You'll be fine. True. Excellent job from clearly crystal clear. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, not everyone's insulting me, Feder. Some people are nice to me. I like it. A little bit of ego boost now and again helps, right? It keeps me going. You guys, some insults here and again are fine, but I appreciate the niceness as well. and expect WIC to attack you as well. It's possible. It's possible if it's just me and non-smoker against, which both of us are small streamers, by the way, against the three biggest, most pro-Ukraine streamers I can think of, right? Dylan Burns has what, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of followers, and then you have Mercado, who has thousands somehow, and then Anna, who is like a, I mean, I'm not trying to be insulting, but like pretty, like she's basically like a Ukrainian kind of agent, right? Is she paid by the Ukraine? I mean, she might be paid by the Ukrainian government. I don't know. I mean, who knows who's paid by USAID? Oh, and by the way, this is a fun little thing. If you guys want to do this, let me post something real quick. I'm gonna post something in side chat real quick. Okay, I posted that in side chat. So, you guys want to see something crazy? Um, look, I can't prove that the CIA had anything to do with 2014 Euromaidan. There are hints. There's the Newland phone call. There's news agencies in Ukraine that get their money from the U.S. There's some interesting questions as to why Ukraine, why there was the organization and what happened, right? I don't have direct proof, but it was a coup. But the only question remaining is, was it a coup that actually came from the Ukrainian people in the West, not the East, obviously, but the West, or was there some kind of like fomented CIA operation or whatever? Look at that website I posted in the side chat. This is the official website of Ukraine. Scroll to the very bottom and look in the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner of the website. See something familiar there? Who pays for the official website of Ukraine? It's USAID. USAID. That's right. Yes. Look at that. USAID and UKAID. Oh. Huh. On the official website as to why Ukraine matters to the world. Huh. I wonder why cutting USAID was so controversial. Don't worry about the Trojan horse virus from clicking on Lactoid's link. It better not be a Trojan horse, because I've looked in it many times to make this point. But I mean, I don't think they're going to have a virus on the official website of Ukraine. But anyway, guys, really appreciate you guys sticking around and kind of listening to my overall explanation as to my understanding of the conflict in Ukraine. I hope to see you guys on Thursday. It's going to be a lopsided fight. I'm not going to lie to you. Um, it's going to be three very aggressive, well-informed people. They are going to be well-informed. I believe, right? I mean, they're all three of them have been to Ukraine. One of them lives in Ukraine, and they've been there on the battlefield, and they've seen a lot of things. I watch a lot of stories. I follow progress in the war every day, but I've never been to Ukraine, and I wouldn't feel comfortable being in Ukraine right now because when Coach Red Pill went to Ukraine and he had like critical opinions about Ukraine, he was arrested and he suspiciously died of pneumonia in a Ukrainian prison, which still has not been investigated. Um, Very upsetting. Coach Red Pill was a streamer. Some of you might not know. He was a streamer in this space. He was a Red Pill kind of guy, and he Gonzalo Lira, and he was killed. Pretty upsetting, but um, yeah, I wouldn't want to go to Ukraine and challenge anything. If I was in Ukraine, I would just be whatever they told me to say. Right? Wouldn't be. Otherwise, I would end up in a bag somewhere. You should post your history lesson you gave us here on Twitter. I could. It would require like a bunch of different tweets, like I did with why like the connection to Project 2025 is bullshit. I might do it. Um, I'll probably do it after this Thursday. Substack it. Yeah. Look, I should write more. I should always be more productive. It's just also don't promote LGBT in Ukraine or Russia for that matter. I mean, I'm not look. These places are not the most progressive places in the world. I'm not saying that like Russia is this paradise. Like there's problems. There are problems. Or Gaza. Yes, true. There are all these places that have issues, and I'm not saying these are perfect places. But anyway, I digress. Thank you all for tuning in to today's episode of Lactoid TV. I hope to see you guys on Thursday, and if not, I'm sure I'll catch you guys whenever I see you guys next, whenever I stream it next. We're gonna raid on out. Oh, real quick, thank you guys who gave bit subs, all that good stuff. Thank you, really appreciate it. It helps me out. It helps us do what we do. So who should we raid on out into? Who's streaming? Who's streaming? Okay, who is Skyana? I normally trust you, Roth Party. So who is is Skyana a political person or is Skyana a judge from the Gibbs thing? Is she the one that voted for me? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Isn't she a lefty? What's her Twitch? There is no right wing streamer on right now at all. So I'll do it. Average Joe Patriot. Hold on, let me look up this guy real quick. This guy is fucking MAGA. This guy's got a black "Make America Great Again" hat. He's got a 1776 flag in the background. Don't tread on me. Hold on, I'm gonna listen to it for just a second.
No, I don't actually think that's really Baron posting. He's probably got some crazy account.
All right, we're gonna give him some love. He's like I'm not that big of a streamer, right? But he's a small streamer. We're gonna give him some love. Why not? Today's been a MAGA day. We're gonna do it. Average Joe Patriot. Tell him hi, and I will catch you guys next time.
We kind of talked about that already, but